hold. Mic check, 1, 2.
Up to you what you want to do. You do have a
I
quorum.
know. Is Dr. Buck on en route?
That text message she sent said she's going to be a few minutes late, and I told her that I had let you all
But-
know.
How about Mitnick? Did he ever get to SAO?
Yes, they've already checked his audio. He's just waiting.
He's ready to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we might as Meeting will please come to order. We need a motion for meeting attendance by way of electronic device. Mr. Waller?
Motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.2 to allow Board Member David Mitnick to participate in tonight's closed meeting and open meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from the school administration building due to a temporary medical condition that prevents his physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
This is action item.
I move to approve.
Second.
Here we go.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Motion carried.
No. I don't know that in a quorum the motion carried, but I voted no, and I learned this from Ms. Sullivan's team. I'm going to say why I'm voting no on the motion. I don't believe that Section 2.23711A covers members of the school board. We are not an employee of the school board. I have an Attorney General's opinion, 2000, number 42. I will read it, and you can eventually have this to put in the minutes. Exemption from Act's open meeting requirement is not available to elected school board members to discuss performance or other related matters of individual board members. In his opinion, it is clear that members of an elected school board are not employees of the board or of the locality. Each member of the elected board is a public officer. It's also in a 1978 opinion. It is also in a 2003 opinion. It says, the Attorney General says, I am of the opinion that members of an elected school board are public officers. Based on the above, therefore, it's my opinion that an elected school board member may not meet in closed meeting to discuss performance and other related matters of individual members of the board. So I'm calling a FOIA violation on number 2, and I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I won't be receiving whatever it is in the session either, because I don't want to err. I don't want to have to be asked publicly, did you take it? And if you took it, then why did you take it if you knew it was wrong? So I don't know what it is, but I don't believe 2.2-3711A, as specifically outlined in this, is an exemption.
Madam Chair, I believe that the objection being raised by Board Member Story is misplaced at this time. The motion on the floor is whether to allow Mr. Mitnick to participate electronically
you're right.
in the board meeting. So
Sorry.
her comments were inappropriate and misplaced at this time.
You're right. I apologize.
And the motion on the floor,
Oh, I
right?
get to do it again. Yes.
Motion carried.
We'll have to do this again. Sorry.
Pause for just a second, be sure we have. Mr. Waller, we need a motion to go into closed meeting.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. Number 1, the discussion and/or consideration of the personnel report regarding prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers and employees of the school board, and more specifically, as relates to the following. A, 13 resignations of individuals employed in the following positions: teacher, school counselor, cybersecurity instruction, teacher assistants, safety monitor, bus driver, bus mechanic, custodian, and administrative assistant at the following locations: College and Career Academy at Pruden, Transportation Department, Hill Point Elementary, Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, John Yates Middle, Forest Glen Middle, Lakeland High, Nassau River High, and John F. Kennedy Middle. B, the hiring of a total of 20 instructional personnel in the following subject areas: 5th grade, early start blended, health, PE teacher, school counselor, English, special education, middle school math, English 8, 2nd grade, social studies, early childhood, art, social studies, kindergarten, and 3rd grade for the following locations: Booker T. Washington, Pioneer Elementary, Florence Bowser Elementary, Kings Fork High, John Yates Middle, Nassman River High, Lakeland High, John F. Kennedy Middle, Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, Kilby Shores Elementary, Oakland Elementary, Mac Ben Junior Elementary, Turlington Woods, and Creekside Elementary. C, the hiring of a total of 13 non-instructional personnel in the following positions: administrative assistant, bus driver, bus aide, cafeteria manager, custodian, and teacher assistants for the following locations: school administrative office, transportation department, Kings Fork Middle, John Yates Middle, Northern Shores Elementary, Elephants Fork Elementary, Florence Bowser Elementary, and Kilby Shores Elementary. D, the hiring of 2 individuals to be employed as substitute custodians. E, the approval of 2 school employees to be paid a stipend of $150 for full training or partial training as substitute bus driver trainees. F, the approval for 6 school employees, which includes teachers and an early childhood intervention coach, to provide service for the 2020 Summer Curriculum Writing Committee for early start at the rate of $26.40 per hour for up to 25 hours each. G, the approval for 4 individuals to be hired as trainees to become substitute bus drivers. H, the approval to compensate 7 teachers to participate as Streaming into Excellence summer camp teachers at Booker T. Washington Elementary and be paid $476.03 each at the rate of $26.40 per hour, including 7.65% of FICA from July 28, 2020 to August 14, 2020. I, the approval for compensation of 3 facilitators to participate as Streaming into Excellence summer camp facilitators at Booker T. Washington Elementary and be paid $504.88 each at the rate of $28 per hour, including 7.65% FICA from July 28, 2020 to August 14, 2020. J, the approval for 2 instructional specialists to serve the 2020 Summer Curriculum Writing Committee for K-12 instruction and be paid at the rate serve on the 40 cents per hour for up to 25 hours each. K, the approval for 85 school employees, which include general education, special education, school nurse, and a speech pathologist, to participate in the development of IEPs and reevaluation meetings for special needs students from June 15, 2020 through August 28, 2020, and be compensated at the rate of $26.40 per hour. L, the approval of 245 school employees, which includes special education teachers, speech pathologists, general education teachers, principals, counselors, academic and math coaches, reading specialists, Title I teachers, and early start teachers to serve on the Title I Summer Planning and Curriculum Development Committee at the following schools: Booker T. Washington Elementary, Creekside Elementary, Elephants Fork Elementary, Hill Point Elementary, Kilby Shores Elementary, Mac Ben Junior Elementary, Nassman Parkway Elementary, Oakland Elementary, and Pioneer Elementary, and be paid at the rate of $26.40 per hour. M, the approval for 6 employees to be removed from the substitute bus drivers list. N, recommendation for the hiring of an individual to serve as Dean of Students, and the recommendation for the hiring of an individual to serve as the Supervisor of Advanced Instruction. Number 2, consultation with legal counsel regarding a specific legal matter requiring provision of legal advice by counsel, and more specifically as relates to personnel action number 2021-1, a hostile work environment complaint filed against Board Member Sherry D. Story, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711, A1 and 8 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
I move to approve as read.
Second. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Okay, we'll do this one more time. I'm not agreeing. I vote no, and for reason of a FOIA violation. I don't believe that action can be discussed in closed session about any individual board members. I quote from Attorney General's opinion 2042. It says the exemption that's being used here, 2.237, 11-A, it's specifically referred to here, does not cover, I'm not an employee, and therefore any action or any matters. The opinion was from the Attorney General. I am of the opinion that members of an elected school board are public officers based on the above. Elected school board members are not employees of the board. Therefore, an elected school board member may not meet in closed meetings to discuss the performance or, and I think this would apply, other related matters of individual members of the board. I asked Chair Byram for a copy of the complaint prior to this. I have not been given it, so I'm going to object based on that. I feel it's a violation, again, of FOIA. Anything that is done and talked about by board members must be done in public for the public, and so I will say that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is it permissible that I speak? I know it's a motion on the floor and we're doing the vote. Do you prefer I wait until after this motion is passed and then I make my comments pertaining to us going into closed session in regards to FOIA? Okay.
Completed the vote, right?
Motion carried.
Motion carried. Okay. Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chair, in my reading of Section 2.2-3711A8, it says the legal advice on specific legal matters provides an exemption for consultation with the legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. And if there's a complaint regarding a hostile work environment, could potentially be with the litigation, this is something that we do need to discuss. This is an employee, and as we've all experienced, school boards can get sued, and it can be at the cost of the school division. So my understanding, according to the Freedom of Information Act Advisory Council, as we've been advised to consult with when we have a discrepancies, this is their website and this is their explanation of 2.2-3711A, but I'm not an attorney, so I just want to cite that because I want the record to be clear as to what the actual law says and what we're trying to do. I don't want us to be continued to be misrepresented as if we're this group of people that just blatantly break rules. We try to follow the rules and not just follow them when they are beneficial to us.
Anyone else? Dr. Buck?
Sorry, I came in later on the conversation. Please pardon me. But if there is a rule, if we have advice, according to my reading of FOIA and the explanation that we received and the advice of the FOIA counsel, since we do have an attorney who is our attorney, according to the information that I got, the person who's at the end of this row is the person who gives us the information, according to the FOIA Council. And I did follow up with a phone call with them to make sure I understood what I was reading. The advice I got was that we are to listen to or get advice from the person who's sitting down there on the end. So I would suggest, just as a person coming on the end of the conversation, that the person down there who has passed the bar and who does have the law license, that he be the person that have the last word with regard to what we ought to do. I'm just throwing that in
Thank
there.
you, Dr.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilder?
Well, the motion has been passed to go into a closed meeting. I think that's really the end of the discussion. I think that in that the motion has been carried to go into the closed meeting, the board needs to go into the closed meeting.
We will adjourn to the closed meeting. Thank you.
El Toro. El Toro High School is located in South Orange County in Southern California. We have 2,500 students and we pride ourselves. El Toro High School is located in South Orange County in Southern California. We have 25.
We will reopen in the public meeting, and we need a motion to reopen in the public meeting.
I think we're probably waiting for
Mr.
Board
Mitnick?
Member
Oh,
Middick.
here he
There he
comes.
is. A resolution of certification of the closed meeting of August 6, 2020 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
So moved.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Oh, I didn't know if she was going to explain or no. Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And now we will recess until 7 o'clock.
Byram. Byram, we're able to join the meeting now. We got it fixed.
Yeah, we're good, yeah.
Meeting will please come to order, and we need a motion for meeting attendance by way of electronic device for Ms. Mayo.
Motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.2 to allow Board Member Loretta Mayo to participate in tonight's open meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from her residence due to a temporary medical condition that prevents her physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes?
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick? Mr. Mitnick?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Buck.
Ms. Byram, hold on one moment to give
Mayo.
Ms.
He's
Mayo
calling
a
Ms.
chance to
Mayo.
join.
Okay, still pausing, okay. Can you hear us, Ms. Mayo?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
I can I can hear. Okay,
And
yes. Can you hear me?
yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Buck.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. Next, we need action on closed meeting items. Personnel report. Dr. Buck.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
yes,
Board Member Mayo?
I will have to abstain as I was not able to attend the closed session today.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have Resolution 20/21-4, a resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, authorizing the school board chair to make an award and enter into a contract with the successful offerer to provide workplace investigative services for Suffolk Public Schools.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept Resolution 20/21-4.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
yes,
Board Member Mayo?
Abstain due to not attending our close this evening.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have a request from Board Member Mitnick to add an item to the agenda, selection of citizens to serve on the Special Education Advisory Committee.
yes, Board Chair Byram and members of the board. I would be requesting to add this item to the agenda due to additional information that has arisen in reference to one of the applicants for the position.
Madam Chair, I move that we decline this recommendation to further discuss this matter. And the reason is that we have done this repeatedly. We have a policy in place. We followed that policy. We got to add one person per borough. That is our policy, and that's all we get to do at this point in time, unless we change our policy. So I move that we reject this item, this addition of this item once more.
Second. So, Madam Chair, there, in the minutes from last meeting, you and I had a conversation talking about putting the additional members, citizens, on these committees. And I said we would do that the next meeting. You said, right. Did you see that in the minutes?
We said that, excuse me, we said that we would discuss, right, adding members.
Right, adding members. When, I don't see that on the agenda, when is that going to occur?
Mr. Waller, could you give us some information on that?
The school board has developed the process by which citizens will be appointed to the citizen advisory committees. The initial appointments were made by each school board member, from each borough if there was someone from your respective boroughs that expressed an interest. there are remaining positions on these advisory committees that need to be filled. And I think as a board, you need to decide exactly how you're going to go about filling those other positions. Whether you're going to continue the route of having people to submit letters of interest, which is what your policy makes reference to, but your policy also says that you will decide the process. So one of the things that you could do going forward in order to fill these committees with other citizens that may be interested is rely on the administration to provide you with names of people that they may know of that are interested in serving on these citizen advisory committees, and let them bring those names to you, and then you actually vote on those names that's been brought. But there are positions on these advisory committees that still need to be filled, and as a board, you need to decide the process by which you will fill these positions on the citizen advisory committees.
Well, I thought we did that, and we asked them to apply, and we have all these names. I mean, we did that. We asked them to apply. We have all these names of other citizens that want to be on the committee. We already have them. We already have the applications. And when we ended at the last board meeting, it was just a matter of taking those that had asked to be on the committees and go ahead and fill in until the positions are full. I mean, it would be disingenuous to the people who've already submitted letters and want to be on these committees. We have them already, and they did it. They met the deadline, and they did it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Reddick.
I ask that we move forward and vote on the motion that has been made, and I believe it was second. We move forward and vote on that, and then we discuss this matter after we vote on the motion as to whether we add this to our agenda for tonight. I call for the question.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to talk. I didn't think it was an appropriate time to talk, but Dr. Brooks Buck took an opportunity to talk, and I sent everyone information indicating.
Point of order. According
You call for the
to
question.
Robert Rules and our parliamentary procedure, after the motion is made and second, then it gives room for discussion. And after the question has been called for, everything must come to a halt, and then we go do the vote. And after which, we can then set a date or go from there after that. But right now, I don't want us to lose track that there's a motion on the floor that has been second already. And this subject can ravel on for a long time. We've been talking about this since I was elected to the board, and we're still discussing it. But there's a motion that has been made and properly second on the floor. So
Isn't there an opportunity for discussion?
we had that, and when I called for the question, according to Robert Rules of Parliamentary Procedure, all discussion is then ceased, and the voting is then taking place.
Mr. Riddick, I have
We
read
need
that
to
too
call
in the
for
Robert
question.
Rules.
Clerk,
And the call for the question should not happen until everyone has had ample opportunity to contribute. It is not meant to be punitive and cut people off from contributing.
Point of order.
all for
The question has been properly called.
The motion was to decline to discuss this matter due to repeated discussions and reject adding to the agenda. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
No.
Board Member Mayo? Board Member Mayo?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
I think Listen, I think the question has been conflated, confused, and everything else, but no further discussion. No.
Board Chair Byram?
No.
Board Member Story?
Would you read me the motion, please?
The motion is to decline to discuss this matter due to repeated discussion and reject adding this item to the agenda.
So you will say yes?
So a
Is that
no
not the right-
vote,
So
so
instead
a
of no
no
or
vote
yes,
accepts it. No.
So no vote means we're going to talk about it.
Yep.
Because it got turned all around and the discussion changed.
I did.
The whole
No,
discussion changed.
that's okay.
But
I
this,
haven't voted yet.
That's right.
Board Member
We're
Mitnick?
voting.
that's fine.
No.
Motion carried?
Okay.
Yeah,
May I speak, Madam Chair?
yeah.
This is the reason why we call for the question and we don't have a long deliberation, because we are human. Just as any of these people out here and any of us on this diocese, we're prone to make human error. This is why Robert Rules of Order, and I'm reading verbatim, a point of order does not have to be, you don't have to wait to be recognized by the chair. You can interrupt the speaker during the debate or anything else if the breach of the rules warrants it. And when you call for the question is then called upon. This is why it's important that board members are properly trained and attend the VSBA training so they can know what to implement, and that we could avoid something like this. Now, that was done.
Excuse me, if I may, there was a vote taken, and I believe the item is now added to the agenda.
Thank you.
That's fine, but point of order, Madam Chair, I ask that you remind Board Member Mitnick that you did grant me permission to speak, so I do have the floor. And I ask that you show courtesy and that I have the floor and recognize that as I would recognize when you or if you had the floor. So, Madam Chair, I'm asking that moving forward, we stick to our Robert Rules of Parliamentary Procedures and our policies and stop trying to pick and choose on what to do when things just benefit us for the moment, then we go against it at a later date. That's what I'm asking. This is why it's in place.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Dr. Buck?
Just for the record, the agenda item has to do with SEAC and SEAC only. It has nothing to do with all the other committees. So the only thing that's added to the agenda is a discussion of SEAC, not additions to other committees. So that is all that we can talk about. Only SEAC and only the concern that you have, and as I understand it from what you've asked Mr. Mitnick, is about a specific individual who does not live in Suffolk that you'd like to add as a voting member to the SEAC committee. Is that the concern?
That is the concern. There is a precedent on SEAC for members of the Western Tidewater Community Services Board have served on the Special Ed Advisory Committee, and they were not necessarily residents of the city of Suffolk, but they represented a body that certainly has something to do with the citizens and the students of Suffolk.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I remember this situation in great detail, and we never said the individual could not serve as a member. We said that the member could not be a voting member because our policy states that you have to be, it's in the name, it's Citizens Advisory Committee. And not being a citizen, that waives the voting right. So I have, and I don't think anybody has any opposition with the individual serving as a member. It's whether she's a voting member. So, Madam Chair, I'm willing to go on record with the same thing I said in the last meeting, again, this meeting, that I move, and I'm putting it in the form of a motion, I move to accept the member that is referenced, or the person that is referenced in serving on the SEAC committee as a non-voting member, as regards of their not being a resident of the city of Suffolk.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Minnick.
I am your representative on the local advisory committee on special education. And at their meeting on July 15th, they specifically directed me to ask for the applicant to be considered for membership from the CAC board themselves. There was a lot of discussion, and as I said in an email to you all, there would probably be some information that may be useful, but in reference to this member, a non-voting member doesn't have the same rights as a voting member per the bylaws of the Special Ed Advisory Committee.
Madam Chair, are we in a discussion mode here on this?
Just, yeah,
I think we're going to move this to unfinished business because of the vote, correct?
If it's not a second, then the motion dies. So
Yeah, all of this discussion is actually premature at this point because the earlier motion was simply to add it to the agenda for
Right.
later discussion.
Right.
And so it really should be discussed, as the chair has made reference to, under unfinished business.
I'll just make my motion then.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. All right, moving along. We need to add a motion, Resolution 20/21-7. The resolution of the Suffolk School Board for the City of Suffolk recognizing Jimmy LaRue as Suffolk Public Schools' local media representative to be placed on the statewide Virginia School Board Association Media Honor Roll for his ongoing responsible and exemplary nature of reporting on Suffolk Public Schools. And we need a motion to add that.
second.
Thank you.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes,
Motion carried.
Next, we need the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
yes,
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have public speakers on agenda items, and I'll ask the clerk to read the instructions.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intent to incite violence or breach of the peace, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. Refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing process by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at all board meetings. That officer shall, under the discretion of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chambers, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administrative building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of business of the board.
Thank you. First, we have Kristen Parker. Kristen Parker. No. Next, we have Tanisha Kelly. Angela McElroy.
Chairman, I have a letter from Ms. McElroy.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Gardner.
I write today as a citizen of Suffolk and the Holland area and as a teacher of Suffolk Public Schools. I've read the superintendent's plan for virtual learning and feel that it will not meet all the needs of our students and teachers. I wholeheartedly agree that we need to start virtually, but there are several points to this plan that still put teacher and student well-being at risk. Firstly, requiring teachers to report to buildings 4 days a week and put their own school-aged kids in daycare is not acceptable. Teachers and staff are the most risky population in a school, and this will needlessly expose them and their kids to more points of contact for the virus to spread. If teachers wish to work in their own rooms, this should be allowed, but requiring it causes considerable hardship to those who may need to be home to care for a loved one and keep exposure low. While there is a plan to allow vulnerable teachers to work from home, others might still have concerns about limiting exposure and keeping their own children safe. Moreover, the cost of this service is expensive and unnecessary if teachers are not required to report to the buildings every day. You have given parents the option to keep their kids home virtual, but not the teachers. Secondly, requiring a structured day can be very tough for some students and teachers. Many of our secondary students will be the primary care for their younger siblings and cousins if parents need to work. They will have to balance this with the set schedule for their own schooling. They will not only have to facilitate their younger relatives' learning, but also manage their own, which does not help their well-being. Some of our younger students may be in the care of older relatives and with multiple other students, also trying to access the lessons for hours a day. I cannot imagine a young learner being constantly engaged in school lessons online for over 6 hours a day for 4 days in a row. Older caregivers could struggle to help, especially if assisting many at one time. Parents who can help will also struggle while trying to meet the demands for their own work. Their help may not be available until evenings, and monitoring student learning may not be feasible during the hours scheduled. This is too much stress to place upon our students and working families. Also, internet access in parts of Suffolk is patchy at best and absent at worst. I live in an area without high-speed access and use the Khajiit in the spring, as well as my own hotspot device. There is no way I could have been online regularly all day on that type of device. These are powered by Verizon, and I have been told by them several times that the tower in the area is congested and they have no plans to expand. Web pages are very slow to load and videos are out of the question. There were times in the spring when even web pages or Google Classroom just wouldn't load. I was told by Verizon that if I wasn't happy with my service, then I could switch providers. However, they are the only ones available in the area. I can only imagine the struggle and frustration a student would face having to complete lessons, participate in Zoom meetings, watch videos for class, and access online materials. Moreover, many of our teachers have children younger than 4 or children attending schools in other districts and will bear the brunt of childcare in their households. Under normal circumstances, they would find childcare facilities, but currently, many families are doing all they can to limit exposure if possible. Virtual learning is allowing students and parents to limit themselves and stay safe, but the current plan is disregarding the safety of the staff and their own families. We need to have leeway to give students and teachers a way to access a plan at whatever times they can be available. Giving teachers a way to set office hours to be available by group chat or video meeting, and setting up weekly lessons that run Monday to Monday would give students and teachers who cannot adhere to a strict schedule the flexibility they need to meet their other obligations. The students who will be most impacted by a set schedule will inevitably be those who have less parental support, and unfortunately, those of lower socioeconomic status will be disproportionately affected by this. This inequity can easily be avoided by creating a more flexible system. We have seen in the news recently that several school systems have retracted similar plans and have been hit hard with outbreaks. In Richmond, the school system considered requiring teachers to report to buildings each day, and in the end, decided that the risk to their health wasn't worth it. In Gwinnett County and Atlanta, teachers on their pre-service week managed to cause an outbreak, and now 260 teachers are quarantined. Also, we saw back in the fall, many students will struggle to log in every day, much less keep an hourly schedule. As teachers, the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our students is always on our minds. The health and well-being of our own families and our colleagues is also ever present in these current times. I urge you to think on these points and advocate for a fully virtual start for all the flexibility in scheduling to help make things equitable for all. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Next, we have Kelly Beck.
That again is another letter. To whom it may concern, I will not be able to attend the meeting, but I want it to be heard. I will not allow my children to return to school physically until this pandemic is over, period. You all know well enough that schools are petri dishes, and for admins and politicians trying to force children to go back before a vaccination is even developed is asinine. My children will do online classes. It's that or nothing. I am my children's advocate, and you will not be sending my children to a potential death trap over my dead body. As a 20-year military wife, we've always followed orders, but when you knowingly endangered your children's lives, I will break rank and I will fight till my last breath. My husband and all other neighbors feel the same way. Our children are not expendable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Thank those people for their comments. Next, we have reports by the superintendent. Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Ward, to come up. We have several things that we want to highlight, including our 2020 Virginia History Teacher of the Year. Great news from our SPS alumni with Savannah Miller, 2020 VSBA Tidewater Regional Art Contest winners, 2020-2021 Suffolk Art Leads Sharon Pico and Chip Pico Student Scholarship winners, Suffolk Art Leads John R. Taylor Student Scholarship for Visual Art winner, and certification of our own Dr. Brooks Buck before we do our SPS response plan update and calendar of special events. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board. Let us take a moment to reflect on the good things that are happening and that always continue to happen in Suffolk Public Schools. I want to begin our good news report by recognizing Miss India Micel, a teacher at Lakeland High School, who has been named the 2020 History Teacher of the Year. This award highlights the importance of education by honoring exceptional American history teachers from elementary school through high school. Ms. Micel, in an article shared by the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, describes Ms. Micel's classroom as being collaborative and explains how she draws students into an engagement with the past. The article states, Her exploration of American history is a deep dive into sources, artifacts, and historic sites. In addition to a $1,000 honorarium, Lakeland High School will receive a core archive of American history books from the Gilder Learman Educational Materials. Congratulations again to Miss India Micel and the Cavaliers at Lakeland High School. Last month, we recognized Alana Tillery, a graduate from Kings Fork High School who is now a student at the University of Maryland, College Park. And tonight we recognize Savannah Miller, a 2017 valedictorian from Nansemond River High School and rising senior at Dartmouth College, who was recently named the Robert H. Nutt Award Grant recipient for playwriting. Savannah is a theater major in English and Russian double major from Windsor, Virginia. Double minor, I'm sorry. At Dartmouth College, Savannah won the prestigious Eleanor Frost Playwright Contest for the second time, having her play Little Circles produced virtually this summer. At Dartmouth, Savannah had 2 original plays produced through the Department of Theater. The House in the summer of 2018, which was her first win for the Eleanor Frost Playwright Contest, and Trivia Champion, which was produced in the summer of 2019. Savannah has experience with stage management, working as an assistant stage manager on the theater department's 2017 cabaret as a stage manager for Dartmouth Idol. As a theater artist, Savannah has worked with different theatrical organizations, including the New York Theater Workshop, the Smithsonian's Discovery Theater, the Stratford Festival, and the Virginia Theater Association. Outside of the arts, Savannah writes for the student newspaper on her campus. She's a tour guide and undergraduate advisor and is an active member of the Alpha Xi Delta sorority. After Dartmouth, Savannah plans to attend graduate school for playwriting and pursue a career as a writer and arts educator. Thank you, Savannah, for representing Suffolk Public Schools with such a bright and shining light. Alumni like Savannah are examples of the amazing students we have here in Suffolk Public Schools who do go on to do great things. As we continue student recognitions tonight, 3 Suffolk Public Schools students were named the 2020 VSBA Tidewater Regional Art Contest winners. The VSBA Regional Art Contest started as a way to promote the artistic talents of Virginia's public school students. This year's winners were chosen from an impressive selection of art from around the region, and a winner was chosen from the elementary, middle, and high school levels. Congratulations to Zoe Dorn from John F. Kennedy Middle, who received first place, Carolyn Morris from Nansemond River High School, who received second place, and Isabella Kate Bishop from Florence Bowser Elementary School, who received second place. Dr. Gordon would like to present each of you with something special from Suffolk Public Schools. Are any of you ladies here?
Oh, beautiful. That is beautiful.
Great talent that we have here in Suffolk Public Schools. Florence Bowser, this is an elementary school student's art, so this is another one. Hand this back to you. But we also have a Build the Best SDS t-shirt. Normally I'm going to give you a high five. This time I'm going to give you a virtual one. Right there for the picture. Look, we have the picture. Absolutely. Yeah. right here. Virginia School Board Association has recognized her as well. Second place, we're going to go ahead and close this picture. I'll get that check. And even though Zoe is not here, this is our first place winner.
Oh, okay.
Textile and maternal.
Okay.
So we did. This is from JFK, John F. Kennedy Middle School. You know, middle school student that has that type of skill, which is, we're just so proud of all the talent that we have. We'll make sure we send Zoe.
I'd like to say also, I've been on the board for 11 years, and this is the most art awards we've ever won from the VSB regional, and I'm very proud of these students. I'm very proud of the art program that we have in Suffolk Public Schools and the teachers that are so dedicated to these art programs. The arts are so important. Thank you, Dr. Gordon.
On behalf of the Suffolk Art League's Sharon Pico and Chip Pico Student Scholarship Committee, 3 Suffolk Public Schools students were selected to receive scholarships for the 2020-2021 school year. The scholarships were awarded to students entering grades 6 through 12 to pursue their interest in the arts, whether performing visual or literary. We'll show recognition to the following students: Ayana Lee Johnson from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School, Savannah Stevens from John Yates Middle, and Ezekiel Swindle, also from John Yates Middle. In addition, the foundation also offered the John R. Taylor Student Scholarship for Visual Arts to 1 public school student, and the recipient was Nevaeh Cheney from Creekside Elementary School. No. And at this time, we would like to make a special announcement for one of our board members here tonight. The Virginia School Board Association would like to recognize Dr. Judith Brooks Buck for serving as a member of the 2020 VSBA Legislative Positions Committee. Thank you, Dr. Brooks Buck, and I'll hand it over to Dr. Gordon to say a few words.
This is a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Judith Brooks Buck for serving as a member of the 2020 VSBA Legislative Positions Committee. As we know, school board policy is the overall goal that school boards are asked to do. It's really all about governance, policy, and advocating for students. And we're so proud, as this is signed by Rodney Jordan, the VSBA president at the time, that we have one of our own that's being recognized as a few members across the state. So, Dr. Buck, I'm going to come back there to you so you don't have to move.
Well, thank you.
We want to make sure we still get a picture with her, but congratulations, Dr.
Well,
Buck.
thank you. I didn't
Way to
know I got
represent Suffolk Public
something.
Schools well.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I'd like to congratulate Dr. Buck, too. I've known her for a long time, and this is recognition that is well-deserved. She goes to Richmond. She works for public education very diligently, lobbying, and also on the federal level. And
Thank you.
I commend her. Thank you, Dr. Buck.
Thank you.
Dr. Gordon, Suffolk Public Schools response plan update.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you all know, this is now the 3rd time that I've come to the podium to address the board, and I want to go ahead and make sure that our entire school community and our board knows, anytime I come to this podium, this lets you know that we have some serious things to talk about. I want to continue my comments to the board from our July 9th, 2020 school board meeting and provide insight into some of the reasoning for our recommendation for a virtual start, except for our students in our specialized programs for the first 9 weeks of the 2020-2021 school year. As we have always said, we will keep kids first in every decision that we make. The safety of our students and staff will always be our first priority. As we all know, the total number of COVID cases in Virginia has been on the rise since June, and Governor Northam recently announced renewed restrictions for the Hampton Roads area. Our team and our task force groups have worked diligently to develop plans and processes that best fit the needs of our students and school community. I want to publicly thank all of the members of the task force for their dedication and support in assisting us to develop our fall learning plan, Educate and Innovate. It is our job to provide the best learning experience possible for our students. And we all know that every decision that we make will not always be the most popular, but it will always be the right decision for kids. This is part of the reason why we are recommending that our staff return to our buildings for instruction Monday through Thursday, with Friday being an optional instructional support day. There are several reasons why we came to this conclusion. Number one, having our staff in our buildings for instruction guarantees that we will have adequate broadband for virtual instruction. We heard that from one of our prior comments earlier. We have several staff members who do not have sufficient internet access to properly teach from home. Number two, unfortunately, it has come to my attention that we also have had several staff members that have taken other jobs and responsibilities during contract hours. We have confirmed that some of our educators have taken on second jobs, such as serving as tutors for the homeschool population, or becoming a part-time waitress as an example. Section 7-32.1 clearly states that no employee shall accept gainful employment in any private business or outside activity during the term of his or her contract when such employment shall detract from employee's effectiveness in his or her assigned duties, nor shall the outside employment reflect adversely upon Suffolk Public Schools. The individual involved shall first secure permission from the superintendent before entering into supplementary employment. It is disappointing to discover that we have had employees who have violated this policy. Number three, all teacher resources are present in our schools. We want to make things as easy as possible for our educators to create innovative and engaging lessons. And we know that the resources and manipulatives that can be used in a virtual setting are properly stored in our schools. Number four, we also want to be able to separate the home and work life for mental health support. We fully understand that if a staff member has a young child or someone else at home that needs their attention, this may be difficult during contract hours. We want to preserve family time for our employees. Number five, our administrators will be able to properly monitor and observe instruction in a more efficient manner and be able to provide immediate feedback if staff is in the building. If you remember, one of the core pieces of feedback that we received from our virtual SPS model for the fourth 9 weeks was a lack of consistent feedback and engagement from some of our instructional staff. We feel that following the same format as if we are in face-to-face instruction is the best method to improve instruction. Number six, and this is to me the most important. Lastly, we need to make decisions that are fair and equitable to all of our employees in Suffolk Public Schools. Since the spring, we have had cafeteria staff, custodial crews, office staff, school counselors, administrators, maintenance staff, and others who have returned to work, many for 5 days a week. We need to have the same expectation for our instructional staff. All of you have heard me say that we need all of our employees to be present in order for this school division to succeed. We believe that we need to have the same expectations for all staff, regardless of their role. Now, I know that the recommendation for staff to return to the buildings has caused some anxiety for our instructional staff. And trust me, we get it. We understand your concerns. But I also want you to know that we are not alone in this request. Hampton City Public Schools has recommended that instructional staff return for 3 days. Isle of Wight is requesting and requiring staff to be present. Southampton County is also requiring staff to be present. Portsmouth will have teachers in the building for departmental and grade level meetings, etc. I know that we have had staff members send their opinions to us and to board meetings explaining why they are uncomfortable. For example, thank you to Mr. Mitnick for forwarding me some concerns of a staff member that is both a teacher and a parent and a recent article by CNN that detailed 260 staff members testing positive or being exposed to COVID-19 in Gwinnett County, Georgia, 1 week after they returned to work. What the staff member, however, did not share is that Gwinnett County, Georgia also had the highest COVID-19 rates in the state, and that there are 23,000 teachers in the school division. We also know that Georgia came under national scrutiny for opening up the state too soon after state restrictions. Gwinnett County is one of the largest school divisions in the county, and I have worked closely with their leadership in my prior role as chief of schools in Chesterfield County as part of the large school division consortium for the American Superintendents Association. When you do the math, 260 cases out of 23,000 employees means that 1.1% of their entire teacher workforce tested positive or were exposed. That number is far less than the percentages of positive cases here in the city of Suffolk. Now, got to be honest here. I want our teachers to know that we have thought this through. As a matter of fact, the safety protocols that we are putting in place in our buildings are the same protocols that we have used in the school administrative office from late spring and summer. Just to provide some background, there are a total of 74 employees in the school administrative office, which falls right in the middle of the number of employees on average in our schools. Since March 3rd, 2020, we have had 6 staff members that have been quarantined for the following reasons: 2 for travel out of the country, 2 for a family member being diagnosed with COVID-19, 1 for a possible exposure, and 1 with an elevated temperature that actually had a negative test result. None of our employees at the SAO have a positive test result. We feel that if we follow the proper safety procedures, wear our masks when moving around the building, and wash our hands, etc., that our staff will be fine. We hope that our teachers trust in us in setting up a plan that will work in keeping them safe while also providing the best educational experience for our students. Now, I know that the board is still deciding on if having staff in the building is the best decision. I do want to share with the board and our school community that without staff being in the building, at least on some days, then our plan will not work effectively. For example, we need our instructional assistants in the building to assist with instructional components of our childcare plan. If the board is not comfortable with requiring teachers to come for 4 days a week, then please provide a number of days in which the board is comfortable. All we are asking is to please not make the decision to be optional for every day. The protocols that we are putting in place include teachers remaining in their room for the instructional day. Everything that we have laid out in our plan is a key piece of the puzzle, and no piece can be ignored. Every component works together, and we need that synergy for overall efficiency, effectiveness, and success. Later on tonight, you will hear details regarding our plans for safety, health, and instruction. You will hear from practically all members of the superintendent's cabinet, as they are experts in the field for making our plan educate and innovate a reality. I am also proud of our plan to provide childcare for our staff to have students that attend Suffolk Public Schools. We have received dozens of inquiries from so many school divisions regarding our child care model, as we feel that this is the best way to support our staff. I know that our school board has received communication from our staff members that do not have children that attend Suffolk Public Schools. I want to make it very clear in stating that you will have the opportunity for child care too, but we must take care of our students who live in Suffolk first. That's all. I wish we had the capacity to take care of everyone, but we must prioritize. Lastly, I want our school community to know that things are going to be different and that we all must accept it. I have faith that our students are very resilient and that they will show the signs of creativity, knowledge, and innovation. To all of our students, we have a phased-in approach to our plan that works towards having you back in school in the traditional setting. We just can't do that just yet. To all of our parents, thank you so much for your feedback, email, letters of concern, and support. We have read each and every one, and it has helped us to come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan that we feel is the best for all students. I know that there's still some discussion, as we heard tonight, regarding our Khajiit devices for those areas of Suffolk that have challenges with internet access and broadband. Thank you to John Littlefield, our Director of Technology, and Anthony Hines, our Purchasing Manager, on their work in upgrading our current Khajiit devices to unlimited data, as well as purchasing an additional 525 devices for the 2020-2021 school year. This is a classic example of the school division hearing parental concerns and addressing them to the best of our ability. To all of our teachers, Now is your time to show why you are professional educators. Use your instructional technology platforms to create a learning environment filled with excitement, knowledge, creativity, and collaboration. The collaboration must be between all parties, but specifically teacher and student, teacher and parent, teacher and administrator and parent. This is the only way that we're going to be successful. I am sure that our board will relay several of your questions during our fall learning plan presentation, and I will reinforce our answers and everything else that you want to know during my next Facebook Live on August 14th, 2020 at 2:00 p.m. Thank you to everyone that assisted us in taking Suffolk Public Schools to the next level. This is what building the best SPS is all about.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. And now we need calendar of special events.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. My computer went to sleep. All right, our new teacher orientation is going to be at Kings Fork High School from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on August 24th, 2020. SPS Pre-Service Week, August 31st through September 4th. National Read a Book Day, 2 days before school starts on September 6th. Labor Day holiday, of course, is September 7th. First day of school here in Suffolk Public Schools will be September 8th, which is also International Literacy Day. Our next Suffolk Public Schools Board meeting is September 10th, and the entire month of September is National Learning and Development Month. How fitting is that for this year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Next, we have the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second. Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick? Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Under unfinished business, Dr. Gordon, Suffolk Public Schools Fall Reopening Plan, Educate and Innovate.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to ask our Chief of Administrative Services, Dr. Suzanne Rice, to come to the podium to continue part two of what we originally introduced to you all on July 9th. As I stated in my SPS response plan update, you're really going to hear from almost every member of the superintendent's cabinet as we've divided this up into several sections. We are really hoping that in this slide deck that we have addressed practically every question that you all brought to us as a group at the July 9th meeting, including new questions that may have come from our community members, parents, students, teachers, et cetera. So this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rice. Dr. Rice?
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and board members. We're back again to give you some specific details, as Dr. Gordon has alluded to, and hopefully answer all the questions that you all had last month. Differently, however, as he also mentioned, I will bring some of my closest friends with me up here tonight and not stand here alone throughout the presentation. So some folks that are going to cover their areas of expertise, as you see here on what we're going to cover. We're going to look at the Department of Health data and metrics, our fall registration results, the health and safety measures, the staffing, the cleaning and disinfecting procedures, the childcare plan, and of course the instructional plan. The first thing we want to talk to you about are some health metrics and data. And the first slide that you see here tonight is basically looking at an overview of the state of Virginia and the number of cases that are currently as of August 3rd. We got this from the Virginia Department of Health, and the reason it's August 3rd is because we want it to be the most recent data prior to when having to submit this presentation for you all. So all you can see is the bottom at the right-hand corner there, you see in the yellow, that's Suffolk. So 1,112 cases as of August 3rd. In conferencing with the local health department, especially in particular Dr. Wagner, we were given some guidance to look at two metrics in particular. And so this slide is looking at those two metrics. Across the two rows, the first row across the top there, you're looking at the number of cases, and that's the number of cases per 100,000, and that's a daily rate that you're looking at there. That second row across the bottom there is looking at the percent of positive cases. The color-coded key in the bottom right-hand corner is very important because that helps you understand this chart. Based on the metrics, anything that is in the red zone there is considered a substantial or high risk or threat to the community. Anything in the orange is considered moderate. Anything in the yellow is considered low. And then, of course, green would mean that you don't have any cases, and that's the ultimate goal here. On the left-hand side, you'll notice that these numbers are representing the city of Suffolk. And on the right-hand side, we're looking at the eastern region. Now, some of you may ask, why are we even looking at the eastern region? And really, there are two reasons for this. One is because we have numerous staff members that live outside of the city of Suffolk. And we also have parents, of course, that work outside of the city of Suffolk. So it's important for us to look at the region as a whole as well as the city of Suffolk. So looking at that first metric, the number of cases per day for every 100,000 in population. The flags that they have developed are anything from 0 to 4 cases on a daily basis per 100,000 is considered a low incident. Between 5 and 10, or I should say 5 and 9, that's considered moderate. And more than 10 cases a day per 100,000 is considered a high or substantial risk. As you can see in that line graph for Suffolk, we are well into the red at 25.7 as of August 3rd, or 26 cases per day. The trend, as you notice on the line graph, is starting to make a slight turn down, and the Virginia Department of Health and the local health department look at trends as far as 7-day periods of time and looking for that slope to continue in that motion. So this is just by a day-to-day basis there. On the right, you notice, of course, across the top that the same is true for the eastern region in general, slightly less at 20.4 cases per day, but again, the trend is well into the red zone, above the 10, with a slightly, the curve moving down like we want to see. On the bottom, the flag is anything above 10% of positive cases. So as you can see in Suffolk, we're at 13.5% as of August 3rd. And if you look at the line graph, unfortunately on August 3rd, it looks like the tick was starting to move in an upward direction. In the eastern region, however, it started to flatten out a little bit, right at 10.2%. So that's moving in the right direction, hopefully, into the yellow. So again, by guidance, we've been, told that we probably should not bring students into the building and if we are at that high risk level. And as you can see across the board here, everything is in a red. And so therefore, the recommendation has to go 100% online with exception of a small group that we're going to talk about in just a minute. So this is just basically a graphic to kind of show you what we're thinking. When they look at the trend, as I mentioned, it's going to be a 7-day period of time. And so we're talking about, for example, greater than 100 cases a week per 100,000 in population. So as long as we're in the red, that metric stays in the red, we want to look at all online instruction. If we can get the trend into the moderate range or that orange, then we're looking at trying to do that hybrid model that we're going to talk about in just a minute and that we shared at the last meeting. If we can get into the yellow and hopefully to the green, then we want to open our doors to get as close to a normal schedule as possible. Now, as Dr. Gordon has indicated already, we want to recommend to you, and of course it's your decision, but we want to recommend that the first 9 weeks be all virtual based on these metrics. What we will do in turn then is monitor this data very closely, especially about midway through the first 9 weeks. That's when we'll start really conferring with the Department of Health and trying to decide, are we ready to make the move to that hybrid platform for those who want that the second 9 weeks. So again, we're going to be looking at the data very carefully. So the hybrid plan that we shared with you last time, we gave several options to the parents, and the one that we went with is with 4 cohorts. So this means that those parents who selected that hybrid option, part face-to-face, part online, our students will be divided into 4 cohorts, an A, a B, a C, and a D cohort. And what that means is they will attend school 1 day a week. So for example, if your child is in the A cohort, they may be assigned Monday. That would mean Tuesday through Friday, they would be online. If your child is in the B cohort, perhaps they will be assigned on a Tuesday. That would mean Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, they are online. Transportation, of course, is going to be provided for all of those who indicated that they needed it on the fall registration form, and we'll follow the same 3 tiers that we do in a normal school year. Middle school first, high school second, and elementary third. So we'll remain on those same 3 tiers when we get to that hybrid model. The virtual plan, I just want to reemphasize that those folks, the parents that selected this option in fall registration, are going to get that regardless of what action you take tonight on the reopening. If that's the option that they want, they are going to be granted that option. But I wanted to emphasize here, and of course you will hear more from the instructional folks about this, but I wanted to emphasize that this will not look like what we did in the spring with the continuity of learning. The instruction will be provided by Suffolk Public Schools teachers. All the instruction and support will be from our staff. Now, we're bringing this up as well because we mentioned last month that we thought if we did a hybrid plan that there were some high-need students that probably need more face-to-face time. But we wanted to specify which students we're talking about. That does not include the inclusion students in special education. Those students in special education who receive their instruction in an inclusion setting or maybe get a pull-out every now and then in a resource room would fall into the cohort category that I just described to you if a hybrid option was what their parents selected. So they would fall into that A, B, C, D cohort that I just mentioned. If their parents selected all virtual, obviously they're going to get that as well. These are the students, however, that we want to see a little more face-to-face time with. These are the program students that we talked about last month, and these are the students that require some intensive supports. These students have an alternative curriculum, and it's very difficult to do that virtual online learning. These students receive their instruction in a special ed classroom, and of course, there's still that option of being all online if that's what the parent wanted, or that if they chose the hybrid, we're recommending that that hybrid model be Monday through Thursday, not the 1 day a week ABCD cohort. We're talking about around 300 students. They're spread out among 17 schools, so that's a very small number in each school. And we already know that only about probably a half of them, maybe slightly more, are interested in coming back to that face-to-face. So again, that would be Monday through Thursday, and transportation will be provided by special ed buses, which is why we're so confident we can get that Monday through Thursday schedule accomplished with these students. Meal delivery. We've decided that what we will do is continue with the same model that we're currently using, and that is delivery on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We provide a lunch and a breakfast to all the students. And what that means is on Tuesday, they will receive a breakfast and a lunch for Tuesday and Wednesday. And on Thursday delivery, they receive a breakfast and lunch for Thursday, Friday, and Monday. We currently are delivering those with our buses, and we will continue doing that. But the schedule will change slightly, and once we confirm what the schedule will look like, of course, we'll advertise it and get that out to everybody like we have done it to this point. Here are the registration results. After that survey, we wanted to give the option to the parents so that we could start the scheduling process. And so we had 10,686 responses. That represents students. That's a great response number. It's still open. We reopened the link so we could capture the rest of the students, but as of today, we have just under 13,800 students enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools, so this is a really good percentage right here. As you can see, it's a pretty even split. About 51% wanted the face-to-face hybrid model, and 49% want that virtual model. So those, again, virtual model students, those 49% will be guaranteed online instruction. The 51% will be at your discretion whether we open with that hybrid model or all virtual. Those who chose that hybrid model also had a question about whether you would need some transportation from Suffolk Public Schools. And as you can see, 67% of those folks needed Suffolk Public Schools transportation. So that's where we're going to build our bus routes. And the Transportation Department already has this data, and they are working on that information as we speak. All right, screening protocols. We actually have three levels of screening protocols. We're going to use what the CDC refers to as a passive method. And basically, that is a recommendation from the CDC. Passive meaning is sort of like a self-evaluation, if you will. And so this is the protocol we're going to use for any visitors to the building. This poster will be posted on the outside of each school or each department, if you will, and where there's the buzzer to get buzzed into the building is where they must read these questions. So whoever's going to unlock the door for them will communicate with them to please read the poster. They may read the questions to them, but they have to answer all three of those questions. You know, the first being, are you experiencing any of those symptoms? Have you taken medication in the last 72 hours to fight a fever? And have you been in contact with someone who has tested positive? If they answer yes to any of those, of course, we're not going to admit them into the building. And then at the bottom, which I've cut off so this would fit the screen better, there were more information for them to follow. And there's also a QR code there that they can get more information on what they should do next if they answered yes to any of those. No, of course, they would be admitted into the building. The safety monitor, if they are in the building at that point, will then direct them to what's your business, nature of business. They can either go to that safety kiosk or into the main office, but that's as far as they will get in the building. We will not have outside folks in the buildings for any reason. The second one is going to be an acknowledgement for parents. We're putting a responsibility on parents to ensure that they will not send their students to school with any symptoms, or whether it's COVID-related or not. We don't want any ill students in the building. So basically, this acknowledgement form will go home with be mailed to all parents, I should say. We'll also make it available online. But we want them to sign off with this agreement that they will not send their students to school with any of these symptoms. They will notify the school if they have tested positive or if someone in the household has tested positive. And I'm not going to read this whole form to you, but basically it's just putting the responsibility on parents to say that you will check your child in the morning to ensure they don't have any of these symptoms or that they haven't been exposed to the virus that they are aware of, and they will not send them to school. The third one is for staff. This is an example of the form they will receive. Each staff member will have this form, and it's to be used on a daily basis through a month, and in each month they get a new form. But it's basically the same type symptom checker. They write down whether they yes or no to these, and this is before they arrive to work or school. We don't want them to get to school and then do the symptom checker, so this is what you do at home. Have you been exposed to the virus? Are you feeling ill? What's your temperature? Please record it and write it down, and then if you were experiencing any of those symptoms. So again, if they answer yes to any of these, we do not want them in the building, and they should report to their supervisor that they experienced whatever it was that they checked off on this sheet. So this is the flow chart for what happens after that screening takes place. At the top block there, you'll see screen for COVID, which is what I just shared with you, those three types of screenings. If their answer is with no to everything, then there are no flags or symptoms or whatever, then obviously it goes to the green block, which means you can go to school or work. If they had close contact, whether they have symptoms or not, you move down, cannot go to school or report to work. And then from there you look, exposure, no symptoms, they need to stay home and self-isolate for 14 days. Again, CDC guidelines. If they have lab-confirmed diagnosis, whether they have symptoms or not, they cannot go to school or work. And if you look down below, they stay home for 10 days from the date of that positive test. Again, a CDC guideline. If they had one of the symptoms that was listed on the symptom checker, then they cannot go to school or work, and they must stay home 10 days, and within that 10 days, show no fever for 24 hours without the help of medication, and show 3 days of improvement in whatever symptom they were experiencing. This is the flow chart for what happens if we have a positive case. In the upper left-hand corner, we hope that the nurse is the person who is notified. Once she is notified about a positive case, she is to collect as much information as possible about the situation. She will then report to the building administrator, and she will also report to Ms. Williford, our nursing supervisor. Ms. Williford will then report to myself and also the Suffolk Department of Health. The health department then is going to take all that information and then help us, give us guidance on what our next steps should be as far as any closures, trying to determine the contact tracing, how extensive was it, et cetera. I will, of course, then keep Dr. Gordon abreast of everything that's going on so we know what kind of changes or what kind of communication needs to move forward. The building administrator, once he or she is notified, if it was a staff member who tested positive, then they need to notify Dr. Brown in Human Resources. They also need to notify the facilities folks so that we can get cleaning and disinfecting taking place right away. What you see across the bottom in the blue squares down there are basically just additional tasks, responsibilities for these folks. Those are all the things that the school nurse is responsible for, the HR department, Ms. Williford, the health department. These are the expectations we have from them. And then, of course, the responsibilities from my office and the community engagement office so that we can make sure that communication is very specific and happens quickly. These are just some examples of the signage that are going to be throughout the schools and the buildings. The one on the left will be plastered everywhere, and it's just a constant reminder that we're going to follow the 3 W's, wear a face covering constantly, walk or wait 6 feet apart, and you're washing your hands all the time. The one-way signs are going to be posted in the hallways to represent the one-way traffic throughout a building. We do not want any two-way traffic. Again, this is just another way for mitigation and keeping that physical distancing. The round sign over there is actually a sticker, and that's going to be placed on the floors throughout the buildings, in the hallways, cafeterias, the lobbies, the bus ramps. And this basically a safe place to stand because they're going to be measured off 6 feet apart. Others examples show that we are going to have some of them that are going to be personalized for the schools. So, for example, Nansemond River, it's a reminder to the Warriors to stand 6 feet apart. The face covering reminder. And then the washing the hands will not just be posted at bathrooms, I can tell you. It will be all over the building. We will also have hand sanitizing stations throughout the buildings as well. And one thing I will say about the masks, there have been some questions about, it seems like a long time to have to wear a mask. I know when Dr. Gordon and I met with the student advisory, that was one of the questions they had. And we let them know that when you're in the classroom and you're seated at your place and everyone's in their seats 6 feet apart, you can obviously take a break from that mask. But once you have to get up and move around or anyone's moving around, then the masks need to go back in place. So there will be times to get a break if the students have questions about that. Transportation. Last month when I was here, I shared with you that the CDC guideline was that we had 1 student per seat every other seat, which gave us a capacity of about 12 students per bus. In July, they've changed that so that the guidance is now we can put 1 per seat with the 3 feet distancing. And so this is a diagram of what that would look like. The red dots represent the students, and it's in a zigzag pattern so that we're trying to get as much distance between them as possible, but that also increases our capacity on the buses to around 23 or 24 students. The caveat here, though, is that they all must wear face coverings. So parents that want their children to ride the school buses must understand that they have to wear face coverings. And this is just a picture of one of our buses, an actual bus view from the front to the back, giving you an idea of what it will look like. The white signs, of course, are going to be a little more permanent than just taped pieces of paper, but that was just to give you a visual of what it will look like. This is a diagram of the classroom arrangements. I mean, obviously, we have different size classrooms throughout the division, but this gives you an idea of what we talked about last month, which is 6 feet distancing from center to center of each desk, front, back, and all the way around is a diameter, all facing the front of the room. And here's an example of what that will look like in 2 of our actual classrooms. The classroom on the left is Colonel Fred Cherry Middle School. And I kind of wanted to show this picture because these are the new desks that many of the schools had purchased last year. These are great for collaboration and putting the desks together for group work, but obviously that's not going to happen anytime soon. But we can also space them out about 6 feet apart, as you can see in the picture. The picture on the left is Nansemond River High School, and that's what typical high school desks are looking like in our division. And so we can get about 10 to 12 desks in a classroom properly spaced. And that's just a visual of what it looks like. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. My temperature today was 97.3. So just want everybody to know that we are doing that. So the first slide, we started back in June Just want to get an overview of key dates and response efforts. So we surveyed every staff in the division, about 2,000. We did get about 1,531 responses from our staff, which we think is a pretty good return. We asked them, first of all, I wanted to kind of see the level and the department. You can kind of see it on this first graph here, and that does represent our staff in our building. This next slide is the number returning. So we wanted to, what is your position? We wanted to kind of get a breakdown of the position, and we wanted to know who's going to come back, because remember, this was done in June. People were planning to retire, planning to resign, so we wanted to get exact number of those staff members that were planning to return to SPS. This next number, is very important. This next slide is, are you comfortable returning back to the site? Just very simple question. I mean, because we know people had a lot of anxieties back in June, so we needed to know just what their comfort level was. Doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, yes, we're going to allow you not to come, but we wanted to know, what do we have to do? Do we have to educate? We have to inform people about what's going on, but we wanted to know their comfort level. So about 56% was yes. They were very comfortable coming back. We had 34% maybe. These were the ones, not quite sure what the plan is. Some uncertainty. Remember, this again was in June when we took this survey, and about 10% were no, said absolutely no. This question here, doesn't see the whole thing there, but we had to be very careful with how we worded this question. We wanted to know if any of them had the underlying conditions that would prohibit them from returning or working in the classroom. And that we included childcare in this. We included all of the underlying conditions that the CDC recommended. So 52 responded no, meaning that they didn't have any concern, they didn't have any of those things that would keep them from returning face-to-face. About 47% stated yes, that they had something. We didn't ask particulars at this point. We just wanted to get a general feel for who could come back and who maybe not be able to come back. Again, this was the entire division. This particular this survey was given in July the 20th. And so we asked, this was surveyed to teachers, because now what we're trying to do, okay, who can come back face-to-face? Because we had to do a schedule for the kids. Now we need to know what teachers had underlying conditions, so we were very strategic about asking this question. So we surveyed about 1,100 teachers. We had 852 responded to this survey. I got 3 on Monday, so the survey is still open, and it's a live living survey, so when they respond, I'm putting them in whatever their responses are. So right now, we're about 858, and this slide was done the other day, but we're about 858. So 643, yes, we planned it. We're okay with coming face-to-face. 170 stated no. And that's about 1 out of every 5 teachers is planning to come back, did not want to feel comfortable coming back face-to-face. And so we also asked, we wanted to know what their comfort level was with the virtual learning platform to provide the instruction. So if you wanted to be virtual teacher, but do you have the skills? Are you comfortable? Are you confident in the ability to provide virtual? And you can see that we had 40% was 5, meaning extremely confident. So a lot of our teachers are extremely confident, very confident, and kind of moderate. So we had a few that had 9 that said 1 and 32 that was 2. But that helps us as we're planning for professional development, things of that nature. Now, we wanted to kind of get a breakdown, okay, what is the position that you're teaching? Because what we were doing, we sorted all of this information as we looked at, okay, who's available, who's not available, and this is a pretty good breakdown, and this was all of the positions, and so it's about 11 of them. So what you're seeing is the breakdown. Of course, the general education teacher is 66% and 15% for the special education. The rest of them are represented in the small graphs. Now, this slide here, these are some options for staff. But first of all, we wanted everyone to know that the well-being of our staff is the heart of the decision-making. And we don't just say this, we practice this every single day. Dr. Gordon stated about the quarantine and what we were doing with staff. I have a list of people that have one of these situations or not. I called every one of them. I don't just want to send an email. I just don't. Somebody on my staff is going to have a conversation, what's going on, give me the details, how can we help you, and it helped them. And so we strive to do that. And we're calling people on Saturday, we call them on Sunday, because we need our staff to know we care. And that's what we're continuing to do. We want them to know that. Balance the desire to return with the risk. I'm giving Dr. Gordon this is where we are, Dr. Gordon. We had a large number of people, that may have, that has been exposed. And so I'm keeping the superintendent informed so he can make decisions from there. And also, the first thing, we want to ensure that we can meet the needs of our schools. And this is what I'm sharing with the staff. Everyone who wants to teach virtually, we're looking at that. I've shared that with the principals. Look at your schedule. Look at the needs of your buildings. Are you able to accommodate this request? If the answers are yes, Dr. Gordon, this particular school has 10 teachers that need to teach virtual. We see no problem with meeting needs of the students. I have the appropriate documentation to support that need. Move forward, Brown. And that's how we plan to do things. And we've always done it that way. We know we're going to have to make some accommodations. Virtual teacher or teleworking. This is for staff that may not, that may be able to do some things at home. We got administrators that are teleworking, that may want to telework. Guidance counselors. Utilizing larger classrooms. This is for individuals who, I've had individuals say, yes, I have diabetes, but I'm healthy. I run every day. My numbers are great, but if I can put them in a larger classroom to increase the social distance, that will be a perfect accommodation for them versus a normal, smaller classroom. Other assigned duties. This is for some of our support staff. Some of them may have to help us in other areas. This is a new norm. Schedule adjustments. This could be for some of our custodians that may have some of these situations. I think we mentioned that earlier, to where instead of working during the school hours with kids, maybe they might want to work when the kids leave. That's something that could help, and they feel comfortable doing that. Modify job responsibilities. All of these things we have to look at, and we're having conversations. Our principals are having conversations. We're conversating with cabinet. So all of this information is going to be used to make decisions. Now, the big question, I think we had a lot of questions last month about leave management and options. Dr. Rice talked to you about if they're exposed, if they're diagnosed, or if they have symptoms. Telework if you can. I've been exposed, but I'm a teacher or I'm a guidance counselor. I can telework, Dr. Brown. No problem. Let's set up a situation so you can telework, virtual teaching or whatever for those 10 or 14 days. If they're too sick, of course, we won't require that they telework, but a lot of them have not been exposed. They've been around someone that's been positive or had or may have, so they're not necessarily sick, but we don't want them in the building if they've had that contact. So they're healthy and they're well, so they can telework from home. If the staff is not able to telework, we've done this, 10 days on administrative leave with pay. Not one single person has been docked or has been required to use leave, and they haven't had symptoms. But we don't want to risk them exposing that, so we give them that 10 days and that 14 days if they're needed to make sure they're clear to come back and they have a test. Also, leave management option. This is for childcare. These are for some of people who are impacted, their daycare are impacted by COVID-19. So there's a Family First Coronavirus Response Act. This allows us to, if they can't come because their daycare is no longer there, they can remain home up to 14 days at a partial of their pay. That's the caveat to that, and of course, these are people who may not be able to telework or what have you. Now, they're not going to be required to work if they take that option. I haven't had anyone to utilize that, but that is an option for them.
Good evening. We're going to talk about cleaning procedures. But before we do that, let me take just a minute to tell you what's changed as far as custodians and their assignments. I can't say much good has happened during the closure, but we have had the opportunity to pursue another level of Dr. Gordon's restructuring plan by moving our school division away from a site-based custodial plan or procedure to a centralized, standardized, division-based model that is now housed under the umbrella of the facilities department. The good thing about this, and it's not that we were doing a bad job cleaning in the past, we just think this is a more efficient way for us to do this. What this allows us to do is standardize our cleaning plan, which we're going to go over in a minute. It also allows us to standardize the shift schedules of all of our custodians across all of our buildings. This in turn allows us to have custodians working in such a way that we can maximize the uninterrupted cleaning hours after students and teachers leave the building. It also gives us a little higher degree of accountability in terms of head custodians and building mechanics, because under these new schedules, they will overlap shifts whereby head custodians and building mechanics will have contact on a daily basis with the custodians that work under them. We had situations in the past where custodians came in, they did what they had to do, their shift would end, and then other custodians would come in and never see the head custodian. We thought that was a very ineffective way to do this. We've remedied that at this point with these new schedules, and we think it's going to work out much better for everybody in all of our buildings. So, what's the purpose of our cleaning procedures? Identify the tasks and responsibilities to be utilized at all SPS locations and establish a systematic cleaning procedure and provide clarity, and that's important, as to the expectations related to building cleanliness. What we've done is we have developed a plan, and I'm going to go over it with you in a minute, that specifically tells every head custodian, every building mechanic, every custodian that works under them exactly what we expect to be done in every building, in every classroom, every day. There will be no deviation from this. The expectation, whether we're in a COVID situation, it makes no difference, and we're going to get to that in a minute. We aren't really viewing this as a COVID mitigation. Some of this was brought about because our eyes have been opened due to COVID, but this is our new plan regardless of what's happening to COVID going forward in the future. What is the scope? The current cleaning procedure will be utilized, as I said, with no exceptions in guiding and communicating how the custodial services department will handle cleaning procedures to help ensure that we achieve the same level of cleanliness across the entire division. We want to know, without any doubt, that everything that we require to be done or expect to be done is being done in every classroom, and this is the way we're going to make sure that happens. We have developed task lists that apply to all instructional spaces, offices, common spaces, cafeterias, gymnasiums, locker rooms, auditoriums, corridors, media centers, all the places that students and teachers go. We have a daily task list that is now going to be followed in all of our buildings with 18 required daily tasks to be completed, including spray disinfection, and we're going to get to that in a minute. We also have weekly tasks on top of those 18 daily tasks. There are 19 of those that will be added in on a weekly basis. There are 9 additional monthly tasks that go on top of both of those lists. And then there is a specific restroom task list that has to be completed daily in all of our restrooms. And if I could just take just a minute, I'm going to read to you the daily task list, just so you get an idea how aggressive this is. Items 1 through 18, and these have to be done daily in every classroom, every space that we've listed up there, every office. 1, dust and clean corners, every corner. 2, clean all light switches, door frames with alpha HP. I'll get to what alpha HP is in a minute. Dust and clean all window sills, clean all whiteboard, chalkboard trays, clean all pencil sharpeners, empty all trash cans and clean as required. Vacuum all carpet areas daily, remove stains as required daily. Sweep, dust mop, all tile floor areas, floors are mopped with germicidal cleaner daily. Clean all desktops with alpha HP. Clean all countertops, sinks, faucet handles, classroom, restroom fixtures, cabinet knobs, and door handles and knobs with alpha HP. Item number 11, spray disinfect all surfaces in all instructional spaces and offices, including all high-touch surfaces such as desks, chairs, countertops, sinks, restrooms, surfaces, lockers, doorknobs, door frames, computer keyboards and screens, and telephones, utilizing Titan 440 sprayers and Oxiver, and we'll get to that in just a second. Refill all classroom paper towel dispensers, toilet paper dispensers, soap dispensers as required. Lock windows nightly. Floor drains, strainers, and covers cleaned and free of debris daily. Under sink plumbing, inspected and cleaned as needed daily. Sink drains, cleared of debris daily. Trash removed from grounds daily. All drinking fountains and stair rails, if they're being used, will be cleaned and disinfected daily. That's just the 18 tasks that have to be done every single day in every space. Those additional lists are on top of all of this. So it's a very aggressive plan. The grounds task that I mentioned, that applies to all elementary and middle school custodians only. High schools hire their own staff that you approve to do their grounds work for them. That is not done by facilities personnel. Back to daily task list item number 11. I'm going to read it for you one more time because this is very important. We're going to spray disinfect all surfaces in all instructional spaces and offices, including all high-touch surfaces such as desks, chairs, countertops, sinks, restroom surfaces, lockers, doorknobs, door frames, computer keyboards and screens, telephones, and we're going to do that utilizing that Titan 440 sprayer that you see right there. We have purchased 60 of these. We're putting 2, possibly 3, high schools, possibly 4 in every building that we have, and they are going to be used every day. Now, we have to make a distinction here. There's cleaning and then there's disinfecting. Those are not the same procedure. You can clean and you can do a very good job with general cleaning, and that offers you no advantage when it comes to COVID-19. You have a very clean space, but you still have COVID laying there. The disinfecting part, this does offer us an advantage when it comes to COVID-19. So what we have done with this, rather than make these separate procedures, we have embedded the disinfecting procedure into our overall cleaning procedure. And the reason we've done that is because we aren't viewing disinfecting in this manner as a COVID mitigation strategy. We're doing this because it's one more step that we're going to do every day in all of our schools from this point forward, regardless of what's happening with COVID. There are other things other than COVID-19, as somebody mentioned, that create problems for our students. Flu, the common cold, whatever else they bring with them. And the products that we use, and we're going to skip down to the bottom here, Oxiver 516 and Alpha HP. Those are the 2 primary disinfecting products that we use. We have used these products in the school division for a number of years. These are not new to us. And the reason we are using these is, one, they're included on the EPA list N of approved disinfectants that meet the criteria for use against SARS-CoV-2. That's the virus, as you all know by now, that causes COVID-19. The virus kill time on both of those products is 5 minutes. And the way we're going to do this, we're going to generally clean the rooms first. Then we're going to go behind with these Titan sprayers. We're going to spray the entire space, all of them. That takes, in our practice runs, as you can see, the average spray time for a classroom, and that classroom was about 800 square feet. We have classrooms that range from 6, 7, 800 to 1,000 square feet. So we have a range, but to spray that classroom, it took 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's all it takes to completely cover that space with Oxiver 516. We have no intention of drying it. We're going to let it lay there and air dry overnight, because that ensures that we get the 5-minute kill time on everything we just sprayed it on. That's very important. We also tried this on a bus. The average time for us to clean a bus or disinfect a bus, 35 seconds. And we started at the back. We went all the way to the front. We sprayed the entire driver area. We sprayed the doors, both inside and outside. That entire operation took 35 seconds. And Antoinette Ward has an awesome video of it. And I'm going to say I'm the star in it, but I'm not. But you're going to get to see it, just not tonight. So the reason we are using this sprayer, There are a couple of different kinds. We chose this sprayer one. It's a beast when it comes to how long it will last and how much it will spray and the abuse that it will take. But we can take our product that we already buy, we can shoot it through this sprayer, and it doesn't do anything to the molecular structure of our product. There are also, it's called an atomizing sprayer, and it pretty much creates a mist or a fog, and it covers everything that we point that spray gun at. There are also electrostatic sprayers. We have a few of those. They operate differently, but the problem we had with those was we had to use proprietary products because they do change the molecular structure. So we weren't sure, and we couldn't get a guarantee from our product manufacturer, Diversity, that our product would be the same coming out the end of that gun. So we went with these, and we bought 60 of them, and we're very pleased with them so far. HVAC equipment. There's been a lot of talk about HVAC equipment. There's been a lot written about HVAC equipment, some of it by people that know what they're talking about, some of it by people not so much. All of our HVAC equipment in Suffolk Public Schools in every building, we have allowed it to operate as though our buildings were occupied since the closure began in March. We have not shut down any piece of equipment. We haven't taken anything off of its schedule. Everything is running as though we've had teachers and students in the building every day, with the exception of Kilby Shores Elementary School and Forest Glen Middle School. And that's because those systems were removed. They are getting new systems. We're about to complete that work in the next few weeks. So they have not had anything running in theirs, but they're getting new equipment. Outside air intake dampers. All of ours in the school division are currently set to 10 to 15% outside air. And what that means, when our equipment's running, we're circulating air on the inside. That piece of equipment is also pulling in air from the outside. It gets into a plenum and it starts to mix together. So we're mixing recirculated air that we created on the inside with outside air that we've drawn in from the outside, because ASHRAE says to us, for your building to be healthy, you need a minimum of 10% outside air. So we keep all of our equipment currently at 10 to 15%. There have been discussions, some with the World Health Organization, a little bit with the CDC, not so much with ASHRAE, but a little bit, that would suggest that possibly if you increase the amount of outside air that you bring into a building, it may help in the mitigation of COVID or possibly help reduce the transmission of the virus if it's in the building. I don't think there is anything at this point that is definitive about that, but it sounds good and it won't hurt. So what we have decided to do is, effective August the 20th, all of our outside air intake dampers, we're going to open them to 25 to 30%. We're essentially doubling, at that point, the amount of outside air that we're bringing in and mixing with the recirculated air in our buildings. Now, we have a couple of buildings that have fixed outside air dampers from the manufacturer, meaning we can't change it. But they're already at 15%. We think that's going to be fine, but those two schools are going to remain the way they are. Now, what we have to be very careful of when we start playing around with this HVAC equipment and bringing in outside air, we're bringing in a lot of moisture when we bring in outside air. So we're going to set these things. We're going to watch it. If our humidity levels start to creep up, if we get mold and mildew, we're going to dial them back down. So that's what we're going to do. Effective also August the 20th, all of our HVAC systems are coming out of setback. They're going to run 24 hours a day so that we have maximum air circulation all the time. Additional staffing. This is a very aggressive plan. I believe at this point, with the staff that we have, we can cover this adequately. If we have teachers in the building doing virtual, I think we'll be fine, along with daycare. If we go to the hybrid model at some point, I think we can cover that because we only have 25% of our students in the building. Once we reach a point where all of our students come back, all of our teachers come back, we're going to be stretched to the point where I don't think we can maintain this. As you recall, in your budget cycle, there were additional custodial positions added in. Those had to come out because of budget considerations. So next month, Dr. Gordon, Mrs. Forsman, they are going to talk to you about putting those positions back in. So we really need that to happen. just so we can maintain this for the long term. And that's it for me.
Okay. Well, as we began talking about having staff.
Convenient. Yeah. I just read.
Okay, as we began talking about having staff come back, and I will say that my staff has been working since March. They've been in the building. We started with coming and rotating people through. We've been working. We've not missed a payroll. We've not missed a payment. We've not done any of those things during this entire time. We've taken every measure that we've talked about this evening, and we've had folks travel. I mean, I went across the country. We had several folks travel. We had several folks that had exposure by third and fourth parties. They stayed quarantined. They came back. They practiced the social distancing. They kept their masks on. They washed their hands. They did all the things. We wiped the copiers and all the surfaces down every time we use them. And I can proudly tell you that none of us have had the sickness. And we haven't taken anything back to our families. But as we began to require staff to come back, one of the biggest things that we were concerned with is what do they do with their school age or young children? If we're going to require them to come back to work and there's no daycares open, what do we do? So the discussion at that time, we had out for RFP, the Childcare, the before and after care program RFP. So as the committee met and began to talk about what would we do, how would we have that program, what vendor would we use, the committee began discussing, what is the best one. As they narrowed that down to a single one, then they began talking with that vendor who, in their response, said that they could do full day. So that's what kind of started this whole thing. AlphaBest was the vendor that was chosen, and they will comply with all Virginia COVID-19 licensing regulations. They have agreed to provide childcare in the elementary schools if we're requiring staff to come in from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. during the virtual and hybrid models for ages 4 to 12, so school-age children. The before and after care will be provided by AlphaBest when students return to a regular day. So those hours would be 6:30 a.m. to when school starts, and then in the afternoon up until 6 p.m. So that gives you an idea of what's going to happen with before and after care. Schools have designated and will designate separate spaces for the daycare to operate in. Childcare is a priority, and it will be provided in the following order. SPS staff with children enrolled in SBF schools may attend at no cost to that employee. Now, this is a taxable benefit required by the IRS. So the amount of money that we pay out for that individual staff member for the childcare would be added to their check, taxed, and then removed from their check as a deduction, so that if there's no additional money taken out of their check for the amount of money for the childcare, there's no money added to their salary for the childcare. We would pay the bill centrally, but it would be taxable by the employee. Okay? So the employee has to pay taxes as if they earned that money. That is not our rule. That is IRS regulation. Then disenfranchised students, and then other school-age children. And then we'll partner to provide assistance to those students that are in that daycare for virtual learning during their day. I think Dr. Gordon's plan that he put out, letter he put out, had a sample day for the daycare, and there are several times during that day that students have learning time that we can push in and help them with some of the virtual learning. The custodial staff of SPS will disinfect those childcare areas every day, just as Mr. Napier indicated when he talked to you about the cleaning plan. It'll be cleaned the same way we're cleaning every other classroom, every other surface. The applications will be online for staff by August 7th, which is tomorrow, and there's a button on the application specifically for our staff members to fill out their employee ID and their children's ID for Suffolk Public Schools so that we can make sure that we're identifying them properly. The flyers and information for the public will be posted by August 10th, which is Monday, so they'll be posting that information by Monday. And there are 726 slots available. 66 slots at each elementary school that'll be available. They will wait list after 66 slots are filled, and then discuss with the principal and the building administration if they can provide more space to allow them to fill those wait list slots. You can see here, this is the rates that, not employees, but the public that would pay. Now, again, this is not on the sliding scale for our disenfranchised students. This would be, the general public would pay. One day at $40, full day. This is a full day, so please keep that in mind. This is not before and after care. One day for $40, 2 days for $80, 3 days for $105, and 4 days for $140. And again, that is school-aged children 4 to 12. That's all mine.
Good evening.
Evening.
I think this is a very important part. I know that you're anxiously awaiting our recommendations for the instruction plan, as we are all in the business of doing what's best for students. And Dr. Lawson Davenport and I will present to you the recommendation for our instructional plan with the theme of educate and innovate. Our focus will be on education and innovation for this instructional plan and for Suffolk Public Schools. Our plan focuses on putting the proper instruction and supports in place for all students. And this plan will solidify what our efforts for us to return to a full school environment. As you were informed last month by Dr. Davenport, our Suffolk Public Schools will now use Canvas as our learning management system. It is the online platform that all of our classes will be a part of. Because of the SPS Connect initiative, all of our students, pre-K through 12, will now have Chromebooks. Initially, it was the secondary schools, but now pre-K through 5 will also have Chromebooks, and our technology department is disseminating those to those students. Device maintenance will be maintained through our SPS technology department, as well as our school media specialists. As we are required to do by the Virginia Department of Education, attendance will be taken daily. That is a reporting requirement. However, we will discuss in our presentation what active engagement means when it comes to attendance. And so we want to be clear that as some have concerns about being online all day, that is not the case. Virtual learning is not just putting the school online. It is a very different process, and we'll delve further into that. Teachers will follow Suffolk Public Schools grading and assignment expectations. That is required. In addition, I want to mention that all instruction, whether it's synchronous, that means that we're live and the students are working with their teachers, or asynchronous, where they're actually, it's jumping on me. It's jumping. Asynchronous is when they are actually doing the work that has been assigned to them and taught to them by their teacher. Either environment, when a teacher is in Canvas, the lesson that is being presented can be recorded and will be recorded. No students will lose instruction whether they can get online at that time or not. Those lessons can be saved for up to 2 weeks following the lesson implementation. It's called the big blue button in the Canvas system, where the lesson is recorded. Students can go back to the system, use it for initial learning if they were not online at the exact time of the lesson, or for reiteration and remediation of their lesson. So they will not lose instruction because they may not have gotten on during the scheduled time. I think it's tired. Nevertheless, the show must go on. We will be using There are different interactive activities that we are creating and that our instructional content specialists and supervisors are ensuring that our activities and lessons are interactive. This is new. Education will never be the same for any of us. And so there will be great change. Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. There will be great change in everything that we do. And so we are ensuring, and we'll talk about professional learning, that our teachers and staff are equipped to provide interactive activities, project-based learning, unplugged activities, collaborative activities, and self-paced modules. Students will be able to be introduced to information and practice it at their own pace. This is not rushing or pouring education on or lessons on and expecting them to regurgitate it. Virtual learning takes a different approach, and that's what we're using. We are planning, as many of our students and parents are already familiar, we're going to be using the Google Suite for K through 12. We'll also be using iReady in the K through 5 environment, iExcel, which is another familiar platform for math K through 12, and the Virtual Virginia Content, another familiar platform for content in K through 12, and eMedia Virginia, K through 12 also, and Edgenuity, which we know we've heard your concerns about the usage of Edgenuity from the spring. There have been many conversations and improvements. That will be used as a supplement, not as a primary source. Canvas is our learning management system platform.
I know one of the major concerns of the public is the recovery of lost instruction. And so one of the things that our curriculum writers worked on this summer, as soon as school was out, actually before school was even closed, they had begun this process, was the recovery of lost instruction by spiraling skills where they fit. So the first part of that is in grades 1 through 5. We are not as concerned with kindergartners because they will be new to school in general, so they have not lost any instruction. But grades 1 through 5, the skills from 2019 and 2020 that were missed have been spiraled into our pacing guides where they fit, which means that if it was a skill, for example, that applied to math in let's say multiplication, they would have put that skill with multiplication wherever it fit into our pacing for this year. So it's not that we will go back and start the beginning of the school year with all the instruction that was supposed to be in the fourth quarter. We have placed those skills where it is appropriate and where it would be needed in order for them to move forward with 2020, 2021 instruction. For secondary, we did not stop instruction in the fourth quarter. However, we recognize that there may be some skills that students did not master that they need to master in order to move into the next level of that course. So with that, they have also spiraled those skills and put those skills that may not have been mastered in the fourth 9 weeks into the pacing guides for the next course, the next level of the course for those students. Also, all teachers will provide virtual assistance during weekly scheduled office hours. That will be real-time intervention. That will include individual students or small groups, and it will also include digital or phone communication depending upon what that student needs. One of the benefits of the Big Blue Button is that you can do small groups, you can do individual students, you can assign individual students to certain teachers, and you can have 2 teachers working with students at the same time in that platform. So we are really looking forward to being able to provide that for our students. Assessments is also an area that we were looking at. Recently, you know that the state decided that accreditation is not necessarily going to be tied to SOLs for us. This year it has been waived. However, at the same time, we know that students have been out of school for quite a while. So one of the things that we wanted to focus on was utilizing what we call on-time skill-based common assessments. Some of these will be district-made. We have taken some of those assessments that we have typically given at the end of 9 weeks, and we have pared them down into smaller chunks. We're going to make those available, and schools will also be able to create their own assessments to gauge where their students are depending upon what they need at the time. There are some standardized assessments that are going to be dependent upon state and local guidelines. So for example, PALS, which is the test that measures the student's reading ability, that test and those guidelines are provided by the state, so we will follow those guidelines once the state releases those. At this time, that test has to be given face-to-face, so it cannot be given in a virtual setting. The same with VKRP, which is our kindergarten readiness program. College Board operates PSAT, SAT, and ACT. At this time, they are leaving it up to each locality as to if it is safe for students to return to the building. What we have determined is that the PSAT NMSQT, which is the test that 11th graders take to qualify for the National Merit Scholarship, we are going to offer that on a limited basis to 11th graders only, and we're going to provide some parameters and guidelines for how that works. We will not be providing that test in particular to the entire 10th grade class like we have in the past, primarily because we can't do that. That's just not safe, and they only offer that test 3 times. We can only give that test 3 times in that month. They have select dates for that. So we are looking at some other ways to provide the PSAT for our 10th graders in the spring when they return to school. The SAT and ACT, like I said, is going to be based on what the local guidelines and state guidelines allow. The COGAT, which was our gifted screening, we were unable to give that to all 2nd graders this spring, so we are waiting for some state guidance on to how we can do additional gifted screening, and that hopefully will be coming in the next few weeks. And the NNAT is also our gifted test. So all of those tests do require face-to-face. They cannot be done in a virtual setting. So as of right now, we have put a lot of those tests on hold. We have actually also pushed all of our pre-testing out until November at this stage. We recognize that students have not been in school, and so we did not feel that the first thing they should do when they return in September is be pre-tested. So we will have these smaller, shorter assessments that assess their skills at a given time so that we can help instruction move forward. And then lastly, we are working with project-based assessments. We have been using project-based assessments at the elementary and middle school level for quite a few years now. Those have all moved into the virtual setting. All of the curriculum writers have moved those assessments into a virtual setting, so students will still be able to complete those assessments. We're also moving into service learning for our high school students. You know, with the recent change from community service to service learning, we'll still be moving forward with those projects. Our plan is to start the planning process with students through the virtual setting, and then hopefully when they return to school, they can do more of the outreach part of those projects.
A major concern has been with our special education and special needs populations. We want to ensure students and parents and teachers that we are making accommodations for our special needs students. Our IEP teams determine the instructional needs, accommodations, and services that can be assessed through the virtual environment. That has not changed. A plan for remote services and delivery of specially designed instruction to support with our instructional resources and manipulatives is in place. Related services, OT, PT, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy are all services that will still be in place. Specialized programs, as Dr. Rice mentioned earlier, it is the recommendation that they will return for face-to-face instruction Monday through Thursday as long as state and local guidelines allow. We do want those populations which need more face-to-face and hands-on one-on-one interaction to get the instruction that they need.
Our special populations, our English language learners, will still receive support services and accommodations from classroom teachers and ELL support staff. Those students that are enrolled in ESL classes at the high school will still be in those classes. It will be in a virtual setting. Additionally, that those students will still get whatever services they need. There is some translation available within the Canvas system, so we'll be able to provide those services for students. Additionally, our GED students, these are the students that come in to prepare for the GED part-time, we will be providing those students with Chromebooks so that they continue that online learning to prepare for the GED test, and extended instructional schedule and testing vouchers will be provided for those students whenever testing is going to resume for the GED. That is going to be set based on state and local guidelines as well. One area that we did want to make sure we mentioned was our economically disadvantaged and homeless students. So by providing all students pre-K-12 with a Chromebook, we are providing them with a device. Additionally, we will provide them with the Khajiit devices for students who do not have internet access in the home if they live in areas that have cellular service. We do know the Khajiit devices need a cell tower in order to operate. And we are working with the vendor to provide unlimited data cap on these devices, as well as purchasing additional devices, as you heard earlier, to make sure all students have have them, who need them. And one other thing that we are looking at, because we understand in certain parts of the southern part of the city that there is very limited access, no cell towers. So we are looking at creating resource access centers, which will allow students to come in to download or upload instruction, also to access the internet in our system. And so we are working through the logistics of setting those up. One of the things that is nice about Canvas is that it does allow us to download the material in a course in what's called an HTML, which means that you do not have to be logged into an internet system in order to access it. So students will still be able to see some of the material that is available. There are some limits, of course, you can't run streaming and live video, but students will be able to access some of that material as well. And then hopefully sometime during the week when they can get to Wi-Fi, they will be able to upload and go into some of those live sessions and things that they may need access to. Our special programs, dual enrollment, will follow Paul DeCamp Community College guidelines. They already utilize the Canvas system, so many of our classroom teachers who are also Paul DeCamp instructors are familiar with that system. However, we have gotten approval from Paul DeCamp so that our students who are in our teachers' classrooms that are Paul DeCamp instructors will be able to use our Canvas system and not the community college system. So that will allow those students to not have to move between two different instances of Canvas. They'll be able to stay in the one. The College and Career Academy at Prudence, which is CCAP, International Baccalaureate, and Project Lead the Way programs will all have virtual learning for the first 9 weeks. We have worked with providing those students with as much as we can as far as what they can do virtually in hopes that they can return to start doing more hands-on activities after the first 9 weeks. And the Governor's School for the Arts has determined that regionally they are going to go to 100% virtual for the first 9 weeks. They only ask that we protect the time available for their students to attend, that they would ordinarily be on the bus. They are asking we protect that time and not have our instruction counter that time. So that's why when we get to the schedule, you will see the importance of the schedule so we can make sure students will have access to all of the programs and things that they normally would if they were coming to school every day. In our electives and resource courses, we are working very hard to make sure that these students can still participate in all of these other activities that they would in a regular school day. So these synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities will occur each week. You can see in the picture there would be a teacher in the building conducting a lab live for students so that students could record the data as the teacher would give it to them. So the students could literally be at home recording data as the teacher does a live lab and they can see that lab being conducted. They'll also receive some hands-on activity kits and materials to supplement the online learning. Some of these things could be anything from a jump rope to do things, or a pedometer in order to do PE or count their steps, to smaller kits like were provided in the summer, and I'm going to show you some examples of those. Also, we will be utilizing virtual labs. Edgenuity does have a very robust lab system. It's a lab simulator that allows students to change different parts of the labs in order to get different data. And so we will be working with Edgenuity in that system to create modules for teachers to be able to utilize with students. And this is just an example from our virtual LEAP program this summer. If you can see in the picture, there was an activity in which students had to actually create a Band-Aid. It was a branding and marketing, and they had to create a Band-Aid for a specific purpose and then create the actual brand. So it couldn't be a Band-Aid brand. So you can see, for example, in the first picture, that's an alien Band-Aid, so it's alien AIDS. And then they had certain materials they were given to create the Band-Aids, and then they took pictures of the Band-Aids and how they worked, and how they would protect a person who had an injury. And these were from this summer. So the professional learning that we are going to provide for our teachers has already begun. The first one, of course, is making sure all of our teachers are familiar with Canvas. We started with a small cohort in the first group, that was cohort 1, and they actually went through the course the end of July to the beginning of August. And because of that, they were able to access their sandbox, which is where they can kind of play with creating a course. And these are self-paced modules. They also are provided Tier 1 support, and there's also an online learning community, and there are quite a few Facebook pages that teachers have started with providing tips, and there's a lot of information out on Twitter. So teachers have actually jumped right in to start creating some of the materials that they will use in the fall. We'll also be providing them with some virtual learning best practices. We're actually going to create our own homegrown course for that, and that's going to be created by our content supervisors to help give them guidance in each subject area so that they are aware of what the best practices are for that content area. Of course, we require all our teachers to have Google Level 1 certification, and that has started back in March, so we are continuing with that. Canvas is fully integrated with Google, so making sure that all of our teachers know how to use all of the Google suite is really important with making sure that Canvas works appropriately. Some supplemental resources we will be providing for K-5 math and reading is iReady, and I'm sure you've heard the reports before in the spring about iReady being used. It was used this summer, and students really seem to enjoy that. We'll also be providing some culturally responsive instruction through our PD that will be provided when teachers return, and we have Zaretta Hammond who will be coming in and working with us to provide that for our teachers. And we'll also have a social emotional learning component that teachers will receive training on to be able to provide to students. One of the key findings from the state task force was we needed to focus on what students were going to need emotionally after being out of school and away from their friends for so long. So we thought it was really important that we included that in the instructional day when you see our schedule, that we built that in so that students had that every day.
We realize this is new for everyone, and because it's new, we have to ensure that there are expectations from all stakeholders. There are administrator expectations. All administrators, building level administrators and their instructional teams, as well as content supervisors and some SAO staff, will have observer and monitor status in all virtual learning environments. Dr. Gordon will also have this level of access in all of our virtual learning platforms. This will allow administrators to go into a classroom virtually and ensure that learning and teaching is taking place. All teachers will have will receive feedback from their administrators as well as others on some best practices or things that they can do to improve or change some lessons around for student learning. This is very important that administrators are able to get into the classrooms. In the spring, there were some complaints that there was no responsiveness from teachers, and parents were contacting administrators regarding their questions or their child not receiving feedback from their instructor. This is another way to ensure that everyone is working and working collaboratively for the best interests of our students. Administrators also have to ensure lesson plan alignment and pacing when they go in to observe. The lesson should be aligned with what the lesson plan says, along with the pacing guides that have been created. Administrators should also respond within 48 hours to parent inquiries. This is very important. We want to ensure that there is a line of communication between parents and administrators and teachers as well. And that's actually a standard within the division, that we all respond to any communication within 24 to 48 hours. Communicate updates to parents and students, and confirm and update student contact information. We want to ensure that when we're in this virtual environment that we are communicating with the right people. And it's important that parents update information in the system so that we can best connect with you and your student. And track and monitor student attendance. There are also teacher expectations, and I'm going to break this up into two parts. It is our recommendation that teachers work from their buildings daily, Monday through Thursday, with Fridays being optional for school attendance. However, although Fridays may be optional, teachers will still have to connect with students, provide small group or one-on-one instruction and remediation. There may be professional learning opportunities or professional development on those Fridays. So it will not be a day off. It will not be a day off for students because of the attendance requirements, as well as for teachers. This is important, as Dr. Gordon mentioned in his response. We can best assist our teachers and students when they are in the buildings, because we can provide not only the technological resources and bandwidth, but any additional support that they may need. Also, all of their resources for labs. You saw Ms. Leitner in the picture doing a lab on video for her students, and the students were working on the other end. that cannot happen from the home. All the resources are in the buildings. And we want to ensure that our students are getting our very best every day, and not just one day or when someone feels it's best for them to communicate with their students. But our students deserve our very best every day. The proposed teacher hours are 8:15 to 3:20 p.m., and you're going to see our schedule, the proposed schedule. Itinerant teachers, those who would normally go between buildings, will remain at their home-based building for virtual instruction.
So what you see in front of you now is our suggested schedule. We could make some modifications to this prior to the beginning of the school year, but this is really what we feel would be in the best interest of students. And I want to start with the caveat that the instructional schedule does not mean that students will be sitting in front of a computer from 8:30 to 3 o'clock. We recognize that that is just not feasible, nor is it in the best interest of students. But what we have set up for teachers and for students is some continuity and some consistency that will allow parents to plan, that will allow students to get into a routine, and that will also allow our teachers to be able to best accommodate and schedule for the needs of all their students. So you can see at the beginning of each day, we start with the social emotional session. 15 minutes will be dedicated to that, and that will be the curriculum that is provided through that social emotional program. After that, students will go into what is known as core integrated instruction at the elementary level. This may be synchronous or asynchronous. So what that means is that we will be looking at integrating core subjects. So the lesson may be a science and math lesson combined. We may cover two skills at the same time. It may be social studies and English. So you may be reading a social studies text to cover social studies standards. So we're working on making sure that we focus on literacy and numeracy as key components, but also include all the other core areas as well. The resource class schedules will be set by the school. If you notice, it says alternating days. There is space built into this schedule for individual buildings to create the schedule that works best for their teachers. So while we provide them with a rough schedule, resource class, they could determine that it would be best for PE to go on Mondays. So the PE teacher may have access to 3rd grade during that time on Mondays. Maybe on Tuesday, that would be the 5th grade have access to PE. It would just depend on how the building chose to break that time up. At the end of the day, it was important for us to provide the remediation and small group enrichment at that 1:25 to 2:10 period, but we also wanted to make sure that from 2:15 to 3:05, we allowed time for gifted resource, talented music and art to meet, and any other enrichment that students might need. So we didn't want to only focus on remediation. We wanted to make sure that all of the programs that students would be able to access in the school, they would still have access to outside of the school. And so one of the things that's important to recognize with this schedule, and that guidance from the state has come down, is that they do not recommend that students sit in a virtual session at the elementary level for longer than 20 minutes. So while you see an extended amount of time available, that lesson may only last 20 minutes. What this schedule allows parents to do is say, I know from 8:50 to 10 o'clock, if my child is available, I will be able to get some live instruction depending upon what day of the week it is. So it will be upon the buildings to set that schedule. So if they say, for example, 3rd grade will have virtual live sessions every Monday and Wednesday, and then they will have asynchronous learning on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. They will communicate that to the parents of that building. So we've built in some flexibility for each building to kind of create the schedule that works best for them. The middle school schedule, this is for grades 6 and 7. They will also begin each morning with social emotional session. That'll be 15 minutes. It's built into that first block. They will also have dedicated remediation time each day as well. They are on a block schedule, so it looks a little different. And one of the things that we had to make sure we provided in all the schedules was a morning brain break, so students aren't sitting all day. We also wanted to make sure we provided lunch. Since we will still be providing lunch through the neighborhoods, we wanted to make sure students had an opportunity to leave and go get lunch if they wanted to during those times. And then, of course, we have the enrichment and support for the periods at the end of the day in middle school. Middle school has exploratory blocks that are shared amongst all 3 levels, so we had to make sure that we provided time for students to get that exploratory during their certain blocks. And just like the other ones, we wanted to make sure that buildings still had a little flexibility in how they scheduled those enrichment and support periods. The last schedule is the high school in grade 8, which does an odd-even schedule. One of the things that we did hear from Edgenuity was that because students were doing all 7 classes all day, it was a long day for them. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure we provided was to make sure that the odd-even schedule kind of stayed the same, so students only need to work in 4 classes each day, as opposed to doing 7 classes a day. I can tell you that if you choose the hybrid model, they would go to all 7 classes all day, so they would see all their teachers every day. But in the virtual model, we think it's important that they do an odd-even schedule. So first block, just like it is now, is every day, and then the other periods alternate. The purpose of this is twofold. One, we need to make sure that students and teachers don't overlap each other. So in the fall, there were often times where, and I have a student in high school, that he could have a math teacher having a live session at the same time as his English teacher because they don't know that they are sharing a student. So by creating a schedule, it allows the teachers to know what time they're seeing which students. It allows the students to be able to schedule and plan. If I know that a student is weak in math, for example, as a parent, I'm going to ensure that they are logging in during the math block when those virtual sessions happen. Additionally, like I mentioned earlier, Governor's School for the Arts students will still have their own live virtual sessions from 2 to 5, so it was also important that we provided time built in for them to attend those classes and to know when their regular core day classes were allowed. And of course, the high school students also have a morning brain break and a lunch provided as well. But I want to reiterate that this schedule in no way says that a student should be online for 45 minutes. We have provided a wide range of time so that a teacher could log in for 25 minutes and say, we're going to do a quick lab, and then I'm going to let you go, and you can go and do what you need to do and finish the lab out and then submit it virtually. It also allows, for example, at the elementary level, for a teacher to do one-on-one sessions at a live session. They may say reading group A is going to meet today, reading group B will meet tomorrow. All of those schedules will be communicated to parents based on each local school.
I mentioned that teacher expectations would be broken up. These are additional expectations that we have a new instructional innovation plan for all instructional planning, which includes the 5 C's for the profile of a Virginia graduate. It includes how you're going to embed social emotional learning. It includes activities, and this doesn't have to be a daily lesson plan. Dr. Gordon has allowed for a maximum. It could cover 3 weeks where you're covering content over that time frame. But this instructional innovation plan will be used by all teachers in the 2021 school year. They do need to create synchronous and asynchronous schedules. It is imperative that our students and parents understand when there will be synchronous instruction. In Canvas, when an assignment is created, it goes to the Canvas calendar so that it identifies all due dates for assignments. It also indicates when class will be held. And so if you don't get in on the first iteration of the class, you can see the recording. All of that will be placed in Canvas when the teacher sets up the schedule. Teachers are expected to do small group, whole group, and one-on-one instruction throughout the week. And again, the calendar will be posted in Canvas. We'd like to demonstrate to you some of the classes that have been created in Canvas already with teachers who are working.
So this is a screenshot of a kindergarten teacher who's currently working in the summer program, but she also went through the first cohort of the Growing with Canvas course, which is the PD we're providing to teachers. And with that, she created this setup in her sandbox. This is where she can easily import the information and material she puts in her sandbox into her course when it is ready and schedules have been set for the year. So with this, you can see the idea with kindergarten, and the same with pre-K, is not that they will have to navigate and read a bunch of next buttons and, moving forward and that kind of thing. She's created a one-stop shop. So in her picture, if you notice, for example, she's brought her calendar time, which is typical in kindergarten, to the front page of her Canvas page. So in September, a student would click on September, then they would have a calendar that looked like a calendar that might be printed on the wall, and they would click on the 8th, which would be the first day of school, and it would take them immediately to all the work that they would need to do on the 8th. So students would not have to navigate beyond a bunch of different sites in the kindergarten stage. One of the other things that she has placed up here, if you notice at the bottom, all of those extra digital tools that she has used, such as iReady, iExcel, Seesaw, which is very popular with the lower grades, and other things that her students may be familiar with. She's provided all those links right at the bottom. So if a parent says, let's go practice math, they can just click on iExcel and the students will be able to do that. Additionally, she has a Meet the Teacher link, which will take them to her website, and for parents, which could link directly to a Google site created by the entire kindergarten team that would give them information on supplies, due dates, or anything that they may want to share as a team in that building. And so what is important to recognize here is this is her creation. This is very flexible, but what we are hoping to be able to create for teachers in our curriculum writing this month would be templates that teachers could easily link their activities directly into this. So they would just have to change maybe the name or the header at the top, and this would be available for them to be able to use immediately. This is an example of a 4th grade page, which, you know, it looks not quite as pretty because this is an upper level, but it also includes the buttons. It also includes links to things like library and coding if you want to check out a digital book. So teachers can provide all this material for students at one stop. It doesn't necessarily have to look like what you would see in a typical Canvas course. And then this is an example of a high school teacher's page. This is Miss Lyles at Nansemond River High School. She has set up what actually looks like her classroom. She has window panes painted on her classroom in her real room. So she was excited to be able to set this up. But you notice there she has a link to course info, which would take them to a course syllabus, and then this week's work. So students could click there. She would have a link directly to what they need to work on for the entire week. And it may also tell them what days she'll be live with them, what days they have things due, when their tests and quizzes are due, and those types of information. So one of the things that we did do with this first cohort, and I wanted to share some of this data with you, is we got feedback from this first group. We had a very small cohort in the first group, and they were teachers who had already written curriculum and were familiar with what was going to be included in the pacing for this year. And they went through the course first to provide us with feedback as to things that we might need to tweak to make sure that we were providing teachers with what they needed. So the first part was, of course, this course prepared me to begin to set up my class in Canvas, a 1 being disagree and a 5 being strongly agree. So you can see the majority of teachers felt like after the course they had a better idea of what they needed to do and how to start setting up their course in Canvas. One of the other things we wanted to be mindful of is how long the course was. They felt the course was adequate in length. It is self-paced, so we are providing teachers, we tell them it takes about 15 to 20 hours, and part of that extra hours, the modules do not last that long, is what you saw previously. Teachers going into their sandbox and creating things, so we wanted to build in hours for them to be able to start playing with and creating modules for the fall. Some of the feedback, because we did allow them to put some feedback in there, was, and elementary is the focus here because we know that this is going to be the most different for elementary. Middle and high have done virtual learning before, so they are a little more comfortable with using platforms like Google Classroom. But elementary, particularly our younger grade levels, the teachers were a little more apprehensive. But some of the things that they gave feedback on as far as the Canvas Growing with Canvas course, they thought the course covered everything that was important. They thought it was a great platform, a one-stop shop. Another student thought it was great from a student perspective, from the learner. They feel equipped and prepared to use the tool. They do fear that other staff may feel a little different. They also, the last teacher there mentioned discussions can be differentiated. They like that groups can still collaborate on topics, projects, tasks, etc. They see it very helpful for secondary students, and they also like that teachers could assign group leaders to collaborative projects for students. So there's a lot of great features within Canvas. One of the things that we did also note was that they felt that more training in Canvas was needed before they can be prepared to support students. So we are working to make sure, like I mentioned before, those best practices in Canvas, that's what our curriculum team is working on now, to create that course for teachers so when they do come back, they can get additional training on all of the features in Canvas so that they will feel prepared by the time school starts in order to utilize it.
Again, just focusing on the expectations, we want to ensure that you and parents understand that we are putting students first. This is a student-centered approach to our instructional plan. We want to ensure that that teachers maintain accurate communication logs with parents and students. That is a requirement. They will have to write and keep a log of their communication with parents to ensure that they're following up and there's feedback there. Daily office hours will be presented to students and parents. Grades will be submitted, as we spoke on earlier, according to policy. Daily attendance, that's required of us, but daily attendance does not mean a student is marked absent because they didn't log on that day, because this is more about active engagement. When a student is not logging on or there's no contact, no feedback, a teacher needs to reach out to that student to find out what's going on. Maybe they didn't have access to the internet that day, and they may be going to a resource access center on Friday to download all of their material. That student is working, however, they didn't get on at the synchronous time, no problem. Active engagement will be the focus for attendance, not just being online. Recording synchronous instruction for student playback is an expectation because, as I mentioned earlier, all lessons can be recorded in Canvas, not in Google, but in Canvas, the platform that we are using, and it can be saved up to 2 weeks for playback and remediation. And we are asking, and we're expecting our paraprofessionals, our teacher assistants, to continue to support students with small group and one-on-one remediation. And so teachers are expected to plan with paraprofessionals so that they can assist with supporting those students. Teacher assistants will also go through training on Canvas so that they can get in and support students. Parents are not left off the hook in this process. We do have expectations for parents as well. And we want them to sign up for Home Access Center so that they can check in and see what their student is doing. Log into the Canvas class. There will be a tutorial training for parents in Canvas so that they know what to look for, know how to navigate. We want them to sign up for School Messenger and, again, Canvas to monitor their student progress. We want them to help establish routines and procedures in the home with some type of structure. We realize that students may play games all night and sleep half the morning, but there should be some type of established routine and schedule so that the student is online or doing their work as expected. Provide a designated workspace. It might not be best for them to be on their bed while they're doing their assignments. Encourage regular brain breaks, which in the proposed schedule, we have built some of those in. We want them to communicate frequently with teachers and staff to ensure there's an open communication and that we are expressing on both ends what's best for students. And ask the student questions, ask them what they've learned so that you as a parent can ensure that they are progressing. And students, we expect students to monitor assignment due dates using Canvas. Again, there is a calendar built in every time there's an assignment, synchronous learning, that will be in the Canvas calendar so students can keep up. You can no longer say, I didn't know, because it's in there. We also want them to sign up for Remind and Class Dojo and other systems that are used to help them remember different things. Display academic integrity in all assignments, quizzes, and tests. Actively engage and participate in online courses. We don't want this to just be a virtual experience and you're just doing what you need to do. But the lessons and activities that are going to be created and that students will be involved in will be very engaging. So we want them to be active participators. Take regular breaks. Establish a routine for completing their work and communicate their needs frequently to teachers and staff. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Rice. That's it.
All right, so thank you to the team that came up here and presented to you this evening. As you can see, we have put in many, many, many hours putting all this information together. and making sure that we were on track for what we needed to do for our students to get back in school, whether virtually or face-to-face. At this time, I would like to tell you that looking back at the beginning of the presentation with those metrics that I gave you as of August 3rd and what the recommendation has been for the Virginia Department of Health, we do recommend, and of course it's your decision, but we recommend that you open schools virtually for online learning for all students with the exception of the group that we explained on the Monday through Thursday, those intensive special needs students. As promised, we will be following and tracking the metrics that I shared with you earlier to ensure when it is safe to bring students back in for face-to-face learning, hopefully second 9 weeks, but it's still to be determined. And of course, the metrics are going to determine that because health and safety are the priority for us. And so with that, we can ask if you have any questions for me or the group.
I'd first like to thank all of you for the extraordinary job you're doing. I know you've spent hundreds of hours researching, trying to figure out all of the details. And this is a massive endeavor. I know that. And I appreciate everyone who has worked on this, especially all of these presenters tonight. All of you are very dedicated educators, and I know that. And we're lucky to have you in Suffolk Public Schools to do this work for us. And I'm sure there are many questions that some of us may have. I'll start with Mr. Riddick.
My first question goes to a group that I didn't hear mentioned at all in the presentation, and that's pre-K. And on slide 47, when you were addressing the learning modules, it was only covered from grades K through 12, and I didn't hear anything regarding pre-K. I have other questions, but that's my first question. The
pre-K is unique in that they utilize a specialized curriculum. However, we are going to allow them to use Canvas as well. That landing page that you saw for Ms. Kinchelough's class, that was the kindergarten teacher. We actually have an early intervention specialist who's in the Canvas course currently, and she's working on ways that they can try to incorporate that curriculum. There may also be some take-home packets for that group to provide some hands-on type activities, but they will also be able to utilize some of the online materials as well. And so they're working through that, but they will also be provided with the Chromebook, so they will be able to utilize the Canvas system also. So they are included in that. You just didn't see a schedule because theirs is going to look a little different. They will not have a set schedule per se like that one, but they will still have a schedule that will be established that's age appropriate for that group.
Anything else, Mr.?
I have a lot more. I just don't want to monopolize the time.
Okay. Ms. Dora?
Did someone say the SOLs were canceled?
SOLs have not been canceled. What has been waived has been accreditation.
Right.
So while SOL tests may still be given, they will not be tied to school accreditation.
Right, I just thought I heard someone say the SOLs were canceled. I don't think so, not yet anyway. Okay. Meal delivery is for all students? Like all of them?
That is correct.
Okay. And that starts September
8th. Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that you like our frog, by the way. I know, he's a cute little thing back here somewhere. There is a sandbox but I think that's per class, correct?
Sandbox is actually, each teacher has a sandbox generated automatically when they get a Canvas account. And the sandbox is like a play course.
Right.
So they can create whatever they want and put it into that course. The modules that they create in that course can be pulled into their actual course.
But if they have more than one course, so a high school teacher teaches 4 different courses, that's 4 sandboxes?
No, they could put all of that in one sandbox. One of the things, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention was that we are actually receiving the content from Virtual Virginia that is aligned to the Virginia SOLs. That content will be provided to all teachers in their original course. So we are synchronizing And I don't know how many of you are familiar with Canvas. In Canvas, there are multiple options to create a course. You can create one from scratch, or you can use a template, or you can have one imported from some other location. So what we are going to do is our curriculum writers in the next few weeks are going to take the content that is provided, which are full courses from Virtual Virginia for the majority of the courses that we offer. There are some they are not providing information on. But our teachers will actually begin to create courses for our teachers that have content in them. They will have test quizzes, they will have instructional videos, they will have all kinds of material that is very similar to what a student would get if they enrolled in the Virtual Virginia program full-time. And we will take that material and our content writers will align it to our pacing so it matches with our pacing and move the modules around. And so what teachers will get when they come back to school, they will get a ready-made course that they can also manipulate. So they will have freedom to use certain modules. Some we will keep in there because we want to make sure that we have continuity in what we're providing to all students, but there will also have flexibility to bring in their own modules, their own assignments. If they see, for example, an essay, they would rather use something that may tie into something else that they want to work on, they can switch that one out with one that they created. So they'll have flexibility in that. But we wanted to make sure with this tight turnaround that teachers did not come back to school and feel like they had to create a brand new class as soon as they showed up on the first day of pre-service for 4 or 5 classes, or 6, depending upon what they teach. So we are going to be providing them with some content to start, and that's going to be K-12. So all students will have content when they come in. Pre-K as well will be included in that. So they will have content to start with. Our goal is to focus on at least the first 4.5 weeks, and then to continue to build from there.
Okay, so because I had gotten information that you needed one sandbox for a different course. If you taught AP Bio, and then you taught biology, and you taught ecology, you would need a sandbox created.
You can put as many modules into that sandbox as you want. The key is going to be, the sandbox is just a holding place for your modules. So
Gotcha.
you can develop modules for all 4 of those courses and drag them all into whichever course you want to at the end.
I'll put that out there. You said for the kids that would be in Alpha Best. The second one is our disenfranchised students. Can you expound on that, please?
Yeah, I will, as Ms. Forsman is coming to the podium. So disenfranchised students are several groups. Main group would be our McKinney-Vento students, our homeless students. We want to make sure that we still be able to provide them that opportunity because we never know how transient that population is going to be. It also could be any of our students that may have moved in from military or other areas that are still getting kind of used to the school community. And if Wendy, there's anything else you want to add to that. But we want to make sure that any students that may not have the traditional setting are also going to be taken care of with our child care provider.
Include low-income families as well as we move forward.
So do we know how many students K through 5 that our in-house, that it's in that first group? How many children are there of our own staff?
We don't at this moment, which is why we're putting the application out tomorrow so that our own staff can begin signing up.
So of the 726 slots, how will you, if you include low-income students, that could easily fill that up, and then there's no slots left for the third group. I mean, that could easily take that many kids. We have.
And these are initial slots of 726. As locations fill their 66 slots, a wait list will be created. And then at that point, Alpha Best will work with the administration to see if there's extra space in the building they can have to open up another room. So Alpha Best is going to work very closely with our school administration to make sure that we try to accommodate every student that we can get applications for that need this service. Now, they can't guarantee it because we don't know how many are going to sign up, but like we could have 8 at one school and 40 at another school, so we may have to do some moving around. But they are looking at it initially 726 slots.
And how many, if you say 66 per elementary school, how many rooms is that? How many students in a room?
They're going to do the same thing.
It's the same guidelines, Ms. Story. We're looking at 10 students per room, so 66 might be 6 to 7 classrooms, which kind of goes back to Ms. Forsman's point. If we need more, once we get to that 726 threshold, then we will try to see if there are additional classrooms available in that wing of that school or potentially another school that may have less.
Yeah. I think that's all I have for now. Maybe we can come
Okay.
back. Thank you.
Mr. Mitnick, did you have questions?
Yes. I'm gonna take my mask off. Number one, are there substitutes available for teachers who are sick or take a day off, for personal reasons?
Yes, there are.
You turn your mic on, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mitnick, there are.
Okay, that was a question that I had from a teacher. How set in stone is the teachers have to be in the building 4 days a week? That seems to be the most unpopular thing that I've received comments on. And, if we listen to our teachers, is it a possibility that we could reduce that number?
So there is a potential possibility if that's the board's direction. But as you heard me say, Mr. Minnick, in my original SPS response plan update, that is the recommendation from us. And part of that is from the equality of the other staff members in the school division and what they've worked. And I've also just received word that Chesapeake is also going to bring their staff back. They're going to start off with 2 days, and then it will be 5 days starting on September 14th. So it's a situation where it could be fluid based on the needs. 4 days is our recommendation, but again, if the board would like to reduce that amount, of course, that's the board's prerogative. But we're just hoping that we do not make every day optional. That will really defeat the overall effectiveness of our plan.
Okay, and the one other question or area that I'm concerned about is the specialized classes for the special ed students. That's a small group of students compared to the 13,800 students that we have. But again, our teachers are concerned because the severity of the behaviors that the students demonstrate. And we're talking about spitting and kicking and biting. And I know that there are, plans for providing PPE for those teachers, but is that the most prudent use of our staff for those students?
Students that are returning, that we're asking to return to school for program classes. Okay.
Speak up.
Students that we're asking to return to school for program classes are students who have the most intensive support needs. So they're the students that need that support, and they need the routine of coming to school every day. For the decisions of where students will be provided with their services, should there be a safety issue with behaviors, that will be worked out through our IEP teams. But students really do need to be able to come every day so that we can provide that structure. The structure actually reduces the behaviors that you see, and it reduces them not only at school but at home, because for our students, behaviors are communication. And so when they're experiencing difficulty and lack of routine, you typically do see more behaviors. But once we can put the services in place and have that consistent routine for them, the behaviors are reduced.
And I just want to add to that, to Ms. Willie's response. Ms. Willie and I have also received several emails from parents of some of those students in those specialized programs that have just gave us some hardcore testimonials, Mr. Mitnick and the rest of the board, on the importance of the routine that Ms. Whitley just described, but also that need for these students to be able to get those supports. These are the supports that realistically they haven't had since March, and we've been aware of that, and those additional resources that we have in the class. And when we do realize that there is an increased risk, Ms. Whitley has also purchased gowns for the staff, additional PPE equipment, but the same risk that they were talking about now is the same risk they actually had before COVID. And we want to make sure that we're still going to be consistent with keeping the kids' needs first, because these are the groups that are developmentally delayed, have physical issues that are going on, and putting that structure in place we think is going to be the best thing, especially when it comes to the transition back to any hybrid model or face-to-face.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to add to that, though I understand from both perspectives where we're coming from with regard to those students. I do have some concerns, though. I've spent the last, 29 days in the hospital, off and on. A friend of mine just lost, and she said I could share this. She just lost her mother to COVID-19. She said I could share this, so I will. She did get a chance to hold her mother's hand. She didn't get a chance to share a birthday with her mom. This is serious, and she is the mayor of this city. She allowed me to say that, and so I am sharing that with you. Because this is serious, I'm concerned that when our children, and you know I'm a special educator, so these are my babies, I'm an advocate for them, but I'm very serious about their concerns and their needs. And when they do bite, when they do spit, when they do some of the things that they do, which are part of their disability, they aren't trying to harm anybody, but what they do can have serious consequences. And before they get to school, to the professionals that handle them, the bus driver, the bus aides, all of those people can be in jeopardy when they're coming to school. And that is a serious concern for me before they even get to the school. And I'd like for us to really carefully look at what we're talking about doing with them, how we can keep people safe, both the children. The other thing I'd like for us to look at is, one, I know we talked about the fact that we have about 300 children, and only half of those parents, about half of those parents, are really interested in sending them to school, because in my experience, and it seems like the same thing is happening here, many of those children have underlying conditions that mean that they are very vulnerable to all of what is going on as well. So I'm concerned about it from both perspectives, what they can get from each other and from our environment. I'm concerned about the fact that when we take them out of their wheelchairs, if they're placed on a mat for physical therapy, occupational therapy, how are we delivering speech and physical therapy and occupational therapy anyway? Are we delivering those services? And if so, how are we doing it?
Well, we've been delivering services virtually, but we're talking about the population that really has a difficult time accessing those services virtually.
Right.
And they're not able to benefit. So by allowing these populations to come back into the building, and it's still a parent's choice. We're not requiring, it's still a parent's choice. But by allowing them to come into the buildings, we can give them that direct service and that direct support that they can't get when they're at home.
I understand. And my question is, when we find that the behavior is such that it is a threat to the staff person, the bus driver, the bus aide, or whatever, and believe me, I know how difficult it is to move that, to change those things when we've put that IEP in place, especially if the parent doesn't want to cooperate. What do we have? What is our plan? They don't understand social distancing or wearing a mask all day or whatever. How do we control that? And how do we, like I said, this is serious. This is life and death we're talking about. And it's just for them and their peers and all of the people who work with them. So my concern, I think, is real and is very valid. I don't know how to keep everybody safe and to do this. while I want them very much to have all the things that they need, if there are teachers who want to risk it, who feel like they can go in, can we do some homebound delivery services for those teachers who are willing to do that? Can we work with parents? I know in working with my own family members who need physical therapy, occupational therapy, the therapist comes to my house once a week, and then I'm to do the lesson with my family member, with my husband now, the rest of the week. What do we do with regard to that? And can we set up some kind of system where we, even if we bring the children in, the other 3 days of the week, if they have, for instance, if they have CP and they don't just need the service Monday through Thursday, they need to work on PT and OT and everything else the rest of the week. So do we have some options there, is what I'm asking.
That's why it's so important that we have consistency with them coming each day. It's not recommended that we send teachers into the homes for the same reasons that you could be sending people in and they're jumping from home to home. Students would be in their classrooms together with their peers. They're already small groups. They'll be even smaller because some parents are opting to keep their children home for virtual instruction anyway. And there have been different recommendations of how to arrange the classroom using the furniture to keep distance between the children and things like that. So it'll look different from classroom to classroom depending on the needs of the children.
With regard to cleaning, I know that many of the children that I've worked with have been allergic to all sorts of things that we didn't even know they were allergic to until they were exposed to it. How are we going to clean the rooms when we are dealing with bodily fluids and all sorts of things as just a normal part of our day, changing diapers and doing those kinds of things? How often are the rooms going to be cleaned, the changing tables going to be cleaned, the sinks and all of those things?
We already have sanitary procedures in place for toileting anyway. Those are going to be the same. It's the same things as Mr. Napier was talking about before. We haven't changed any of the chemicals that are being used in the rooms or anything like that. So those same pieces are in place. And we would, as far as the toileting goes, staff that are helping students with those needs, they have gloves and gear that they typically wear anyway, and we're adding to that. As Dr. Gordon said, we've ordered some gowns, and we've got like masks or goggles, eye protection for staff as well.
We're doing shields or?
Yeah, we're doing full cover face shields. We have the goggles, as Ms. Whitley mentioned. For the speech piece, we've ordered the masks that have the clear mouth so the students can still be able to see the mouth movements and the formations. We've basically purchased everything on the market to be used especially for these classes.
And do we think that the children are going to, how you think the children are going to respond to the teachers dressed in this regalia, for want of another term?
I think they've been seeing that everywhere that they go.
So you think they'll be accustomed to?
Right, and we did order for the teachers in these classrooms too. We ordered the clear masks for them so that students can see their face. They're less intimidating. It's important for students to be able to see the face of their teachers. We did that for younger students as well, for the staff that's going to be working with them.
You say for OT and PT, and what are we doing how are we delivering that service?
For students who come to school that receive direct services, they'll get those services directly. For students that are receiving services virtually, they will continue to be delivered that way. I've gotten feedback from parents as well. Just one of the questions that we asked parents when we reached out to parents, and parents have called and had discussions with us, are what do you need to help support instruction in the home? So when we're talking about our kids that are receiving virtual instruction. And parents shared that they needed additional manipulatives and instructional supplies for students, even simple things. I had one parent say, I can't have difficulty positioning my child's hand around the pencil because I'm not an occupational therapist. So we've even looked at different pencil grips and things like that we can provide to the parents, and then the occupational therapist can collaborate with that parent at home to talk to them about how to use the different tools at home So we're looking at a variety of things. It'll be individual things to meet these individual needs of our students to send home to help support instruction too.
I know we have some industrious teachers, because I know that we got the gifted teacher, the music teacher, the special ed teacher together, and they made a recorder out of material. So I know that there are things that we can pay them to do that they can do well if they have to do things away from students. But I am concerned about them meeting students who physically have the bodies and the body strength to do some things differently, but mentally they don't have the intellectual capacity to handle it or to understand what's happening to them. So that is a concern. But thank you, because you all have done a marvelous job with all of this and taking care of the details of so many things. We do appreciate it. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mayo, did you have questions?
Yes, excuse me, Madam Chair. One question that I have and concern, as you well know, much of my borough and yours, Madam Chair, is rural. And it continues to be a concern from parents about internet access and their children being able to do their assignments. I did hear some of that elaborated during the presentation. Could someone further explain what is being done about that and what kind of access the children that live in the rural areas would have?
I also ditto on that, Ms. Mayo. That was going to be my first question. Resource access centers and so forth. What are we going to do about this? I live in an area, Mr. Littlefield knows, that has very poor reception. So if I want to engage in a conversation, I need to come to the school board office, set up equipment for me and so forth. So I understand firsthand how this is. So I'm interested in also this very question.
Yeah. Yes, and to piggyback on your situation, right now, I am sitting in my home with Wi-Fi because I cannot get internet access at my home. So that's a concern as well. So I understand much of what people are going through with this. Yeah.
So first to address the access that we can address, and I want to be cautious on how I address this. So the areas that have cellular capability for cellular hotspots, we purchased last year or last spring the 525 Khajiits. We upgraded those just this week to unlimited data. That'll be the first attempt. We also will be purchasing an additional 500 of those to cover additional students. There are areas in the city we just cannot provide internet connectivity to. There's just not an option for that. Dr. Branch and Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport talked about these resource centers. This will give us the students an opportunity to come into the buildings and use our resources as far as the internet access and whatnot, download the HTML from the Canvas sources, or actually do some of the work while they're there in our buildings. Unfortunately, that's probably our best effort to do that. We'll reassess our number of devices as we open up with the virtual environment. If we need to add more, we have applied for the ESSA funds and with regards to the CARE Act, so we can add additional devices if we need to. Unfortunately, the rural area, Mrs. Byram, your area, Mrs. Mayo, your area, I'm very familiar with both of these areas.
Yes.
There are areas there is no cell service and there is no cable access at all. I am part of the group with Education Superhighway. We're doing some work to collect the data. We did a pilot with our students this summer where we actually had our summer school students collect some of who their provider was, what their throughputs were, to see if we can start putting us on the map to have some lobbying going on at Richmond and at the federal government level to start having some pressure placed on the service providers to expand the coverage out here. I know I'm on a committee with Dr. Davenport's husband where we're looking at that from a regional perspective. Unfortunately, these type of large-scale initiative take time, but fortunately, there's a lot of people interested in expanding this broadband.
Yes, yes. I just want to add to that. So this is two parts that we're looking at here. The first part is, this is the main reason why we are recording our lessons. So that if there's ever any challenge with any student being able to view instruction, you're still going to have access to that for 2 weeks. The second part is the reason why Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport mentioned those resource centers. And we didn't want to get too far down the road with specifically telling you all which schools are going to be open and which time, because we had to wait to determine what plan the board was going to be able to accept. But our original proposal, we were looking at 3 to 5 schools. We had 2 time frames we were looking at for students to be able to come into the building with supervision, because we're going to need some additional supervision for that, or we may potentially be able to use some of our instructional assistants if, again, we're allowed to be in the building for 4 days a week. Our original thought was 8:30 to 11:30 and 4 to 6. But some of that's going to depend on what hours that we're going to be able to set for instructional assistants or other staff, or if we're just going to pay the additional stipends that we do for after-school remediation and et cetera. So we knew that there are some dead pockets within the city when it comes to broadband internet access. 2-part plan to basically have a solution for that: the recordings on Canvas, and to be able to establish these resource access centers. And based on the data that Mr. Littlefield has been tracking basically since March, that's going to help us to determine. Specifically, we talked about Pioneer Elementary as an example. We talked about Booker T. Washington. We talked about any areas out in the Whaleyville area specifically, just to try to find if there's any businesses or other groups that we can partner with, or anywhere, so that we can potentially set up some of our own devices there. So depending on what the board provides us tonight regarding guidance, that's going to be one of the first things that the team works on next week, to be able to supplement those areas with some additional options.
Thank you. Any others, Ms. Mayo?
Just one other, and one of my constituents who is a teacher was just curious about the social and emotional lessons that are going to be incorporated in the daily activities. Will that be teacher oriented, or are the lessons already available? How does that work?
Right now, we have a social emotional task force team of educators and parents and community partners that are looking at identifying a social emotional curriculum for students from pre-K through 12th grade, maybe a couple of different curriculums depending on age, that can be accessed virtually. And the lessons would be done on a daily basis, and that's the plan for right now. And some of it would be teacher-led. It would be incorporated for some of the schools that are already doing circles with students. It will be incorporated into that time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's all, Madam Chair, for now.
All right, thank you. You have questions?
I just have one question. Sorry. I have some concern. How many, like if you have 5 students in your classroom, what would be the ratio? Because I maybe missed it. I don't remember hearing. What would the ratio with the teacher and the TA would be in the classroom?
We're planning to bring the teachers and the paraprofessionals that teach the classroom back into the building. So in some of the classes, there's one para. Some classes, there are 2 paras.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the class and the nature of the disability of the students that we're servicing. Typically, it's anywhere from 5 to 10 students in a classroom if you have a full class.
Thank you. And I just want to say that it is evident that you all have worked tirelessly trying to figure this out, and unfortunately, there's no perfect answer for this. I don't care what decision we make tonight, someone is not going to be happy. But I just appreciate your hard work and what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Mr. Riddick?
Ms. Byer?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mitnick?
Yeah, I just received a message from one of our office workers, and they just wanted to know, to let teachers know, they've been in school 4 days a week from 7:30 to 5:30 all summer long. And yes, it was scary when they first went back, but she took the time to say, we got over it. But the fear was there at the beginning, but, the things have gotten better. In the offices where they're working, there's been no special cleaning happening. No hot waters in some of the bathrooms, but they're there and they're doing their job. And this person just wanted teachers to know that you kind of get used to it, I guess. So I think that that's important, and maybe our teachers need to hear that, and maybe that'll help.
And Mr. Mitnick, please let us know. Could you shoot me a text or email? I need to know which school doesn't have hot water in this bathroom, so we can get that taken care of. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Riddick?
Madam Chair, I do have a series of questions. I wanted to give other board members the opportunity to ask theirs first. My questions may be a little more in-depth with actual operational aspects. But my first question that I would pose to you all is, will the staff be tested or asked to go and seek tested for COVID prior to returning to Suffolk Public Schools? We've had free testing that was done, so it's no cost to the division. What are we going to do about that in regards to that question? And I have a lot coming after that.
At this time, we don't have plans to do that, and we heavily advertised that free testing, and those sites they ran out of tests within 30 minutes, and so there were lines of folks that were left without any testing available because they were so limited. But we certainly are advertising that and encouraging all staff members to get tested, but at this time, we're not making it a requirement.
Okay. My next question is, what would be the role of support staff with the virtual learning option, the teachers' assistants, and the other support staff we have?
Yeah, I'll take that, and then Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport can chime in if I forget anything. So we're also going to give our Chromebooks to our paraprofessionals, number one. And as Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport mentioned, there's going to also be some training for them for Canvas using the Chromebook, et cetera. And part of the things that Dr. Davenport specifically mentioned is the collaborative planning that needs to take place between the teacher and the paraprofessional, because we want to be able to use the paraprofessional for those breakout rooms, for those small group sessions. So especially if it's a situation where it's an inclusion classroom, based on what's written in the student's IEP, there would be a second room set up if the student's IEP says one-on-one instruction, for example, because we still need to make sure that we follow that to the T. So that's where we want to use them to hopefully be able to have some reinforcement. That's part of the reason why you saw on our schedule we had enrichment and remediation activities at the end of the day to be able to assist those students that may have some processing issues. So Mr. Rick, I've gotten that email from so many of our paraprofessionals. What's going to be my role? What's going to be my role? And my answer has been the exact same role that we had in face-to-face. The only difference is going to be we're actually going to ask you to be as well equipped in our technology as our teachers will be.
Okay. Next question.
Mr. Riddick, for those other positions like bus aides and drivers and other support staff, they will remain in their role. We're still providing meal service, so those bus aides would still be there and assisting. For the special ed population, they would still be in those roles. All other support positions will still be in place. And we may repurpose some people, because if we can get many of our instructional assistants to work with Alphabet, still working for Suffolk Public Schools, but assisting students during the virtual learning time, that will be an opportunity to repurpose them in their role.
That's right. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if we do virtual learning and you have people who elect to go put their child in Alphabet, we're then taking our TAs, or some of them, repurposing some of them to deal with face-to-face I mean, I want to make sure I'm understanding you clear.
We're asking teachers, we want teachers to be back. We also want teacher assistants to be back, and that would be an extension of their role. But they would have to want to be over there. We're not just sending everyone, and I want to make sure that I'm correct in that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Because some will be more comfortable working online, assisting students. Some would not have a problem. We've even had some discussions about additional monies in supporting that Alpha Best group. So yes, we will be able to use all of our support staff during this time. We also have recommended, as we look at the resource access centers, that TAs or instructional assistants be a part of that monitoring process.
Okay, so that leads me to another, okay.
But keeping in mind that the TA is not the teacher. The TAs would provide the instructional support much like they do in a classroom. So just like in a classroom where a TA may pull a small group out and just review some skills or to assist a student with getting online or understanding a question, they would not supplement, they would not be the direct instructor. The teacher would still be the instructor. The TAs would just be a support person, much like they are in a classroom.
So would the TA have the autonomy to say, I don't want to work? It's not, and I want to be clear, I don't want TAs to come to work expecting to do one task and then they're told your assignment post is Alpha Best. I feel that's unjust. So I want to make sure that they have the right to say, no, I don't want to do that particular assignment. Let me help in another capacity.
We're definitely going to be able to provide them some input, but I'll be honest and tell you that in their job description, it does say other duties as assigned. And as you know, principals have moved some of our instructional assistants to support some other areas. But we want to be able to have that conversation with them in the beginning on, okay, you're going to have some options here. Are you going to support more in a virtual model if you're at the elementary level? Because that's, you know, we may have to have some TAs that may have to move to the elementary schools just to support the Alpha Best instructional model. And we're also looking at a second instructional model that we're going to try to start working on next week that really aligns Alpha Best up with the typical virtual instructional day. So yes, there is going to be a conversation. It just won't be, you know, you're being told to go here without having some conversation with it. But there is going to be some flexibility on if, depending on the needs, depending on the number, or some of our paraprofessionals might be doing some different duties and responsibilities that they haven't done in the past.
I'm 1,000% against that.
Okay.
Okay. I want to go on record that if Alpha Best is providing a service, Alpha Best needs to have their own staff, because then we assume additional liability and responsibility when we ask our employees to go step in that area. That brings me to another question. What level of risk and liability does having childcare at our site, bringing in special ed students, what is the liability posed to us as a division? I think that's the part that a lot of people are not really touching on. But if someone gets sick at your facility and they can prove that they was exposed at your facility, are you liable, and to what extent?
Daycare one. The daycare is a separate entity. They're responsible for their own stuff, with the exception of the cleaning that we'll be providing. But they still have to meet all the licensing requirements and all the same regulations that all of us have to do to be in whatever setting we're in. So if their setting is the same as ours, it's 6 feet apart. They've got to keep the children 6 feet apart. They've got to provide all kinds of ways to keep, not just keep them apart, but keep them with masks on when it's appropriate and to help them get through their day as a separate entity. This is not a Suffolk Public Schools thing, just like with the before and after care. They're responsible for any medications. They're responsible for everything that has to do. The only thing that these TAs that we were talking about may end up doing is helping with students that are having issues getting online to do their work, because that is, Alpha Best folks are not trained in Canvas. They're a separate entity. So if our children are in there and they're trying to get online, we need to have someone available to help them get online. And Alpha Best is not trained in Canvas. So we would need our folks to help with that. And as Dr. Gordon has said, it would definitely be conversations with folks before. And again, you're talking about late afternoon as well, so there would be opportunities to pay people to stay late afternoon, earn extra money if they chose to help between the hours of 4 and 6 for specific things for students that are in the Alpha Best program. They would not take on the responsibility of the program. They would simply be a supplement to help those children. So
Okay.
there's no liability to us for that piece of it.
So while you're there, I'm going to just tag on and we'll get to the liability afterwards. The cost of application with this, who incurs that cost? Is that coming out of Alpha's Best for that staff, the additional monies we're talking about? Because we know our staff is contracted and allotted for a certain amount of money. So when we say an additional hours with additional money, where's that coming from?
If we decide that we want to have an offer to our staff between the hour, is it 4 to 6? 4 to 6, then that would be our responsibility to pay them for specific things that we would want them to provide support for. Alpha Best is still there. They have all their staff. They have all the numbers of staff they need for the numbers of children to be in compliance. This would be just a supplement for the hours of 4 to 6. And so if we decide that's the direction we want to go, we would come up with that pay, much like we were doing last year with the TAs and folks that stayed when we had late buses and we had things, and they had to stay till 6. It would be that same sort of model for someone to help and stay with children in order to make sure that they get their needs met.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that before you ask your next question, Mr. Riddick. So this is the same pot and pool of money that we would use for enrichment and remediation services,
It's like
algebra
homework
readiness.
help.
It's already
like
there.
homework help?
Yes, right.
Absolutely.
It's already
Oh, okay.
there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is brings me to another question because I'm speaking logistics here. If Alpha Best has, I'm looking at slide, let me make sure I'm telling you where I'm at, 43, and I'm looking at the rates. If Alpha Best has a student doing the $80, and this is a full day, are those rates for the week or is it per day? I just want to make sure that before I get into my question, I'm
If the child
asking
is there
correctly.
1 day, it's the 1 day rate. If the child is there 2 days, it's the 2 day rate. If the child's there 3 days, it's the 3 day rate. It's not added together. It's the rate for 3 days.
Okay.
Okay?
So this is the aspect I'm looking at now. If it's $80 for 2 days, and according to the Department of Licensing Guidelines, I believe the upper elementary age student ratio adult is like 1 to 17, I believe. So if you have 80 times 17 is 1,360. That's for 2 days, okay? And we're going to times that by 4. That's $5,440 that Alpha Best is generating. Why are we paying for it if we're incurring costs for lights, we're incurring costs for cleaning? Why? I'm getting to why we're spending money on that when there are other needs that I think we should take advantage of students not being in school to focus on those needs with these additional funds that we have. I don't know if this is just the pot that we got line item that we have to use for this specific purpose. So I'm really trying to figure the logic behind it.
Let me just say this. Those rates are for those third group that are just the general public. If they're a disenfranchised student, they would have a sliding scale based on income. So it wouldn't be as much money per day, per week, whatever is needed.
Mhm.
Okay? There is also a deeper discount for the ones that Suffolk Public School is paying for. So for our own staff whose children are enrolled, that is an even deeper discount. So that was the only way we could afford it, so we've negotiated that. So there are levels. I mean, your math is good, don't get me wrong, but it's not an exact science because you might have a mix of these 3 different groups in there, so you're not looking at them having 5,000. Also, we're not looking to pay people extra during the day. During the regular school day, they're earning money from us, we're paying them anyway. So those would be, as Dr. Gordon said, other duties as assigned. It would only be the after-school homework help type thing. I'm not saying it would be that, but that type thing that we may potentially offer folks an opportunity to earn extra money in order to do that, should we decide to go that route. That is not, again, new money, not changing money. It's simply offering kind of the same things we were offering to those aftercare kids for those hours where we help them with homework.
Okay. Have we considered the option of allowing the Boys and Girls Club to open? Because they have their own tutors that utilizes our facility. Being a former director of a Boys and Girls Club, the one that was in Suffolk, it was really no cost to Suffolk Public Schools. So is that a program that we have reached out to allow to provide services, since Childcare is an in-demand service? Have we reached out to BGC in regards to whether they're going to be able to operate or not?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
So there's two things you have to look at there, Mr. Riddick. Part of our RFP was for the full day as well as before and after. And the Boys and Girls Club is more of a city operation, and they've had some of their own limitations. Now, once school gets back into session with the face-to-face piece, from what our conversations we've had with the city, that's probably when the Boys and Girls Club's more than likely going to be activated. But right now, until it gets to that point, and you know, our projection is at least for 9 weeks, we need to make sure that we kind of have it all covered. So we don't want to violate what the agreement upon was for the RFP. And, you know, again, the cost that we have is going to be set aside from some of the additional funds that we have, but also because we're going to have the, you know, you use the example of the lights on, they're going to be on anyway. And we want to make sure that we can have our own people in there. We're never going to turn away that support, but we are not going to allow any other outside groups to come into our buildings until our kids are actually back into our buildings. That's probably just the best way to put it.
I'm going to ask that you look into the memorandum of understanding with the City of Suffolk, Parks and Recreation, and Boys and Girls Club, because it is my belief and opinion that when our schools are not in use, in particular John F. Kennedy as a joint use facility, and that during the summer hours, the Boys and Girls Club operate within the same time scale that you have here. That's not anything that's done with us, but that's something that's already in stone. I want to make sure that if there's another avenue where we can legally take the load off of us already and allow someone else to share in that load if they are willing to, that we do so. But at this point, I want to get into the liability aspect. What liability are we as a school division being held to in the event that someone is exposed at Alpha Best, or that our staff is exposed while doing additional work at Alpha Best? What's that liability, and what are we doing to protect the interests of Suffolk City Public Schools and our taxpayers?
Alpha Best has its own liability policy. They're a separate entity. So they are responsible for their folks and their staff and what they do in their daycare. We're responsible for our folks and what we decide to push in there to help our students. So we're the ones that have hired Alpha Best as an outside company. They have their own liability insurance policy. They're their own entity. They're not Suffolk Public Schools, much like the before and after care program we have had in the past. The YMCA was responsible for their own liability insurance. That is not something that we take on when we hire them in.
Okay. My next question would be in regards to transportation. I can't get off this school bus to save my life. How do we enforce students not wearing masks with every seat having the opportunity of a child being assigned to it? The bus driver driving that bus, are we putting the plexiglass like the city buses have to protect the bus driver? Because if the child comes to school and is not showing the symptoms but is asymptomatic and is still on the bus and then driving the bus kids, these masks here, oh my God, they're going to be slingshots. But how are we really going to what's our behavior intervention plan for that?
Right. So the first thing is get the squirt of sanitizer when you get on the bus. The other thing is it's good that we are going to have a limited capacity, but we're going to be using the video. I mean, we're going to let parents know pretty loud and clear that masks are required to be on the Suffolk Public Schools buses. And if they are violating that, then we can't transport them any longer. I mean, that's really not going to be negotiable. And we will certainly use video, Mr. Riddick, to go back and find out if the bus driver is reporting an issue with the child who's refusing to wear the mask. Now, a student who breaks it or what have you, we've already supplied the buses with masks so that we can replace that right away with a disposable mask. But yeah, we're going to require that.
I want to make sure I got all my questions out.
That it, Mr. Riddick?
I believe I have one more. I'm going to make my statement at this point, and it's going to give you a summation. My stance in July is still current. I believe in 100% virtual with none of our children at school. The recommendation that you're asking for, if we disagree with the 4 days, I understand why. I understand the logic, but I believe that we could utilize office hours. Looking at the schedule throughout the day, that we're asking our children to be able to, because when you put a schedule out, it's kind of hard to tell them that this is not what you have to follow, but this is what we want you to do in theory. Just the practicality of that actually being received by the community. So I'm not confident in moving forward with some of the aspects. I'm going to send an email to Dr. Gordon so I can get more clarity for the sake of time. But I want to ensure that whatever we do, far as the day-to-day operations, that's not my scope, but whatever we do, it's in the best interest of our children, their families, and us as the Suffolkians as a whole. So in closing, how are we going to address behaviors of students, especially those who have special needs, and this is not just for special needs students, who feel it necessary to take the mask off and get out of control? Some things they can't control. Are we at this point able to, and I don't know if I'm violating any laws with this, Dr. Buck, but are we able to tell a parent of a special needs child, hey, your child can't return because it's too much of a greater risk to the staff and others if your child is continue to have a mask that is soiled with drool and just taking it off, and I mean, they don't understand, and it's okay, but we're dealing with something that's life or death. How do we handle that? What is our game plan on addressing those scenarios?
So if you're looking at the behavior side of it, Mr. Riddick, the first thing that will have to be determined is if the behavior is based on the student's disability. And we won't take disciplinary action against any student if there's any level of disability. And I'll turn over to Dr. Rice if she wants to add something to that. And we also have to make sure that our staff understands that this is going to be a change for a lot of our students. So this is why we have talked to them in the 21 faculty meetings that we had about the flexibility and transitioning, understanding the different ways that potentially this pandemic and our return to school plan has affected students. So Dr. Rice, if there's anything you want to add to that.
You pretty much captured it, Dr. Gordon, and I was just going to say, and there are going to be some students, perhaps staff, that are unable physically to wear a mask, and with ADA, we'll have to comply with whatever that accommodation is that we can try to adjust some way, keeping the physical distancing, if we have to use a shield, whatever else we can adjust with. So we'll have to work with those on an individual basis, quite honestly.
Madam Chair, so I'm not sure if the board members do have any other questions for the staff or for the team. My only request is that before you all make any level of a vote, if there's any adjustments in our Educate and Innovate plan, if you could state that to us before the vote is made, so that we as a staff will be able to prepare. That will also help Ms. Ward when it comes to our messaging, so that we can make those adjustments starting tomorrow as we are planning to release some videos and some other information based on what the board says.
And with that, thank you for reminding me that our plan right now is on Monday to submit our health plan to the Virginia Department of Education, as well as our instructional plan. And what we are in the process of working on right now, which we were hoping to share with you at the board meeting next week, but because it was moved up to this week, we're not quite ready for it. But we have a resource guide that will be available for everyone that covers all of this information. And it will be all the nuts and bolts for everybody, and it has a lot of graphics in it so that you can actually see visuals. But that resource guide will be made available as well. So all of that would need to be adjusted if things come as suggestions are made at the board meeting tonight. So again, just wanted to bring that to your attention, that will happen Monday.
Definitely, and both of those plans have to be received by the Department of Education 15 days before the start of school. So again, any feedback or alterations, we just want to make sure that we're all clear on that moving forward.
Any other, before we, yes, Ms. Dorr?
Well, I think a couple things I've thought of that I'd like to express. First of all, there was a very high percentage of students that expressed wanting to come back. And I think under normal circumstances, which we're not, but this board, many members have expressed real concern about the emotional well-being of students. And I know that the physical well-being is very important too, but I think students are letting us know that there are some real concerns for their emotional and psychological well-being. And I'm not sure that 10 minutes in the morning, 10, 15 minutes in the morning is really satisfying what they're really going to be experiencing here if we're keeping them home. And they really wanted to come back. And then we had at least 50% or more of our staff who said they were willing to try and wanted to come back. And I think those voices are not being heard. I think that they want to come back, they want to try coming back, they want to do what they can to re-engage in school. And I just want to speak for those that have asked for that and have expressed that need. Many parents want their children in school again, even up to 5 days a week. They would like that. Others on an every other day basis. I believe the 1/4, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Dr. Rice, but the 1/4, coming back 1/4 was based on the first bus allotment that kids could come back, and now
Actually, it was based on the survey that we gave at the beginning, that I shared with you, those results, 40%. We had that hybrid plan with 3 options.
Right.
The 4-day-a-week, which is what we went with, the 5-day-a-week, or 1 day for 5 days a week, or the 5 days a week. And so the highest percentage was 40% for that option of the 4 cohorts, Monday through Thursday.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So we are bringing a lot of kids into the school anyway. We've got this now resource school, 3 to 5 schools that we don't know how many kids are going to show up, but that could be a lot. So we are bringing them in. The same time, like at Pioneer, you have 6, 7, or 8 rooms with Alpha Best students in them. Then you have the special ed students. I don't know what buildings they're all in. I mean, there's still a lot of people and a lot of students coming into the building. It seems like instead of having them all in Alpha Best, why aren't we just trying some hybrid school? I mean, if they're all in the rooms anyway, coming in, and I mean, I think there are people that really, like I said, I'm speaking for their voice, and the idea that teachers are not being given the option, we heard the most from those teachers. the fact that their children, we say we're for kids, but I'm not sure we're for the teachers' own kids if we are putting them in daycare. And without really a plan, as I believe Ms. Forsman said, Alpha Best does not know Canvas. And I don't know that I've heard a plan of how those kids will even be on an hour, let alone all that other time. So you have teachers very stressed out because they don't feel that they are being respected and being forced to come in. And then they pick up their child at a very difficult time anyways, that they've been in this daycare all day long, and then are expected to go home and try to do school. I just don't personally see how that is a good plan for our teacher students. So if we're student-centered, teacher students also matter. Their own children matter. And I'm expressing what we heard from many, many teachers. They are not happy with this plan at all. And I worry about that because these days they have options. They do have options, and I don't want to lose any of the teachers. I don't want to lose their students. And so I'm speaking for them. Might not be popular in this group, but I'm speaking for them, and I'm trying to give them a voice. I don't think they are happy at all, and I think they're very worried about their own students. And I think that we should definitely, as Mr. Riddick said, I'm 1,000% against making teachers come in 4 days a week. And that is just putting their own students too far behind, potentially. And that's not servicing our employees well. So I hope we've had a lot of emails that have come into the full board, and there's been a lot of other communication. I hope I've expressed, I feel their point is very valid, and I hope I've expressed that for them. And like I said, it probably isn't popular from this group up here, but they are very unhappy. I think there's a good percentage very unhappy. In fact, they want to do school, but they want to do it with kids in the classroom. And asked to come in and sit for 8 hours a day, they said 20 minutes online lessons, and then what? And I really appreciate what the office personnel said, but when all the teachers get in and you're talking about the copy machine and you're talking about all this, that is just something that I don't think that risk is necessary to take for all of our teachers and aides who are going to be in. I don't think that risk is worth it. For them either, they should be allowed to be virtual. If our students are virtual, I think the vast majority of the week should be allowed to be virtual for them as well. I do have a question about the hot water. You sort of joked, but I think we have at least maybe 6 schools that do not have hot water for washing hands and aren't capable of even getting it. And would you like to speak to that, please? Is that true? Do we have 5 to 6 schools that there is not hot water available and we can't make it available because of how the school is built? Is that true?
That is true, yes. The schools were not designed with hot water, and we can't get it to them.
So, and just to clarify from what Mr. Napier has sent me, CDC guidelines says that cold water washes hands just as well as hot water when it comes to killing this virus?
That is correct. Over the years, I have given that document out to many parents, where the CDC states it makes no difference.
And also just to, you brought up some interesting points, Ms. Story, and if we do the math, 66 students potentially in an elementary school, or 11 elementary schools for childcare, Specialized programs, the highest amount are at our high schools, with Kings Fork High School having 34, Nansemond River having 24, if I remember correctly. So we're looking at a maximum of 34 students at a high school and 66 at an elementary school. So I don't really see that's really being a large number. I do understand what you're saying, though, about that option of the folks for the face-to-face. And that was part of the reason why, at the beginning of the presentation, Dr. Rice gave us the COVID and scientific data. And if you look amongst the entire region of Region 2, Isle of Wight was the only one that was going to do face-to-face, and then their board of supervisors came back in and kind of overruled that. So, one of the things I said in July is that we were always going to make a decision that was in the best interest of Suffolk Public Schools, but we're also going to make sure that we're really studying that scientific data. And the data says right now, kids really shouldn't be in the building unless they absolutely have to. And the childcare piece, that is an option. That is an option for parents. That is an option for teachers. And no school division, until Fredericksburg just did it, Charlottesville is going to do it because they copied our model, both school divisions. They haven't gotten that far. And I'm really happy that Suffolk Public Schools is at least providing that option to our teachers, at least providing that option to our parents. If you don't want to send them to the child care in the building, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But we wanted to make sure that that wasn't going to hinder, what we were trying to do as an organization. And one of the things that we always told our staff is that we're always going to try to provide them with some different options for things. And as I said, if the board wants to reduce the 4 days, that's the board's prerogative. We just want to know what the days you're going to give us, if you're going to give us any days at all. Because in the month of July, we had 2 trains going down the track. Hybrid model, virtual model. As the data increased, Sarah Williford on Dr. Rice's team has done an outstanding job of keeping us up to date. We switched and went to one plan. And that's part of the reason why I released that letter on Tuesday, so that everyone would have a couple of days to kind of think about it, right? Also to give the board an opportunity to develop their questions. When we met with those 21 faculties, we told them what the 2 choices were, and we dropped enough hints. They figured out what the virtual model was, probably what we were going to be able to recommend. So, all of the questions that you all asked us on July 9th, that's part of the reason why, as Mr. Riddick said, this is a long presentation. Yeah, it was. Because we really wanted to make sure we addressed everyone, including the ones that have come in today and this week, and that's why I added some things to my response plan. This is why Mr. Napier added some additional discussion, Dr. Branch and Dr. Davenport. Strategically, that's why we put that last, because we wanted to talk about the safety first, the health piece, and then instruction, because to us, that's how important it is. So, I definitely see Ms. Story's points. I definitely see Mr. Riddick's points. This is our recommendation to you all. And as the board, you all have the right to make any alterations that you see fit. We're just ready to start working on it, because even though we're off on Fridays, I can tell you what, right now, these 11 people that are here on this cabinet will be texting and working all day to get this message out so we can really make sure that everything's prepared and ready to go for September 8th.
Madam Chair, Miss.
Yes, Dr. Buck.
One of the things, and I think I've gotten most of the messages that everybody else got. And so while I hear that teachers are sending in stuff and parents are sending in stuff, I used to teach a course called Applied Behavior Analysis, and for people in special education classes, actually when you look at things and people tell you how horrible somebody has behaved, and when you actually look at the data about how the event might have been severe, but it only happened one time, so the child really isn't acting that badly that often. It just looked like, because the behavior was so bad, it was terrible, that it happens all the time. Getting back to my point is that of the 14,000 whatever parents we have, fewer than 25 people have contacted me. Of the 2,000 employees, fewer than 20 people have contacted me. Now, I might get a whole lot of emails tonight, but the truth is, that's all I've gotten so far, so you missed your chance if you start doing it tonight. As far as I'm concerned, the virtual plan is the better plan because the disease is serious. So I'm sorry, that's the way I have to go. What I would like to see with special education for our children with the most severe disabilities is more a phased-in plan than saying, writing an IEP and saying they should come every day. I really would like to see them phased in, and the reason I'm saying that, and I know it's much more difficult and much more technical, but if you write an IEP to say they need to come 5 days a week, whatever happens, whether it's met or it's not met, you've got that plan in place, and it's much harder to change than it is if you do a phased-in plan. If you see how the children react, because they've been out of school for a long, long time, and if you bring them in 5 days and say they're going to be here 5 days or 4 days, whatever it is we decide to do, rather than bringing them in and seeing how they work 1 day a week or 2 days a week or whatever, and as they can tolerate more, then you bring them in more. It seems to me, as a special educator, to be a better idea or a different idea. Not a better idea, but a different idea that might be one to consider, just to consider. I don't know if anybody else agrees. The other part is the only way that I can see is a virtual way. Because right now, that's, like I said, it's life or death, and that's all I can see.
Anybody else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair?
I agree with Dr. Buck, and I will actually, after the discussion is over, I would love to put that in motion, and that's what we operate from. But I will ask the board to also consider reducing the time in which the staff is supposed to report to school. I would love to see them, or I think from the ones I've spoken with, which was a lot of them, that they would even be inclined to doing at least 2 days of the week. But this is the caveat that I would like to see also. We know there's going to be some learning loss. I would like to see intense staff development. So when our students do return, our teachers can hit the ground running. So in addition to what Dr. Buck just stated with going virtual, 1,000% virtual, and staggering and phasing in our special ed students with severe illnesses, I think I'm quoting it correctly. Disabilities, okay. And reducing the teachers to reporting to work twice a week, and you can do it where science and English come Monday, Wednesday, history and such, and you stagger it out. And then intense staff development, so that way they can hit the ground running when we resume. That's a plan that I can move forward with.
I agree.
Madam
Wholeheartedly.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
I'd like to say I agree with Dr. Buck and Mr. Riddick that we should go along with the virtual plan. I would also like to go along with the teachers 2 days a week instead of 4. Mr. Riddick, it's not going to work in elementary school for English and social studies one day and science and math another, because elementary schools, our teachers are teaching all subjects. But with the specialized special ed programs, Dr. Buck's idea of phasing it in somehow, and getting the kids back to the mindset of being in school. If we could do that, I would also support that. And I don't know if we take these things one at a time, or if everybody wants to vote on it as a package, but it seems like we need to move, that we're at that point, and we need to decide how we're going to do these votes.
Madam Chair? Yes. I too support the 100% virtual as well. I do agree with my colleagues, and I do think that something needs to be done about the number of days that the teachers do report. Then there is a real concern about that. So I could live with 2 days instead of 4 if that's what the board wants to do, the majority of the board. But there's a real concern about reporting the 4 days, and I've gotten a lot of feedback from people people, and these are veteran folks, are some people who have been very dedicated to the profession, did what they were supposed to do during the spring, and now we're at this point. So I could support that as well.
Madam Chair.
And maybe some modifications to the special ed situation also. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to move.
Wait, just.
No, Mr. Mitnick had something to say.
He did?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins.
No, I just said I totally support as I've always said, total virtual, and I agree with the 2 days and modifying with the special ed with phasing in, because like you said, there's no way in the world that they're going to just come back from all this time and be okay. We have to phase them in gradually to see where they stand at that time, so we can appropriately address their needs.
Dr. Buck, were you going to say something?
That was really all I had to say. I was going to say 3 days, but I think it's been down to 2 days. I want to say this. I want to say this about our plan, and I want to be very positive about this. I'm at work, and our staff is at work, and our staff has been at work. Our custodians have been at work. Our cafeteria people have been at work. Our office people have been at work. Our professional staff here has been at work. So, I mean, I understand teachers feeling the way that they do, but I want them not to feel that it's being treated as they are not professionals, because that's not fair. The people who are here working, I don't feel like I'm being treated as not a professional having to be here when I have to be here. So, I mean, I have to take exception to that, because I'm a professional, but when it's time for me to report to work, I'm here. One of the things that we have done as a board is insist that we keep all our employees, we keep them all on payroll, we keep them all working. We took some tough hits because we did not let people go. We kept them in their jobs, and teachers are not the only ones. We kept teachers, we kept aides, we kept cafeteria workers, we kept bus people, we kept everybody. And now we're supplying, if people want it, childcare. So I mean, in some ways, we need to be fair to ourselves. We really do. Now, I'm not going to fight over 2 days or 3 days or whatever. I think 3 days you ought to be able to come to work. If you're getting a full salary, you ought to be able to come to work. I just think so. But if that's the majority of the board, I'm not going to fight about 2 or 3 days. I don't have a problem with that. But again, if we have done, I believe, as a board, we've worked very hard to make sure that we kept our staff and kept people working and kept people employed during a very difficult time. And we've taken a lot of hits because we have. And I think that I appreciate the fact that the staff here has worked as hard as they have, and we've worked quite hard to make sure all of this happened. So even though there have been people who have complained, I think there are a lot of positive things that people need to look at, because there are a lot of school systems who aren't applying an option of having your children taken care of. Even though it's not wonderful, and this is not a wonderful time, it's a lot better than a whole lot of people are experiencing right now. So I just say, you know, sometimes my grandmother used to say, sometimes you should say thank you for some of the blessings that you get, for all of the blessings you get, she used to say. But I think that we need to look at some of the positive things that have been done. And I do appreciate the work that you all have done trying to organize this.
Madam Chair.
I would like one more short comment.
Yes.
So I will, you know, I can agree to the 2 days a week as well. I think that that's good compromise. I think that when you say they come into work, teachers, they will be working. They will be working 5 days a week with this virtual. They are going to be working hard because many of the teachers, and even though there were some who maybe didn't do what they should, many teachers, and I want to speak for them, were working a gazillion hours on this virtual, because no matter how much professional development they get, no one's going to hit the ground running, because this is a totally new mindset. And this is very difficult. This is going from a classroom to something that is totally different, a totally different concept. This is going to take a while to work into. And I think that I'm counting on them getting good professional development, but I also know there isn't this concept of hitting the ground running, because it's a difficult thing to do. It's going to be very difficult to try to track and get these kids all online, and they're going to work very hard at it. There are teachers who told me of all the calls they made to students. They made more calls last spring than they had made in any other semester and time frame. So these teachers, even though they're not coming into work, they will be working very hard, managing the Canvas system and putting everything into it. They will be working extremely hard, many, many hours, and trying to get their kids all to come online. So I don't want anyone to think that just because we said they're coming into work 2 days, they are working hard, and they're going to work hard. And I believe that we have very professional staff, and I am glad that I don't feel that all of them should be judged on a few that perhaps didn't do as much as they could have or should have. But I feel that it's a different day today. This starts a new year. Everyone knows that grades count. We're going to be taking grades. And I want to speak up for the teachers and say, I will make you a bet that this will be just a great effort that everyone's going to put in constantly, and many more hours than maybe if they had been actually in the school normal, because this takes a lot of effort to manage online learning when you just haven't done it like this before. So I want to speak up for them, and I feel that we'll get a good effort out of them. We'll get the best. They will try to do the best they can under these tough circumstances. One other thing, Dr. Gordon, I hope you consider in terms of starting to come back. I feel where Isle of Wight settled on was bringing back K through 3. And I am very concerned for the K through 3 group. I think that's the toughest group that is for online learning and reading and so on. And maybe the phase-in plan, as we look to bring some kids in, I would be very much for starting with that group, K3, because I think that is the group that really needs some teacher time, face time. And so I hope that we would consider that rather than like bringing in partial everybody. I like that K3 idea. I think they settled on something good, and I hope it can work positively for them. But I hope we would consider something like that when the time comes to bring in the little ones first. I have grandkids that age, and sitting in front of a computer screen, this is not going to be easy for any length of time. So I really worry for those kids and getting their basic skills of reading and math. So that would be, I hope you consider that.
Madam Chair, just because I know that the board is more than likely getting ready to vote, I just want to summarize what you all just said, just to make sure that my team and our school community is prepared, and that also may help to clarify things for the board. Staff is going to be reduced from coming in 4 days a week to 2 days a week. We will still keep that Friday day as an optional, since that was part of the original plan. We're also going to reduce, since the specialized programs were also tuned with that, we're also going to cut them back to 2 days a week as well, just to make sure that we're on the same page there. And then in October, based on what Ms. Story just said, as well as some of your other comments, we would then bring to the board our proposal for increasing, potentially adding K through 3, maybe starting before the second 9 weeks, and also maybe to potentially with the phase-in approach for the specialized programs, maybe taking them from 2 days to 3 days as an example. So I just wanted to kind of just lay that out there as a summary statement, just so our entire team will know. 2 days a week for staff, 2 days a week for specialized programs, Fridays being optional, phase-in approach looking at K through 3 and specialized programs in the future.
No, we hadn't talked about K through 3 at all.
Okay.
We had just talked about, Mrs. Story just talked about
Right,
them, but we
right.
were just talking about
Reentry.
all virtual.
Correct.
We were talking about 2 days a week for teachers, and we were talking about phased-in programs for the children with severe disabilities. And that would be based on the IEP, not 2 days, just phased-in programs to see how they work. You bring them in one day, see how they adjust to the classroom, the situation, the setting. If they can tolerate that, then maybe the next week we do 2 days, the next week, because the way that you write the IEP is going to be the way that what you're held to.
I agree.
For
I
the
agree.
rest of the semester.
And-
What you write down on that piece of paper is what you got.
You're exactly
Okay.
right. And Ms. Whitley had, those are some of the conversations she had. And the main reason I had mentioned K through 3, because Ms. Story brings up a good point, that was also something that Ms. Connor had pushed. So I mentioned that as something that we would bring to you all in October.
Oh, okay.
At the October board meeting for the board to take a look at, because we know this is going to be fluid as we
Right.
continue to plan for this. And even though we tentatively laid out the calendar of what we were thinking, we can make that adjustment now based on those board's recommendations. So those are all of our summary comments, and I'll turn it back over to the board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
I'm about to make the motion, but I just want to be quoted correctly for the record. When I said hit the ground running, I was not talking about September. I'm talking about when we return, and I know I said that when I made my comments, that when we return 100% in person, because we know we're going to have some learning loss, so that way the staff is prepared on a diverse strategy to reengage those who may have some gaps. But Madam Chair, I would like to move that we adopt a 100% virtual plan, reentry with 2 days a week for staff development and for staff reporting to work. And I would also like that we have a phased-in approach for our special education students with severe disabilities.
Second the motion.
Second.
Could I ask a question? Mr. Riddick, what did you mean by 2 days staff development?
He didn't say 2 days staff development.
I would like to amend my motion because I don't want to be misconstrued, and I don't want us to be.
You didn't say 2 days staff development.
He did, but then he changed it. He did. Then he changed it. You did change it.
No, I didn't change it. And that's what I'm about to do now. I want to let me speak for myself. What I want to say is that the teachers report to their work location physically for 2 days, and that 2 days will be whether it's their office hours or reporting, or whether it's used for staff development days. That's the part I would like to amend the motion to. So the motion is that we are 100% virtual, that our staff, our teachers report to work physically to their physical location 2 days a week, and that special education students with severe disabilities are phased back into our school far as operations.
Second the motion.
Any discussion?
Yeah. I would favor, I think I can amend that motion, that teachers report 2 days to their buildings. I think that's operational, whatever is going to be done during that time. I don't think we should specify. I think that
Didn't specify my.
that I think I would amend it to, to make it clean. Teachers report 2 days, 2 days a week to the building. And then let them decide whatever.
I didn't specify. When I
specify.
amended the motion, I left the usage of those 2 days out. I specifically said that the teachers would report to their physical location 2 days. Madam, could the clerk read the motion?
Motion.
Motion was that we adopt a 100% virtual plan with teachers report to their physical location for 2 days per week, and special education students with severe disabilities be phased back into the schools.
All for the question.
All for the question.
Board members, please vote.
Yep.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I don't know how to do this, but I would like to recommend to the board that we have a list of public speakers, and it's 11:07. If we could shift and allow our public speakers to speak now versus having them to have to wait through the other items before the agenda. They've been here for quite some time, and we don't want to deprive our citizens of a right to weigh in on whatever they may want to weigh in about.
Would you like to make that a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that we move the public speakers on non-agenda topics up to follow, well, to now, to address that now.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
There's a move, yeah. And the vote?
Board members, please vote. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And public speakers on non-agenda topics, would you read the information, Ms. Gardner?
Can you read this for me? I tell you what, I'll read it. It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so. Any persons addressing the board shall confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board, refrain from the words or statements from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intent to incite violence or breach of the peace. Refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. Comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. Refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate, court proceeding. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comments but will not comment unless granted permission by the chair. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman, a city police officer shall act as sergeant at arms at all board meetings. The officer shall, under the direction of the chairman or other presiding officer, have charge of the board chamber, the board conference room, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and the school administration building, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board.
First speaker, Sean McGee. Sean McGee.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Gordon, appreciate your time. Appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Mic on?
I'm good. My name is Sean McGee. I live at 1933 Cherry Grove Road in Southern Suffolk. I'm a father of 5 children and currently have 4 children enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools, 3 in elementary and 1 in middle school. I'm here tonight to discuss my concerns regarding the proposed start to this upcoming school year with 100% virtual. The other option was the 80% hybrid option with kids coming in 1 day a week. We do not have internet where I live. I have satellite internet. It's limited. The Khajiits do not work. They run off cell phone towers. I personally have Verizon wireless as a cellular provider. Inside our house, you cannot get videos to play. My kids have no access to talk to their teachers. Everything that you guys proposed and you rolled out in this beautiful package tonight, I love it. I love to see our city grow going virtual. However, we are not built as a city. The mayor, our city council people have let us down. We cannot roll this package out for all of our citizens. I have 4 kids right now that this will not work for. I work full-time. My wife works full-time. You talk about open up these facilities to come in the evening. By the time I get off work and I'm home at 5 o'clock, what am I supposed to do? When will my kids have face-to-face time with their teachers? Live action. Everything that was rolled out, it sounds great, but it will not work for folks like myself and others in my neighborhood who do not have this internet access. We have got to look at another option for us. If you're going to open the schools for certain kids, I'm thankful for that. The kids that have some of these disabilities, we need that. But you are going to let a generation of kids behind by ignoring this small percentage of our city that doesn't have internet capabilities. So tonight I'm asking, will you take a vote to include or do some research? I heard Mr. Littlefield state, everyone here is aware of the lack of capabilities with internet in Suffolk. Will you take a vote tonight to either poll, research how many kids this affects, and will you allow them to be included just like we are with these other small percentages of kids until we can get something worked out? I have a couple more notes. I apologize. I'm going to read this entire letter, but don't want to waste too much more of your time. COVID hit us all by surprise. I know none of us was prepared for this. However, you guys on the board are elected leaders. You have a decision to make. Your decisions will have lasting effects on many children. Please hear my heart. I'm not here to point fingers, throw shade at any of you. I'm here as a very concerned parent who realizes an all virtual option will not work for our children due to the lack of internet. Our city is just not built for it, and many areas in this city lack the capabilities for our children to learn from 100% virtual learning. Dr. Gordon and board members, with all due respect, the buck stops with you. You are the decision makers and leaders I am looking at, and the rest of the citizens of Suffolk who have children in my situation with unreliable and poor internet access are looking at to ensure they are not left behind. I pray you make the right decision and allow our children with no internet to attend school as an option. Another question I have for the board, I saw the option, I know it was brought up by Ms. Story in reference to the children coming to school for daycare. Is that something, Mr. Gordon, you would be, or Dr. Gordon, would you look into about trying to allow the teachers to teach them kids, since they are going to be in classrooms, where you might be able to keep 10-day a class or 12-day a class, whatever the numbers are, but having a teacher provide instruction instead of 8 hours of just wasting. Not saying that the daycare alpha can't help out, but
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Next, we have Amaris Navas.
Good evening. My name is Armaris Narvaez, and I have a 9-year-old who will be a 4th grader this year and a 5-year-old who will be starting kindergarten, and they're both enrolled in Suffolk County Public Schools. I'm here today as a concerned parent. 2 days ago, I found out through Facebook the proposed plan for Suffolk County schools for this upcoming school year. And to be completely honest, I was not surprised. I was disappointed, but not surprised. I was disappointed that this proposed plan did not take into consideration all of the children in Suffolk County schools. It certainly didn't take my children into consideration. You see, my husband and I are both active duty military. We are both working parents. We moved to this area just last year. We do not have family in the area. We do not have the support system like many other families in this county. And I understand that we are in uncharted territories. I get it. And that you came up with what you thought was the best plan. But my question is, the best plan for who? I cannot fathom that a group of smart individuals sat down and thought that this was the best plan for all of the children in Suffolk County schools. I cannot comprehend that when you were having your talks, you thought about the working parents of this county when you came up with this plan. I read the entire proposal. And it was only after the question was asked on Facebook that it was addressed that the classes would be recorded for the children. It shows that it was not a priority for the school to ensure that this concern was addressed in the document itself. But regardless, how does that help? I'm going to use myself as an example, and I'm actually going to use today as an example. I got up this morning at 4:45. I took my children to childcare by 6 o'clock this morning. I worked till 5 o'clock, got home 6:30, changed, and was here by 7. I have seen my children for 20 minutes. That is my normal day. Based on this proposal, my children would be online at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 7 hours between dinner and food and everything else, they'll be in bed by 1 o'clock in the morning to start the day all over again. I have no other choice. I am not the only one in this county with the same situation. I cannot believe that the answer is for me to just figure it out, because this is what we got. I read that Chromebooks and Wi-Fi are being provided for those that don't have it. Are you going to provide me with extra hours in the day? The answer cannot be, again, for working parents to have to choose between feeding their children and providing them with an education by staying at home with them. I have seen how this county have gone above and beyond, ensuring that every child has food during this time, even going out after a bad storm the other day. Phenomenal job. But you're not doing the right thing by ensuring that all the children have the same educational opportunities. If we cannot get a fair playing field for all the children in this county, then delay the start. Delay it. What is 6 more weeks until we have a better plan? The 7 hours a day is not going to work. It's not going to work for children of working parents. It's not going to work for those that struggle to have a connectivity. It's not going to work for a 5-year-old who can't sit for 7 hours looking at a computer, which, by the way, I don't even know how that's going to work. If you want to give this a trial, want to use my children as guinea pigs, then let's do it right. Let's not put a 7 hour or 4 or 5 or 20 minutes. Don't do that. Make this a self-paced thing so that working parents like myself can tailor it when they have the time after work. You are making a hostile home environment. That's what this is going to happen for working parents. Because we're going to have to come home from work tired to try to learn what the teachers are trying to teach our children so that we can help them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Pancos.
Good evening, board members. I have a couple of things to say about the virtual instruction plan and also how information is presented to the faculty. I fully support virtual learning. However, I do not support forcing teachers to come into the building. If the building isn't safe enough for students, how's it safe for the teachers? What about teachers and their health problems? You're going to force them to come in and possibly have them catch something and cause their death? I don't know if y'all want that burden. In March, I picked up my stuff and was able to teach my class 3 days later virtually. I taught over Zoom, and the kids that showed up did really well. Now, I do understand that internet and connectivity is a huge problem in Suffolk. I've looked at the maps. It's not good. So, yes, there are some teachers who may need to come in to work. Some of us don't. I'd like you to take that into consideration. And based on Dr. Gordon's comments about lack of teacher communication from the spring being a reason why all of us need to come in, that's pretty disrespectful to the vast majority of us who had better communication than some of us have ever had with parents. I know, and for me, myself, I have more contacts on my log than I think I've had in the last 8 years in the last 2 months. In addition, there's also been numerous times where I've found resources online at home that I've gone into the school and I can't get to because of restrictions on the internet and, well, because it doesn't fit this mold. So I'm being prevented from using resources that are better for the students. Also, the innovative lesson plans for our innovative learning environment are the ones that we put together about 10 years ago. Let the teachers teach. Let us do our job. That's what we're paid for. Yes, we have curriculum. Yes, we know how to teach it. Let us teach it. Secondly, I'd like to address how information is presented to the faculty. Why are teachers typically the last ones to find out any information? The most recent information was the most disconcerting. In our faculty meeting last Monday with Dr. Gordon, at least 10 teachers asked what his recommendation was going to be for the fall. We were told that we didn't need to know, and that we would find out at the board meeting when everybody else did. Fast forward to Tuesday, on Suffolk Public Schools' Facebook page, 2 days ago, that's where we found Dr. Gordon's recommendation. And the teachers got an email about it Wednesday. Shouldn't teachers be, the backbone of the education process? Shouldn't we be in the loop? It's really insulting that we don't get information beforehand, finding out about things through Facebook. I found everything out through Facebook before I've gotten an email from anybody about it. It's really, really disheartening. And lastly, I'll leave you with this. When a student threatened to kill me this past school year, why did it take over 6 hours of my being in school to find this out? Potentially endangering the lives of myself and every student in my class? Just a thought.
Thank you, Mr. Pancost. Reverend Henry Diggs. Reverend Henry Diggs.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Henry Diggs. I'm the president of the Suffolk Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance. I would like for all those members to stand at this time. Thank you. Suffolk Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance, known as SEMA. My organization here tonight is support the superintendent of the Suffolk City Schools, Dr. John B. Gordon III. He came to Suffolk well qualified for the job. And I asked myself, how did Suffolk get this blue chipper? Dr. Gordon is doing a fine job in Suffolk. I had an opportunity to meet and talk with him twice. He has a good attitude, and I enjoyed our conversation. our country is going through something today we have never experienced in a long time. Not in my lifetime, anyway. Our country doesn't need COVID-19. Our country doesn't know what to do with it. We are trying our best to get it under control. Unemployment is up, poverty is up, racism is up, and people are trying to get along. But we find it's hard sometimes. It seems like most people want things to go their way. It's all right to disagree, but not to come disagreeable. Things are not going to be like they were. Things have changed. People have changed. A Coca-Cola is not going to be a dime anymore. The world has changed, but people have changed. God is still in control. 2 Chronicles 7:14 said, "If my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins and heal their land." Now's a good time to put prayer back in the school. Have you ever seen so much hate in our land where our needs, COVID-19 doesn't know, COVID-19 doesn't know any color? We get ourselves together. This plague has caused people to look at themselves. There is too much racism in our world. Everybody's blood is red. Romans 8:28 says, "And we know that all things work together for good for them that love the Lord, and those who are called according to his purpose." This meeting tonight is a call for a purpose. This meeting is for us to tear down the walls of racism, walls of intolerance. It's time, like President Reagan told Mr. Gorbachev, tear down these walls. It's time, like Rodney King says, can't we all get along? God bless you.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Diggs. Dr. Felton Whitfield.
Good evening. Well, I would say good night. That's what I should be saying, good night. I want to thank Mr. Riddick for his wisdom to call us up now. Certainly to Madam Chairman and Vice Chairman of the board, school board, to Dr. Gordon, to Dr. Waller. One of the things you all are blessed by tonight is because I have a visual problem. So I didn't write out my message that's normally 2 hours. I decided just to speak from my heart. But I rose in two statements, or two supporters, because I'm the 7th past president of the Ministerial Alliance, and I serve presently as the chaplain. But I'm also the president of the Suffolk Sickle Cell Advisory Foundation. And I was impressed of hearing the presentation by Dr. Gordon and his staff. And one of the things is that we should be so considerate, and that is those persons that have underlined situations, such as members of the sickle cell. I've been contacted by sickle cell families who have their children, and some of them have sickle cell, and that means if they go to school and bring back a COVID-19 situation, that means they could be very well set up for COVID-19. And because of the underlying situation, it posed a problem to them. So I ask that you make sure that you do think twice, as Dr. Gordon has well implemented on the plan. My next thing is I stand in support of Dr. Gordon. This school board needs to be commended because, Madam Chairman, you have been wise enough to lead this group to find a young man that's studious and knowledgeable, full of wisdom and know-how to do the things that he's done. No, everybody's not going to be seeing everything from eye to eye. We're not all going to agree, but we don't have to come disagreeable. But why put a person in place if you're not going to help follow them? I say to you, you are blessed to have a man of wisdom, knowledge, understanding, that has a love for children and people to be a blessing to the city of Suffolk. I said to Dr. Gordon, as the late Congressman John Lewis said, and I rephrased this by saying you may get in trouble. Make sure it's good trouble.
Ma'am.
I want to encourage you, as well as other members, my friend Dr. Wendell Waller, and all, to say that there's a scripture. Y'all call the preachers up here, and it's dangerous to get him behind a mic. But the scripture lets us know, no weapon formed against you will prosper. And then, I'm going to give you a pill to sleep tonight. Be not weary in well-doing, because in due season you shall reap what you sow. One of the things that we have to look at, and that is, God has not given you the spirit of fear, but of love, power, and of a sound mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Whitfield. Dr. Trayvon Boone.
Dr. Trayvon Boone had an emergency. We do have the letter from SEMA. If you give it to the clerk.
Letter.
Dear members of the Suffolk City School Board, the purpose of this correspondence is to express our support of Dr. John B. Gordon III, Division Superintendent of Suffolk Public Schools. Last September 2019, Dr. Gordon accepted the post of Superintendent of Schools after a unanimous vote of the board to appoint him to that position. He was formally sworn in at the October 10, 2019 board meeting. Things appear to have gotten off to a great start. Dr. Judith Brooks Buck, Vice Chairwoman, expressed her confidence that Dr. Gordon will do great things for the school division. We have a great team backing you up, and we know that you understand the notion of teamwork, and you know how to bring the best out of those who work with you, Dr. Brooks Buck said. Dr. Gordon confidently moved into the community to proudly serve the students and families of Suffolk Public Schools. Dr. Gordon came to Suffolk with a stellar career under his belt with 20-plus successful years in public education, having served in many roles as a teacher, coach, principal, and chief of schools, just to name a few. He has vowed to always work together in the spirit of teamwork, transparency, and efficiency. For the past 10 months, Dr. Gordon has made every effort to move the district forward, academically, financially, socially, and emotionally. He has advocated for children, teachers, principals, and community members. In February 2020, Dr. Gordon proposed a new organizational structure to better support principals in incorporating a new director of curriculum and instruction and implementing more technology in the classroom. Dr. Gordon has accomplished all these responsibilities with the full support of all board members except one. Even amid an international pandemic, COVID-19, Dr. Gordon ensured that the students and their families were properly informed as he continued to post up-to-date messages to the community at large regarding distance learning and the district's website, on the district's website and all social media sites, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. At a July 9, 2020 board meeting, Superintendent John B. Gordon III's evaluation was discussed. Members took a required vote to certify it, and only one voted no. Other members unanimously approved the superintendent's performance evaluation with very high ratings. The one dissenting member felt that the evaluation tool had been revised. Board members have been elected and entrusted with carrying out the vision of Suffolk Public Schools. All students will become lifelong learners equipped with the skills, knowledge, and attitudes to succeed as productive citizens in a local, national, and global society. We applaud the Suffolk School Board for standing behind its commitment to goal 4 of its strategic plan, which is to attract, develop, and retain high-quality and diverse staff. At this time, more than ever, the board needs to be unified as a team and remain focused on the vision and mission of Suffolk City Schools. We stand behind Dr. John B. Gordon III and will support his efforts to move the district forward 100%. The Suffolk Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance invites all interested parties to support Dr. Gordon. Please make your voices known by showing up at the next Suffolk School Board meeting on August 6, 2020. Yours truly, Reverend Henry E. Diggs. Is that the right
Thank
one?
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gardner. Next, we have Amber Felician.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Gordon. I want to thank you all for providing me this opportunity to discuss my concerns for our children with special needs. I have a family with 5 children. The oldest is a rising senior at Kings Fork High School, and the youngest will be in kindergarten this year. My 2 youngest children have special needs, and this is why this topic is so critical and special and important to my family. I've researched as much as possible both risks and benefits of returning to school physically in the fall. I came to the conclusion that the benefits far outweigh the risks for these children to return to school. The Center for Disease Control published guidance on July 23rd of this year regarding the importance of reopening schools this fall. I would like to address the board this evening, specifically speaking for the families of children with disabilities and special needs. These children start their lives off at a disadvantage to their peers. This disadvantage can become wider and more spread out over time, even in the best of circumstances. I firmly believe that extended school closures for this group of children is harmful to their futures. The school plays a critical role in the development of the whole child, emotionally, physically, and mentally. In-person classes provide these children with critical services such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. I can only speak of my 2 boys when I say that I am not qualified to provide all of these services to my 2 young children, along with everything else they need. It is literally not possible for me to provide for them what they need from a public school education. It's a collaboration between the parent and the school. The Virginia Department of Education website consistently refers back to the student's IEP team in regards to virtual learning and each child's ability to learn virtually. I strongly disagree with their ability to learn virtually. My experience with virtual learning for my boys since March has not been an experience I would like to continue with. Both children in self-contained classrooms and inclusion classrooms deserve the right to a quality education. These 2 particular groups of children need to be in school with their peers. I'm asking that the board address the needs of these children and allow them to return to school. My fear is that these children will continue to fall behind and not have an equal opportunity for a good education. I thought I was going to get to speak prior to the vote, so I just want to say that I'm very disappointed in the vote this evening. These children, their needs are, it's critical for them to be in school and for continuity for them to progress in life and to have a chance at a good life. I strongly feel that what happened tonight by phasing them in is not going to help these children at all. So I'm sorry to say that I'm very disappointed in that, and I ask that you just keep their needs and their concerns in your forefront of your minds as you continue on. I believe that the 4 days that was proposed was the best thing for these children. My children, I watch them every day. I work with them every day, and they need a school education. They need specialized services that is now being denied to them, and I don't feel that it's appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Bishop Upton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, Superintendent Gordon, and also to my friend. We thank God for us being able to be here. We must remember that in order for us to go forward, we got to remember our history. Back in the 1958 school system, 57, I was out of school for about 8 months because we were going through a period of integration where black kids were not allowed to go to school with white kids. And the black teachers came to our churches, taught our children, taught me and many others. Yes, we have not seen a time like this because of an epidemic, but this thing still goes forward as went back in history. Teachers are persons of integrity who are there to teach our children. Dr. Gordon did a marvelous presentation today with his staff, and because of what he has shown us tonight, I believe that if we had gone to 3 or 4 days, it would have been perfect. But you didn't go that way. But my concern is that there has been a lot of news articles written about the disparity and the difference with this board. And until we learn to come together beyond racial barriers, beyond our individual interests, and think about what's best for this community, we're going to always be divided. I've been in Suffolk for 33 years now, and we are still fighting the same prejudice and situations that we have in our schools. Regardless of what we might say or think, when I look at the school that I've worshiped in now, John F. Kennedy, it's a very poor school that has been ignored, but on the other end, where in the northern Suffolk area, new schools have been built. But we must remember the history of our black schools who have been suffering because we have neglected the need of keeping those schools up. Dr. Gordon has come into the school system, has made some changes, and schools are being looked after even better than what they were in the past. And so I want to congratulate you and say to you, keep on fighting the good fight of faith, because God is on your side. And even though men may come against you, the Lord is more than the whole world against you. As I stand as the last preacher, I might be given the benediction for us to go home. But I want to say it's been a very enlightening experience tonight to sit and listen and see all these presentations that you've given. It has made me more conscious of the fact that I need to attend more of the school board meetings so I can be more intelligent to give information to the people that I pastor at the Tabernacle Christian Church. May God bless you as you continue to do the work that is set before you.
Thank you, Bishop Upton. Danielle Haya.
There's a letter from Ms. Hare.
Okay.
To whom it may concern, I am currently a teacher for Suffolk Public Schools at the elementary level. I also have 2 daughters that attend Carolina Ferret-Cherry Middle School. To my understanding, with our district going completely 100% virtual for the first 9 weeks, teachers are required to go to their schools and teach from their classroom. My question is whether my daughters are able to come to my classroom with me so I can ensure that they are completing their schoolwork as I am teaching my class. My fear is that they will regress in their accelerated classes and not be prepared if we don't come back to face instruction. Not only are they my daughters, but they are also students of Suffolk Public Schools, and I want them to be successful throughout this process as I would want for my own students. Thank you for taking your time to answer my questions and concerns. Sincerely, Danielle Hare.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Francesca Abbioli. And you said Reverend Buns. Any others that I've missed? Laura? I believe he left. He left, right. No one else? Oh, we did, yeah. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? And we'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Oh, Jesus.
Stand up.
I should just go to work after this.
We gotta do,
Still unfinished business.
Right.
Go back up there and get that stuff.
right,
We on that resolution.
we're on the resolution,
Mm-hmm.
and then we gotta do new business. And then, and
I know.
we don't have a business by board members, do we?
I think when it gets to business by board, just say,
It was.
Everybody's eating cookies.
We got SEAC
I'm gonna have to eat something.
on cooking.
No, I've got some in there, but, like those cookies, didn't you?
I needed something.
I ate that in the salad, and that's all that.
All to see if the couple I have sitting with Buck are still there.
I know.
Are they all right? I mean, I know they're still there.
Yeah, yeah. I thought maybe your sister-in-law was there, I didn't know.
No.
Blimey. More in the last two months. Let's roll.
My friend. The authority to execute any and all documents required for the purchase and acquisition of educational materials and therefore the implementation of remote learning program for students in grades pre-K 12 enrolled in Suffolk Public Schools for 2021 school year. This is an action item.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept this resolution as written.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, under unfinished business, selection of citizens to serve on the Special Education Advisory Committee. This is an action item.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
I will just reiterate what I've said before. It would be a shame for us not to let Ms. Bailey, who represents the Independent Center Incorporated, that serves the city of Suffolk and its citizens, that we would not allow her to serve as a voting member for the independence, for the local advisory committee on special education. She has a wealth of knowledge that she can bring to the table, and her voice needs to be heard, and that's why she needs to be a voting member. There are limitations on what consultants or non-voting members can do in the local advisory committee for special education. So I urge fellow members of the school board to allow this young lady to be a voting member of the local advisory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Riddick?
there are some additional vacancies that we have not filled yet, and we are going to actually have to come back and fill those vacancies, as Board Member Story did point out early on in our meeting. So therefore, if it is my recommendation, and I would like to actually move that we table this matter to deal with the final appointment of all of our boards for the Citizens Advisory Council in one session versus to do this one now and then have to come back later and do the we did our appointees, but we didn't do the actual general public yet.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
Excuse me.
I'd like to remind Mr. Riddick that in our meeting, I made the comment that they were having their organization meeting on the 15th of July, and we went ahead and appointed additional members for the local advisory committee on special education. And Ms. Bailey was the only person that had applied that we did not appoint. This would just finish off the local advisory committee on special education. It just takes a vote. If it's going to be no, let's just get it over with tonight. But I urge you to please consider the expertise that this young lady could bring to our special needs families.
Since we're discussing and it hasn't been seconded, no motion has been seconded. First of all, our policy says that each of us can appoint one person from our district. The person's not from our district. My point was, it wasn't to diminish the credibility of the person. Of course, they bring great credibility. The person only has one vote, so they couldn't stop any of the committee's work. One of my concerns, I know when we brought this vote up and we changed that policy, was the board's emphasis on, or what appeared to me might be a problem with this whole policy, with the board attempting to manipulate what happens with these committees and the structure and the operation of these committees. There is no reason why this person could not function in her capacity on this committee and give great influence and have a very positive effect on the operation of the committee with just her advice and her expertise with the committee, whether she votes her one vote or not. But we, according to our policy, get to appoint one person from our borough. She doesn't live in our borough. She doesn't live in Suffolk. We don't have a right to appoint her based on our policy. That is my only point. It doesn't mean that the person cannot be on this committee. It just means that we don't appoint the person. That was my point, based on our policy that we just developed. Had we left it alone, we wouldn't be in the pickle that we're in right now. But based on the policy we just adopted, we have no right to appoint the person, and that's what the whole discussion is about. If we go ahead and let the SEAC committee operate in the way that they operate and let them do their business, I think they'll be fine. I really do. That's my 2 cents worth. I'm done with it.
I want to make.
Motion on the floor.
Yes, I have a comment.
Yeah, I have a comment too.
Okay.
I do know that the SEAC board, and we've discussed this, we discussed it when we did the policy. And we asked, both of us asked Mr. Waller several times if anything conflicted with what we did with their bylaws. But there are 2 things that do conflict, which is, I understand the committee is in a quandary because, number one, their members are appointed in the bylaws for 2 years. And we just appointed ours for 1. So that's a conflict, I think, that they have. Their bylaws say that their membership is a 2-year position. The other conflict is this one. Their bylaws are from the state, and nothing says that their voting members have to be specifically from Suffolk. So I believe that the conflict is then which takes precedence. They don't have anything in their bylaws that inhibit, and they've had these bylaws forever, and the bylaws come from the state. So I think that's how they feel. We're overstepping our bounds a bit, and this was the problem that I felt might come with SEAC, is it is the only school board advisory committee that has its own bylaws that come from the state of Virginia. So I think that's where the angst is coming from the committee, is that they have their bylaws from the state, and I think we ended up not being in accordance with their bylaws. And so I understand their angst, and this committee is one of the ones that has worked very well, and I don't see any reason to upset that apple cart in any way. After we do our appointees from our boroughs, then other people can join the committee, and they've had this person on here for a very long time. And their bylaws do not inhibit somebody from being a voting member who has interest in Suffolk and is outside it. So I don't see why we just can't accommodate this committee that's done so well, and they give so much time, and allow this person, who, it doesn't have to be our appointee from the borough. We are going to be adding extra people. This person has always been there. To me, it's not worth it, and if their bylaws don't inhibit it, allow this person to be on. That's my opinion.
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment.
Yes.
It is true that I was asked whether there was a conflict between the policy, the bylaws of SEAC, and the regulations of the State Board of Education. And I did a very detailed opinion indicating that at the conclusion was there was no conflict, and there is no conflict. The State Board of Education regulations talk about a local advisory committee. Local means just that. It's a local advisory committee. Now, in terms of whether or not it's 1 year or 2 year, the fact is, when you make your appointments, you can determine how long they serve. You can determine whether they're going to serve 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. That's within your prerogative. There is no conflict whatsoever between the bylaws of SEAC, the policy adopted by this board, and the regulations of the State Board of Education.
Madam Chair.
Well, we
may I
just
speak,
appoint-
Madam
wait.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Ritter.
Okay, I have the floor. In regards to the SEAC committee, I've watched us make a policy and dance around this policy for quite some time now, and it's really getting old. What's the use of keep making policies then when it don't benefit us at the moment? We come back and we try to abruptly make a change, and that's why we had the mess we had last year with our committees. Policy was adopted, and then we approved people after we approved the new policy, and we violated the policy that we just created and adopted. Our policy takes precedence over SEAC's committee bylaws. I want to keep in mind who's responsible for reporting to whom. This is our advisory committee, not the State of Virginia Special Education Advisory Committee. And at some point, we have to make these hard decisions as to when does the buck stop for us breaking our own policy. This is why I recommended that we table this so we could have time to research and make an informed decision. Because if I was to vote right now, my decision will still be the same as it was last month, and it will be no. I want to give the young lady a fair shot. It was even recommended that she could be a consultant for the committee. Now, I don't know, all of a sudden, meetings are being attended, and I don't know what information is being given to the Special Education Committee. So I can't really go into detail as into why they taking the stance they're taking, because the message is in the hands of the spirit of the messenger. So I don't know. But what I can say is our policy says local advisory, so does the law. And I'm firm that any voting member should be someone with a stake in our city. And that's why we passed that policy. And I'm asking all board members to uphold a policy that you all and I voted for. Whether you voted against, you're still expected to move forward with what the board as a whole approves. You can't pick and choose because you said that you voted no, that you're going to kick against everything now. I mean, for some people, I know they do that, but it's not practical. It's not lawful.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Riddick just said that having a stake in the community, the Independent Center has a stake in the community. Their mission statement indicates that they serve the citizens of Suffolk. This board has approved in the past for the SEAC, Western Tidewater Community Service Board members to serve on SEAC who did not live in the city of Suffolk. Precedents exist.
Excuse me.
Dr. Buck?
It did indeed exist before we made the policy. Had we not changed the policy, and I believe that there were 3 of us who voted against it because we knew this was going to happen, but we did change the policy. We worked 1.5 years changing the policy. Now that we've changed the policy, we have to live with it. Nobody is excluding the Independence Center. Nobody's excluding them, or Western Tidewater, or anybody else. All we're saying is we don't have the right to appoint them based on our policy. That's all. Doesn't mean they can't participate, doesn't mean they can't come, doesn't mean they can't be a part. And I know I wrote this, and I'm sure the person who asked me to write it to them, who wrote me, and I wrote them back, shared it with everybody. Okay? Please, could we go on with this? As a matter of fact, I'm going to make a motion, if you don't mind, because you didn't get a second to yours, so if it's okay.
You can go ahead. My motion died.
I am going to move that we end this discussion, that we move on from here because we have a policy in place. We do. I think it's time for us to end this discussion. We have a policy in place.
Second.
Okay? Thank you.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
What are we voting on, please?
We are ending this discussion on whether to appoint someone to the local advisory committee based on our policy from our borough who doesn't live in the city of Suffolk.
Are we voting on ending the discussion?
Yes.
No.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, under new business, we have the 2021-22 Budget Development Calendar. Ms. Forsman?
Evening. I'm available for questions if you have any questions on anything that's on the budget development calendar. It outlines everything we plan to do and the dates we plan to do it. If there is not a specific date, it's because it has not been planned yet, but it will happen during that month that is indicated. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of them.
Any questions? No. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if any board members don't have any questions on the action items, could we
approve 'em.
group them together and do one approval? If any board member don't have any questions.
Madam Chair,
I think, yes.
if I may, I don't have a problem with that request from Mr. Riddick, but I did want to give an opportunity for the two presentations of number 5, the UVA Educational Leadership Cohort, and the Brand SBS, because that will potentially help explain if there are any questions for those two following resolutions, and both of those presentations are only 5 minutes in length at the max.
Those are not action items, those are informational items.
Just the action items.
Just the action items only.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's no questions regarding the action items.
Well,
I have a question.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to hear the brand SPS presentation before I vote on that resolution following.
I think we should
I
just.
think we're just on 1, 2, 3,
continue
and
on.
4. I think he's just talking about 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 go together. 5 and 6 go together and 7 and 8 go together, the brand and the UVA thing.
So just strike that. Let's do what we got to do.
I think we can go through them, Mr. Riddick.
Okay.
Okay.
I tried.
New business payment to Train, I
Move
believe.
to approve.
Second.
Wait, I think Ms. Forsman needs to give a little,
Nope, just wanted to make sure I'm here if you have questions.
okay. Is there any
Payment of
question?
train.
I just want to explain to the taxpayers viewing
Yeah,
at
I think
home.
we need a little explanation.
This information was given to us beforehand.
We
And
have
I
it.
don't wait until the school board meeting to ask my questions. I email the superintendent, or I'll call him. I exercise that privilege that's afforded to me, and I think a majority of the board members do. So it would be moot for me to sit here and tap time to have them present and continue to ask. And this information is in compliance with FOIA. It is readily available for anyone who wants it. It's on the website. It's out there. So that's why you see this expedited process, because we already have this information.
Any questions, anyone? No? Okay, this is an action item. Payment
Move
to
to
Train.
approve.
Is a move to approve?
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick? Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next item, school board retreat.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do not appreciate this rest of the agenda being ramrodded down our throats. I think we need to take our time on each item. We owe that to the people who have prepared them, and I just wanted to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. School board retreat date, October 23rd, 2020. That's,
Move to approve.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have Resolution 20/211, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk making an award to NTA Life and Pierce Insurance to provide Section 125 supplemental insurances and related services for employees of Suffolk Public Schools, and authorizing the school superintendent to execute any and all documents required for the aforementioned services. This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
May I just ask who the insurance is for? Okay, and have we changed anything in this?
We are putting the bid out, but we had
Enforcement.
had it awarded to both Pierce and NTA. We have a long-standing relationship with NTA, but Pierce came back with some interesting options for our vision and our legal resources, and so we've kind of split it up a little bit between the two of them now, and so this is what we offer our employees. We do not supplement these insurances at all. This is simply offerings to our employees.
Okay, so we just added the other one because it was a good deal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Board
Call
members,
for the
please
vote.
vote.
Yeah.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have UVA Educational Leadership Cohort.
Yes, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Brown, our Director of Human Resources, and Ms. Dr. Chelsea Cupp, our Supervisor of Professional Learning, for this presentation.
Hello, Dr. Brown and I would like to wish y'all good morning. And we have a little ray of sunshine for you. We have a program that we're so excited to share with you. And so as soon as I learn how to start the thank you. So we wanted to share some information with you. Dr. Brown and Dr. Gordon have worked hard to put together this program. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it, and I'm going to pass the torch over to Dr. Brown. So what we're going to do is provide the option to participate in a UVA cohort for our teachers or any other staff who are interested in getting their administrative license and receiving their master's. So you can see some of the key points up there. In partnership with UVA, we've developed a program. It's 2-year intensive master's program. So it's 2 courses per semester for a total of 6 semesters, The combination, we think this flexible schedule is going to be really helpful for our educators, especially those with children and working full-time jobs for us in Suffolk Public Schools. So that'll be a combination of evening classes that are online and then local face-to-face courses in Suffolk. So that will be something that'll be great. Of course, we'll be monitoring COVID for appropriate social distancing and working with our UVA counterparts with that. The program provides intensive field-based experiences and mentoring from local school leaders. We know research-based that mentoring is key for success in these areas. There's a mix of respected school leaders and then also partnering with UVA faculty. So we think that will really benefit our educators who are interested in this. In order for us to make a cohort and therefore give our participants the
tuition break that they will get that Dr. Brown will speak to, we'll have to have about 20 participants for that break. And I will turn it over to Dr. Brown for some more details.
All right, so basically what we're trying to do is build capacity for future SPS leaders. When you look at the average age of our administrators is 47, and the 17 of building administrators have 25 plus years in BRS. That means in 5 years, they're going to be eligible for retirement. So, of course, you know we have the lab program that helps out people that are already endorsed for that next level. Now we got to build a capacity for people to get the endorsement. So these are open to teachers or staff that's, of course, looking at trying to get that administrative endorsement. It is alignment between UVA and SPS, Vision and Mission. Dr. Gordon can speak to that, having gone through that program. Benefits is a discounted tuition, 10%. For UVA, the strengths of a cohort mode. I mean, some of you have gone through cohorts, that's very good, to where they work together, they study together, they progress together, and they learn together. And also is an intensive virtual or face-to-face program. And this is an opportunity, this is Dr. Gordon's thing, to earn a degree from a top-ranked school of education. I had to put that out there. But no, we feel really good about it because we can participate in it as well, so we know what the needs are and we help develop. So we have to start looking down the road. So, and with that, what we're planning to do on the 24th of September at 5 o'clock, an informational session for our staff who's interested. And this is we'll introduce the program, talk a little bit about, there's no commitment, it's just an information session. And so there'll be representatives to come down just to introduce everything to our teachers and faculty. Okay? Any questions?
Questions?
I just want to add to that real quick that the program would actually start in January of 2021.
Is it mostly virtual, Dr. Gordon?
It's a hybrid model, as Dr. Brown talked and Dr. Kolb talked about. So in the cohort that I just completed when I first got this job, we had half of the class was virtual, the other part was face-to-face. As Dr. Brown and Dr. Kolb mentioned, it's 2 classes per semester, and you were basically in class Monday through Thursday, and every other week you had a virtual session. And the classes did not start until 5:30 in the afternoon on average, or 6 o'clock, just to make sure it didn't interfere with the participant school day.
Thank you.
We'll have that scheduled for them when they come to the information session.
Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 2021-1. Oh, excuse me. Resolution 20/21-2, a resolution approving the terms and condition of an academic program services agreement between Suffolk Public Schools and the Rector and Visitors of the University of Virginia for Curry School of Education.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion. Yes.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck,
Yes.
Board Chair Byram,
Yes.
motion carried.
Next, we have Brand Suffolk Public Schools, graduation requirements, yearbooks, branding, and related services. Dr. Gordon or Dr. Lee?
Good morning. Don't get a chance to say that very often in this forum, right? I will be brief. I'm not a pastor. I am a deacon, so I'm a lot briefer, right? But this morning, I was going to say this afternoon, we'd like to present to you our plan for bringing graduation paraphernalia, I guess I should say, yearbooks, branding and related services under one umbrella. One of the things that Dr. Gordon has really impressed upon us is that when we are able to make those smarter decisions and bringing things under one umbrella, we can get a little bit more bang for our buck. I think in this presentation, you will see that this will benefit the student, really, in what we're doing. We just completed our RFP process, and the slide is not moving. But Herff Jones won the actual RFP grant. They finished #1. They are one of the largest companies that produce academic and athletic achievement certificates and paraphernalia and things of that nature. Actually, it just moved. So we're really pleased with that. They did an outstanding job in their presentation. Very quickly, just want to share with you, and before I do that, I would be remiss if I did not recognize Mr. Anthony Hines, who did an excellent job pulling all this together. We work very well together, and we've done that quite a bit. So I want to thank him for doing a lot of the legwork. But a couple of things that we are pulling under Herff Jones. Graduation associated items means caps and gowns. You'll see valedictorian and salutatorian medals, which we will get free of charge. Faculty regalia will be something else that will be free of charge. Announcements. Graduation tickets, something is that usually each school was responsible for paying. Tassels and cords, diploma covers, class rings, championship rings, and senior class apparel. And under the yearbooks, one of the things that, if you've worked at the high school, and I know you're very familiar with that, all 3 high schools had 3 different companies as far as yearbooks were concerned. And what that did was it limited our ability to get the best deal because we were farming them out to all different types of companies. So bringing them under one company, we were able to get some better deals. For example, at the high schools, we'll get hard covers. Middle schools will get hard and soft covers, and we'll even have that with the elementary. So we will we'll include the elementary in the things that we do. We're really excited about the branding, and we have a short video because I think that can show you better than I could tell you what that actually means. But with branding and related services, the whole division will be rebranded, not just each school, and we're including middle, high school, and elementary schools. We will receive, they sell all kinds of things, Letterman jackets, but the big thing I'm really excited about is recognizing our outstanding teachers. I've worked in 2 states, 6 different school systems, and I can tell you Suffolk is the absolute best school system I've ever worked in. And the good thing about it is we will be able to present free of charge not class rings, but Teacher of the Year rings that will be especially designed for Suffolk Public School teachers. I think anything we can do for our teachers to recognize them for the outstanding job they do is significant. So that's something that that I'm really excited about. And also that we will redo the mascots and the logos for each school as well as the school division. And when it says each school will receive 1 mascot and 3 marks, if you're familiar with, and I can only say Kings Fork because that's where I was formerly a principal, we had about, 3 different bulldogs. We had a KF with the dog collar around. We had all kinds of stuff. So as a matter of fact, if you go in the gym, there's like 4 different bulldogs. So what the company will do is they will rebrand it. They will trademark that brand, and we will own that. So if we choose not to stay with that company, it will be gone. So they will be gone, but the trademark stays with us. So that's something that we're really excited about, particularly with the new school seals, and they can get a kind of like an upgrade. So at this point, I don't know if John he's going to play this video, Why Branding. It's going to strengthen our brand loyalty with our stakeholders. And it is really going to bring our community together. I think this video, very briefly, is going to share a lot of that with you, and then I'll answer any questions that you may have.
El Toro High School is located in South Orange County in Southern California. We have 2,500 students, and we pride ourselves on our diversity. We have a very diverse student population.
My mom, she went here when she was in high school. My sister went here, my aunt went here. Like, a lot of people, it's like families, like, and that's kind of the environment that we have on campus. It's like one big family.
This is our school. This is what we want to believe in. And so that was kind of something that
was instilled in me as a Charger when I went to school here. And so it was something that now that I'm here, I still see it, which is why it's such a joy to like work here, because it's still very, very strong, like El Toro pride.
This is a school that already has a ton of school pride, school spirit, but the brand itself was kind of all over the place. Every club, every sport was using a different logo. Different shades of blue and gold were being used all over the campus.
Yeah, well, before there was no signage whatsoever except at the ticket booth, and it said El Toro Chargers, but you could be in here at the Laguna Hills High School Stadium or Tribute or anywhere else in the world, actually.
I've played basketball for 3 years, and each year was a different shirt, different jersey, different looking bowl, kind of, not very consistent.
There was just a bunch of random bowls everywhere.
The school's been around 40 plus years, so we've had multiple different logos. It could have been any other bull or Charger logo.
So I believe I count at least 7 or 8 different types of bulls mascots that we had on campus, so we didn't have that consistency.
So at Varsity Brands, we elevate the student experience, and we do that through 3 different areas: sport, spirit, and achievement. We use our 3 business units, BSN Sports, Varsity Spirit, and Herff Jones, and we try to form partnerships with schools to really get at what is it that we can do as a company with all of these resources to help elevate the student experience and make it a better environment and culture on campus wherever we go. By working together, we really put together a simple and a unified El Toro identity for all of the students, the staff, and the community to get behind.
We sit down with a project manager, we sit down with an artist, and we're able to give them ideas as to what our school is all about. They ask us a variety of questions. We take those questions, we bring them back to our students, our teachers, our coaches, our parents, and they take all that information in and they're able to produce and create a logo for us. And they take it step by step. They show us the first drafts, whether or not those look good, are we on the right track? While I'm talking to the artist on the phone, I could see live on the computer the changes that he's making on his computer with our logo, and that's just phenomenal, the technology that's used. And they're very patient, they're very flexible in allowing us to really create something that we are proud of. It's not rushed. We're able to say at the end of the day that that is what our school is all about, something that our kids can be proud of. And whenever we're a contender at an event, people, when they think of El Toro High School, they know exactly what that looks like. It's not a question of what is a Charger. It's now, I know what a Charger is, I know what El Toro is, that's their mascot, that's their look.
When I first noticed it, I was walking into this building and I noticed it was there. Our bull, our Charger bull was on our building, and then I noticed it's everywhere. It's all over the school. And then even driving, I saw it on the street signs, which it made me feel pride to come to work every day.
Look at the football field, look at the buildings with their letters and decorations on them. It's really amazing.
It looks collegiate, really uniform and everything like that, so it looks really nice.
Favorite? Oh, would definitely be on the stadium. I think the stadium, the huge banner on the stadium, we always had little ragged posters here and there, paper posters, and now that we have a huge sectionalized one banner, it really shows the Charger Freak Show as a unit, and it really brings our student section closer together. That's perfect.
So after the branding process, my role as a VIP branding sales representative is to help these schools get their mascot and logo out into the community. When people are coming, visitors, students, parents, that's where you need those avenue banners. That's where you need those giant murals. When they walk into that school, they know they're at El Toro High School and they know that they are the Chargers.
It just gets excitement in the air when people come to El Toro and they just feel like they want to be part of our Charger family. So it's made a huge impact.
I can tell you, for me, the best part about these impact programs is getting to work directly with the school to make sure that we are having an impact on every student's life. It is so exciting and rewarding to get to go into schools every single day and work with teachers and students to make sure that the school experience that they are getting is the absolute best it can be. The branding, the logos, that makes a huge impact on our students, and the fact that if we make our school a very welcoming environment, a very exciting environment that students are proud to be a part of, they're proud to be a part of that charter family, that makes them want to come to school. That makes them want to be a part of us. And with them coming to school, that means they're going to their classes. That means they're attending dances and going to pep rallies. And that character increases their achievement and increases their motivation and their dedication to being studious and just tapping into all the resources we have as a school and taking pride into what we have as a school. And that's that big impact.
So that's a little bit about branding. And one of the things that Dr. Gordon has said from the beginning is that he wants our middle schools to look like high schools and the high schools to look like colleges. And I want you to think about this. Suffolk Public Schools, 100% of the schools are fully accredited. 2 basketball state championships. A female track relay state championship. We brought the whole city together. I've never really seen so much excitement in the community as I've had this year. And we need to make a statement with the branding. We need to make sure all of our schools, not just the high schools, but the middle schools and the elementary schools are places that when our kids come back from this COVID-19, there is some semblance of normalcy. You know, you want them to feel at home and feel a lot of pride in stepping back into that school. Herff Jones is going to allow us to do that because along with this package, we will get a certain amount of, I call them freebies. And it's not moving, but on the next, and it's the last slide, it'll show you some of the things that we are going to get in going with Herff Jones. For example, each high school will receive $3,000 for the first year to buy some of the things that you saw in the video. And for each additional year, $1,000 every year after that. Each middle school will receive $1,000 for the first year and $500 for each additional year. Each elementary school will receive $750 and $350 for each additional year. Herff Jones will offer each high school $1,000 in scholarships that will be awarded annually to each high school and a minimum of $750 a donation to the Suffolk Education Foundation. Again, I thank Mr. Hines and Dr. Gordon. I've learned a lot from them in doing business, and that we have a lot to offer in Suffolk. And we need to make companies recognize that if you want our business, then you need to give us the best that you have. And we think that this deal with Herff Jones is an exceptional one. So that is our presentation. We're really excited to partner with Herff Jones, and we think it will be a good partnership going on into the future. Any questions?
Any questions? Anyone? No?
No, you look tired, so you're like, no.
Great, great.
No questions. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Booth.
you.
Moving on, Resolution 20/21-6, resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk making an award to Herff Jones to provide graduation requirements, yearbooks, branding, and related services for Suffolk Public Schools, and authorizing the chairman of the school board, school superintendent to execute any and all documents required for the aforementioned services. This is an action item.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Sorry, who's second?
Dr. Buck.
Who? Dr. Buck? Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Story? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, Resolution 20/21-7, a resolution of the school board for the city of Suffolk, Virginia, recognizing Jimmy LaRue as Suffolk Public Schools local media representative to be placed on the statewide Virginia School Board Association Media Honor Roll for his ongoing responsible and exemplary nature of reporting on Suffolk Public Schools.
Second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Mitnick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And now we move to business by board members. Ms. Jenkins?
I appreciate all of you all for being here. Thank you for all your hard work. I just want to celebrate the 3 students that won the art award. That was from the Cypress Borough, all 3 of them. And congratulations, Dr. Buck. And I'm praying for our school system and everyone involved. Have a good night.
Mr. Mitnick?
Yes, I would like to take a moment just to thank Dr. Gordon and his very hardworking team for putting together the fall learning plan and education and innovation. And I look forward to seeing it all fall into place and moving forward. I know it's late, but I would just like to read something. I had it last month, and because it was late, I didn't read it. But since school closed in March, 2 Suffolk Public Schools teachers have been recognized in their field, and I would like to bring it to your attention this evening. In February 2020, Sarah McDonald of Lakeland High School and Dawn Roundtree of Nazareth River High School, our 2 Project Lead the Way teachers, were named Outstanding Biomedical Science and Engineering Project Lead the Way teachers, and they were named finalists for Project Lead the Way Teacher of the Year. In March, Dawn Roundtree was named International Technology and Engineering Association Teacher Excellence Award winner. And also Dawn Roundtree was selected to serve on the State Continuity for Learning Task Force for the Virginia Department of Education. I didn't want another moment to go forward without recognizing these 2 ladies who put so much of their effort and their time into making our Project Lead the Way programs exceptional. That's all. Thank you very much, and good night.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to thank Dr. Gordon and his hardworking school administrative office staff for the fall learning plan and for all of the time, thought, and effort that you put into developing it. Your work is certainly valued and very much appreciated. And we still have a continued commitment to the well-being, the health, safety of our students and staff. And that's extremely important as we implement the plan and as we work together. Thank you so much.
Mr. Riddick?
I just want to continue to thank my constituents for continuing to give me an opportunity to represent them as I do, and this is a assignment that I do not take lightly. It's something that I move forward to the best of my ability with all my might. Tuesday morning, immediately after the storm passed, I got out on foot and I walked through my borough. And I witnessed some of our residents having trees through their homes and trees smashed into their cars. And you know what inspired me the most was to see how in times of, it wasn't a tragedy, but in times of misfortune, I'll put it that way, people tend to forget the differences and focus on what we have in common. And that's that we are people and we do have feelings and we do have a heart. So it was just a blessing to have a group of my students and we actually went out and we removed some debris. So also, I want to say thank you to Dr. Gordon. And I'm going to be extra. I'm going to ask the staff to stand up. Everyone who had a hand in the presentation regarding to going back to school, please stand. I know you're tired, but I'm going to ask you to just stretch out a little bit right quick. If you had a hand in it, please stand. You too, Dr. Gordon, please stand. We want to honor you all. We want to honor you because, all right, you can take your seat. I ain't going to hold you up too long. But I just want to tell you, we thank you. You did not have an easy task. You have 7 people that you got to hear how we feel about it. The parents of students, the people who don't have children in the school system, those who think that they're qualified to do your job and that's not their role. You had many hurdles you had to dodge. And I just want to say thank you because you maintained your professionalism all the way through. My long-winded questions, Dr. Rice. Thank you. You all have really went above and beyond. You pulled it together, and this is what Suffolk Public Schools is all about. Not about the fake news that you hear. It's about what you have seen today, how we put it together and we make it work. Now, in closing, I have to remind about a couple of items, and it's one thing, I'm going to have to say this on a more serious note. John F. Kennedy, during this past storm, the people in downtown had nowhere to go, and it's something I shared with, our mayor, and I'm going to share with the other council members. I really need John F. Kennedy to move up on that capital improvement plan. There was some issues where sewage was backed up. This school was built in 1964. Well, it was built in 1963 and opened in 1964. And it's time that we look at bringing a quality structure to Central Suffolk. A structure that is worthy of educating in. John F. Kennedy is falling apart. And I'm going to leave it there. The second thing is I would like for us to move forward with the request on renaming Pioneer, and that we do an open discussion about it, that we move forward with the next step, renaming Pioneer to its original name that was submitted by the naming committee, which is to name it the name of the school that it replaced, which is Southwestern Elementary School. Robinson is still alive because you have the Wellerville Recreation Center with the Robinson memorabilia, but Southwestern was torn down within 2 to 3 weeks after the city took ownership. So the school had 91 years of rich history that is just thrown away. Now, on a serious note, I'm going to, and I hate to always have to be the one that say this type of stuff, but I want to go on record. Are we rolling on camera? We rolling? You got me. I want you to make sure you quote me correctly in what I'm about to say. I'm going to go on record. I, board member Tyron D. Riddick Sr., and I'm asking that board member Story refrain from breaking confidentiality practices and disclosing information knowingly that is not true pertaining to personnel. It is defamation, and it is hard for us to keep good staff if these practices are continuing. This is not right, and it has to stop. I didn't want to say this publicly. However, in an effort to be 100% transparent, it's time that the foolishness is called out. I shouldn't have to hate coming to board meetings to figure out what foolishness I'm going to have to deal with today. I want us to move forward. Just as our staff pulled it together and put this presentation together and worked long hours and text, and you look like you all have a great working relationship. I want our board to exemplify the same thing that we're asking our staff to do. But in order for that to happen, make sure you get me correctly now. In order for that to happen, we got to lay aside our personal vendettas and our differences. And I don't do private conversations. That's why I'm doing it public, because I don't want to be misquoted. So we got to lay aside our differences, let our staff do the work that they've been hired to do, and we govern through policy. And on the end of that, I just want to say thank you all for allowing me to serve, and I look forward to moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Ms. Story?
I appreciate the what you put together. Also, I thought it was a great. I know that. Excuse me. Must be the time. I know that Dr. Rice, I especially appreciate. You had a lot of options going. Thought you did a great job in July, and came back and gave us another great presentation. And everyone who contributed, I think it was easy to understand. I mean, as much as this complicated thing could be easy to understand, I don't think it's easy at all, but I thought you tried to make it such. So I agree. Just, it was a lot of good. You really, I appreciate too, Dr. Gordon said you tried to answer all the questions, and I think a lot of the questions were answered that we asked. So I didn't, I felt I didn't have many left to ask, and I really appreciated that. So thank you to everyone who did a good job and put that presentation together. I want to give a little shout out to India Meisel. We honored her a little bit earlier, and it is for a history teacher in the state. It's the highest award you can get. And I believe she is really honorable to get the History Teacher of the Year for Virginia. I think that's a huge deal. I'm sorry she wasn't here tonight. I guess she didn't know till about it was too short a notice to get here tonight. But I think that is really great. And I'm hoping maybe, I don't know, Dr. Gordon, if we can make it just a little, you said there's some cool rings coming, and maybe if you could consider for something as cool as that, she could be grandfathered in to that. I think that would be very nice, because it's a really big deal. So thank you, everyone. I think we covered a lot of ground tonight, so that was pretty good. And everyone have a safe trip home.
Buck?
Just thank you again to the staff. I want to say ditto, ditto, and ditto again for all the work that you did to get the plan together. Also want to say, as I've said before, the proof is in the pudding, the work that you do. And it shows to the teacher, the Lakeland history teacher, who has proven herself nationally, and she's been internationally recognized before. So I'm just proud of what she's done. The Nansemond River playwright, whenever I see the kinds of things, the Nansemond River graduate who was a playwright and who attended Dartmouth and who has won these accolades, when I think about the stories that people used to tell, the fake stories about the performance of our students and the things that they did and the things that they've done, I say the proof is in the pudding. The students demonstrate what they can do and the talents they have. And what we do is polish them up here, and they step out and show people exactly what they do. And they show people what we've done while they were here. And so I'm just proud of them. I'd like to shout out to one of my babies from Fred Cherry Middle, Ayanna Johnson, who won an award for dance. And of course, Savannah and Ezekiel, who were two other students who won awards for performing arts. And of course, to all of you who do a great job every day. All of this was very difficult. All of us made difficult decisions, and all of you put a lot of work in it. And I just want you to know we appreciate what you've done. Have a blessed morning.
Well, good morning. We've been here for a long time. I think the longest time I ever served on a meeting was 2 o'clock, so we're early. So, 1 o'clock, we're not doing too bad, okay? You come on one day, you end on another day, right? what can we say? Wonderful presentations by our staff. All of us have said that you've, just gone overboard. I know you've put hundreds of hours into this. I have spoken personally with Dr. Gordon on the telephone and email on many of these things and spent a lot of hours with him, Ms. Gardner, Mr. Waller, etc. But I know it's worth it. We have met the challenge, but we have more challenge coming. We know we're getting ready to start a new school year. It's not going to be a bed of roses. We heard tonight from the public some of their concerns, and I have similar concerns. I do live in an area that is remote. Mr. Littlefield shaking his head. And I understand the plight of the internet and broadband because I try to work with it all the time. I'm hoping that we can find remedies and solutions. And I know Dr. Gordon, his little brain is just going, and all of you out there too, thinking of ways that we can even improve this more. But I commend all of you. We have about 2,000 employees, and everybody's done a tremendous job as far as I'm concerned. I have faith in our teachers. I have faith in our administrators. I know Suffolk is a resilient group of people. When we have a challenge, when we are faced with a challenge, we come back with a good response. I'm a historian, so I believe in challenge and response. Anytime in life we're challenged with things. Pandemic is a big challenge. Racism is a big challenge. Society today is a big challenge. But we will come back and be resilient, and we will come up with solutions. That's my belief. I'm optimistic. And I know we will remain Suffolk Public Schools strong. And all of us as a board, we may have our differences of opinions, but we all have intent to make this a better school system. And I know we do. And I hope in the future we can move forward and see some of these things occur. And I have great confidence in our leader, Dr. Gordon, and his staff. He has chosen wisely. Dr. Branch, you're coming on board, and I'm watching you. And observe, right? You've already observed, I'm sure. And I'm sure you're going to be an asset. And we welcome you. And all of our new people, Dr. Culp, all of you, we welcome you. I know you're going to be an asset. Bring those new ideas, come to the group. We work as a team. We're not perfect, but we're moving in that direction. Thank you so much. And informational items, last thing to look at.
While you're thinking about that, can I say something?
Have we
Thank you. I didn't know I was getting anything, but I appreciate it.
She forgot to mention that. And we adjourn, 1 o'clock.
Board members, please don't leave. I need to get your signature.
All right, the deer are asleep now.
I got so much.